Welcome back, everybody. This is Brother Mutant here. Today we have another build for you. This is an Inquisitor build, a Sanctified Slayer, no less. This is one that I toyed around with when I realized how much fun you can have with the Trickster build. The Trickster Mythic Path is actually opening up quite a bit of fun for this particular type of character. Part of it is because we're going to unlock more sneak attack, but the other parts are going to literally be the weird skill buffs that they get, and it makes more sense when you actually get into the build. So let's actually go from there. This is going to be a gnome character. Part of the reason is because while we don't really care about the con and the charisma bonuses that they're going to get for being a gnome, as you can see here and here, a +2 on this one, giving you a better HP as well as more fortitude, is at least of value, and you can see the appeal. We're not really a dex-based character like a halfling would be, so we only get a dex of 17, not 19, which would be, of course, the goal. But we do have a penalty to strength, and we actually lowered it even more so that we could give ourselves some extra skill point or ability points elsewhere. So you see, we have, like, for example, an intelligence of 12, which we're going to actually bring up to 16. That dex is 17, we're going to actually bring it up to 18 with the very first point. And then Wisdom of 16, which is more than enough for what we need to do, because casting spells, we only get level 6 spells as an Inquisitor anyway. You get level 7 spells by dipping into Trickery, but that's a separate spell book. And then Charisma of 12, nothing I can really do about that. I suppose I could have lowered it, maybe increased the strength, but again, we are going to do a Persuasion-based build here as well. So having extra points in Persuasion, even if it's 1, is actually of value to me, so I'll happily take that. And again, she's a teeny tiny person, so having her be teeny tiny and having a low strength stat doesn't really bother me all that much. Notice that we will, as far as skill points are concerned, this will be the spread that you're going to see right now. You're going to see 2 points in Trickery, 10 points added to Stealth, right here. We'll add 20s to the following. That's going to be both of the knowledges, Perception and Persuasion. That'll leave 8 points for Use Magic Device, which will be important for us, as well as 5 points for each of the lores, which is less important, but still something that I cared about. Part of the other thing that you need to know about this build at the very beginning, you need to have a background called the Osirian Historian. That's going to give us a +2, as you can see right here, to our knowledge roll checks. Notice we also get a bonus for being a gnome, another benefit of being a gnome. The other benefit of being a gnome is they get a bonus to illusion spells to the DC check, and that's something we're going to get with Trickery spell list, so that's going to be nice. That's something that we actually cared about. We'll also get a bonus to Perception for being a gnome because of the keen senses. Because of the Inquisitor, we get a bonus to not only Stern Gaze, to Perception, a morale bonus equal to half of our Sanctified Slayer levels, rounded down, in most cases, +1 being the minimum here. So we'll get a bonus to Perception for that reason, and we'll also get a bonus to Persuasion, but you won't see it here because it's only for Persuasion for purposes of Intimidation, which is part of the build. I know it makes no sense because when you think about Intimidation, you think high strength, Cornigan Smash, power attack, stuff like that. That's not something we're clearly going to be doing. But there is a trick, and I wanted to show it to you because, again, it's pretty badass. So let's actually get into it. So I should also point out first that you get Weapon Finesse as your very first feat. You'll get 1 feat, remember, because you're not a human. We got Cure Light Wounds and Shield of Faith. Inquisitors are spontaneous casters, which means the spells you pick are the spells they get. So be real careful with your spell picks. I will actually walk you through on the sheet here exactly what spells I pick and when and why. So again, the first 2 spells, for obvious reasons, never hurts to have another healer on the team. Never hurts to have someone that's capable of buffing themselves or a teammate for a decent amount of armor. +2 at the very beginning is a decent amount, even if it only is for 1 minute. But still, something that will grow into. So I thought that was worth value. From there, let's go F10. I'm going to power level our character, of course, the old-fashioned way, by cheating. We're going to make ourselves level 5 before we even dip into our very first mythic rank. So at level 2, what are we going to get? Well, we're not going to get much. We're just going to become Sanctified Slayer 2. Notice, this is the layout. We're going Purist for Sanctified Slayer, all 20 levels. Notice that this is our Stern Gaze. Again, I showed that to you a moment ago, or explained it to you, but here it is. Notice we're getting Cunning Initiative, so we get a Wisdom bonus, as well as our Dex bonus, which are pretty high stats, both of them. Not amazing, but they will be pretty good. And we'll buff both of them. So again, we'll have a pretty good initiative on this build, which is extremely valuable, because again, acting first is going to be key to get all that sneak attack love. We also have solo tactics that we're going to capitalize on later with teamwork feats. Now this implies that you're going to have a teammate near you. One of the reasons I like the Inquisitor. The solo tactics, for those of you that don't know, tactics are feats that are available in the game to anybody. You have to meet the milestones, of course, but by and large, they're easy to come across. Those tactics mean that if you have the feat, and I have the feat, and we're standing side by side, then we both benefit. But only if we're side by side each other, if we have to be of close proximity. Now, usually you would just say that this would be tactics would be good for people in the front ranks, which we are going to be. Having said that, you can also have these tactics and be in the back ranks, like the archers and the casters and the wizards and whatnot, slinging spells and stuff, because there are some feats, there are teamwork feats that are caster related, as you'll see. And we get a whole metric shit ton of them for free. And again, we get them solo, which means you don't have to have the teamwork feat. You just have to be near me. I need to have a teammate near me at all times to benefit from these tactics that I'm going to unlock. And there are a lot of them. So that's awesome. Another reason we love the Inquisitor. We'll also get a Bane weapon ability. This will be a toggle that we can activate. And it eventually graduates into Greater Bane, which is just even better and more damage. But it's not the point. It's solid. And again, you'll appreciate it. I think you only get it for like 10 rounds. So basically it's like 1 round for every 2 levels or whatever of Inquisitor. So again, not the best thing in the world, but again, solid upgrade for your character for when you need to turn it on and just unleash some extra damage. The other stuff we're going to get is a weird thing called Stalwart. If you remember what evasion and improved evasion are for like a rogue type, where they evade, basically reflex save, and they literally take half damage or no damage from a spell now. So that's evasion and improved evasion, depending on if they make the save or they fail to save. That's amazing. Well, here's the other version of it called Stalwart. This is the one where if it's a fortitude or a will save, and again, you could take half damage from the spell. If you make the check, now you actually take no damage. So it's the same principle. It's just not a reflex save. It's a fortitude and will save. Now, of course, good news for us is our will save will be pretty good. Our fortitude saves are not going to be that bad either. Our reflex saves are actually kind of where we're weak, and it's kind of sad to say, since we're going to have a dex of 18, that's our weakest link. But again, it makes sense, because again, they can't be great at all 3 things. Well, they could if they're a paladin, but it's beside the point. Point is, this is going to be more valuable than you think, and it's not something I really showcase, it's just something to point out that is there. Of course, notice we get, as a Sanctified Slayer, again, this is a new subclass of Inquisitor, something I'm not familiar with until today. We get a sneak attack damage, 6 different dice of it. And that's nice, and then we get even more when we go into our Trickster build. So by the time we're done, I want to say we get up to like 10 or 11 d6 of sneak attack dice. So if we can set up sneak attack, you better believe we want to. So this is going to be something that's going to be factored into our build pretty heavily. Notice we also have this thing called Study Target. This is a unique-ish item or applicable ability that allows us to steadily buff our ability to hit a target that we've studied. Basically, you just click it, point to the guy, and say, this is the guy I want to study. Boom, you study on them. Sadly, it burns up, I want to say, your full action at first, and then it's a move action, and eventually it's a swift action or something like that. So it gets better over time is the short version, but again, of value. Something else to point out is, of course, we do have spells. We do have what's called orisons. Those orisons are basically the same as cantrips, but for clerical types, or in our case, Inquisitor types. Notice that we had to have a deity. I should have pointed this out before. Our deity is up to you, but I picked Calistria. The reason you care is because of this. Inquisitor proficiencies, you get proficient in simple weapons, longbows and short bows, and the favorite weapon of your deity. Our deity, Calistria, I want to say, is a rapier person, so now we have access to rapiers. And again, since we're weapon finessing, a solid upgrade. Until that time, simple weapons will include things like daggers, and again, we'll be fine with daggers. So, a solid choice. Notice we also get to wear light and medium, or I should say medium armor, and wield a shield, just not a tower shield. Again, we're not very strong, so this is going to be an impediment, but eventually, when you get gear that like buff your strength and what have you, at the very least, this will be a solid way to increase your armor class. And again, doesn't impact your spell casting at all, because you are not an arcane caster, you're a divine caster, which is fucking sweet. From there, Calistria also requires that you pick, all deities I should say, requires an Inquisitor that you pick a domain. You only get one. Notice that you don't get the domain spells. This is a bummer, but there's supposed to be a workaround on this. I'll point it out to you. It doesn't work, but it's clearly in the tooltip, so it should be submitted as a bug report. So this could be more important than you think, because again, if you can unlock this, why wouldn't you? I mean, there's some really good spells depending on which ones we're talking about. Now, of course, these ones are kind of shit. Let's just say it. I mean, there's some good ones in here. I don't mind True Strike as much as people bitch about it. I actually found a use for it. I like Protection from Energy, Communal Protection from Energy, Break Enchantment, Mass Cast Grace Restoration. Greater Restoration is a decent spell. Mass Heal, and that we won't have access to these higher level ones. But you get the idea. These are some things to think about if they actually unlock that ability. Why do I point this out? Because don't pick spells this way. and based on what you're going to get from here, because you're not going to get them unless they fix that patch. But notice that these things up here that you get at level 1 and level 6 or level 8, again, you see one down here, or sorry, that's Slayer Talents. They'll show up down here sometimes, and you will get those things. Right now we have Bit of Luck, an ability to literally activate on ourselves or a teammate and give them basically a chance to roll twice on any roll and get a favorable result. That's not bad. That's actually a pretty decent way to get a good chance of passing a skill check. So you can see the appeal of this one. Basically advantage, if you understand what that means. So again, a decent little ability, and I'm pretty happy with that one. Notice that Divine Fortune will get a better version of it. For the next half your level in the class that gave you access to this domain in rounds. So again, if by level 20, half of that would be 10. So for 10 rounds, you roll 2 times on every d20 and take the best result. So I get advantage for a solid minute. Notice how many times we can use this a day. You can use this ability once per day at level 6, and then an additional time for every 6 levels in the thing that gave it to you. So by 6, and then at 12, and then at 18. So 3 times a day is the best case scenario for Divine Fortune. And again, a minute buff where I'm just a monster. Like literally, I get to roll twice, like all the fucking time. Just like, oh, I'm getting that one. Oh, I got that one. Oh, I passed that check. And again, that's on your attack rolls. That's on your saving throws. That's on your skill checks. Anything with a D20. That's pretty nice. And I thought that would be pretty damn cool. So that's one of our domains. You only get one, but there's a way to get more. And I'm going to show you that as well. Also, some other stuff to note. The Talented Slayer, it's something that's actually pretty weird. That's why this build is even viable, is we get this thing called the Talented Slayer. There's a variety of things that are in here. It's kind of like Rogue Talents-ish, except we don't get like advanced Rogue Talents, but there's some really good stuff in here, including some combat style feats where we could literally pick a style. So that's like Sword and Board, Menacing, 2-weapon fighting, which is a solid choice. I could have done that, decided not to. Instead, I went for Archery, and you may say, why? You clearly got Weapon Finesse. If you wanted Archery, shouldn't you get like Point Blank Shot and Precise Shot? Well, you can get those for free up in here in this ability called the Talented Slayer, and you don't have to meet the requirements for many of the things. For example, I can skip Point Blank Shot, which is still a good buff. It's a +1 to your swing and a +1 to your damage of anything within 30 feet. And that includes your cantrips. And that does work on your, or since I should say. It does work with your race spells, though, is my point. And that's cool, but it's only a +1 and a +1. But I could skip it and just grab Precise Shot, which is something you normally need Point Blank Shot first, and just go right into Precise Shot. And that's the one we're going to want right here. And again, I'll show you all this as we get to these things. But some really, really nice things that we're going to unlock here. And notice that once you pick it here, you'll actually see the Slayer talent down below to remind you what you picked as you level up, which is, again, another nice little feature, I must admit. Of course, we also get our exploit weaknesses. Whenever the Inquisitor scores a critical hit, which is what we're shooting for, she ignores any damage reduction the target might have. That's amazing. In addition, the target has regeneration. The creature loses regeneration on the following round, following the critical hit, and can die normally during that round. So this is like if you're trying to kill like a troll, for example. So creatures whose regeneration always functions are immune to this ability, and I have no idea how that makes sense then between the two of them. You either have regeneration or you don't. Maybe there's like a spell or something that gives you regeneration. Maybe that's what they're thinking of. But basically, I assume that it shuts off fast healing. Point is, it's a solid upgrade, and it's free and it's always on, so you'll happily appreciate that. So let's get into our build, shall we? And Inquisitor 2, again, I'm going to just literally unlock everything and then just kind of work down my list. How you level this part up is kind of on you, but we're never getting anything into athletics or mobility. You don't need skill in them anyway, and our strength sucks, so it's a bad idea, for example, to do like this. That +2 is shit. Here, this is at least something, but again, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of reason to unlock mobility. Even if it's 1 point, it's just it feels silly to unlock it and then leave it there at that +7 for the longest time. So we just straight up ignore it. Everything else is going to get points. Trickery being one of the worst ones, only getting like 2. So I'm going to probably get it to 2 almost as soon as I can. Here, for spells at level 2, you only get 1 more spell to pick from. From the laundry list here, I'm not going to tell you what's right and what's wrong, because again, everybody's different. I'm going to tell you what I'm picking and why. I could have picked Divine Favor. It's a +1 to your swing and a +1 to your damage for a minute. That's a solid upgrade. But remember, you're level 2 now. Why not cast Bless, where you buff you and the team, and you get a +1 to all of your guys' swings for 2 minutes? Yeah, you don't get more damage, but you get a little bonus to save against fear effects, and it dispels Bane in case they ever cast Bane on you. So that's why I picked Bless in this particular case. We will get Divine Favor. It's just coming later. Moving on. We go here into Control F10. Again, we leveled 3. Level 3, we're going to grab ourselves a new feat. For points here again, I will happily take Trickery. and then I will happily take Perception max, and then Knowledge World max. There's a reason that these two are going to be maxed preferentially over others. Again, I will get Knowledge Arcana to max. I will get Persuasion to max. They're just going to be later. As we level up our intelligence, we'll get extra points to spend. That's when we'll start catching those two guys up. But there's a reason for Knowledge World, and there's a reason for Perception, and trust me when I say when I get to them, it'll make more sense. For our feat that we get at level 3, we're going to get ourselves, what's it called? Piranha Strike. This guy right here. Piranha Strike allows you, if you don't know, to use a light weapon or something that can be used with weapon finesse, like our rapier, and it allows us to now do extra damage. It's a penalty to our swing, but a bonus to our damage, much like Power Attack, but only with light weapons. Notice there's a penalty if you're using an offhand. We're not doing that. This is not a two-weapon build. This is a sword and board, or rapier and board, if you will, build. And again, you're probably just going to use a buckler, and probably one that's a mithril buckler at that, because your strength is so shit. So keep yourself light, keep yourself lean. Teamwork feats. Now, these are our first of a series of teamwork feats that we unlock. Notice that some are locked to us because we don't have the prerequisite. So there are prerequisites for these things, so be real clear on this. So what are we going to grab? And again, I can't tell you the right answer here. I'm just going to tell you what I'm going to get and why. Back to back, if I'm in the front ranks, extra armor is money. And I'm not going to be the only one in the front ranks. You better believe that shit, because I'm just not tough enough to handle that. So having back to back, and again, all you have to do is be standing near me. You normally need this feat too. But because I have solo tactics, which also unlocks right now, this means anyone near me on my party is giving me an extra bonus to my armor class. See the appeal? For level 3 spell that we're going to pick up, now is our chance to grab ourselves Divine Favor. And again, only lasts for a minute. It's a luck bonus. It's only a +1 right now to your attack and your damage. Stacks with Bless, because Bless is a morale bonus. So this one will last, then you activate this one, and you will have a pretty decent swing. But this one gets better over time. This one just lasts longer over time. This one always is a minute, will always be a minute, and we'll never change that. Having said that, it goes from a +1 to a +2, then eventually a +3. And that's solid. For a minute buff, that's usually a fight. So again, a low-level spell that can give me a solid +3 my swing and a +3 my damage, I'll happily take that. And that's not just with your weapon, by the way. Just be real clear on these. Same with Bless. These are attack bonuses, not weapon bonuses. Be real clear on this. So when we use stuff like our Orisons, which one let me pick right now, hell, for Cure Light Wound, here's a fine example. I could use Cure Light Wound to attack an undead, right? That's a melee touch attack. Well, if Bless is on me, I have a +1 to that swing. If Divine Favor's on me, I'm going to have another +1 or +2 or +3 to that swing. So that's still valid. Okay, so that still helps. The +3 for damage, on the other hand, notice how it says weapon damage in the tooltip. So this will not buff the damage of this spell. That's okay. It still will buff the swing. And that's all I care about. And remember, this is a melee touch attack. Normally those are keying off of strength. But we have Weapon Finesse at level 1. So this one immediately can be used for damaging undead at level 1. Not that you're going to find them at level 1, but the point's still the same. It's there. From this point on, all of our raise spells, our ranged touch attacks, and our melee touch attacks are going to be keying off of our dexterity. So again, we have a pretty good chance to hit motherfuckers, quite frankly, very quickly. Okay. Now, level 4. Okay, now this is where we're going to finally unlock our one and only point in dexterity. Rounding it up to a nice 18, bonus to armor, bonus to our swing, bonus to our ranged attacks, bonus to our reflexes. You can't go wrong with a nice bonus like that at level 4. That's a solid upgrade. From this point, all 4 points are going into intelligence to bring this up to a 16. Why? Because skill points are going to be necessary for this build. Keep going. We're going to, again, always keep these two going, Knowledge World and Perception. From here, there is no right answer. Trickery's done, but you could, again, start investing in stealth. You do sneak attack here before too long. I think, matter of fact, it might even be this level that we unlock it. So the ability to stealth in and stab somebody is of value. But this +10 is kind of shit. You really are relying on things like Vanish, Invisibility, Greater Invis, God willing, and you can walk in and boom, start stabbing people left and right. So this one's not of concern to me right now. And you may say, well, then start working on your Knowledge Arcana or your Persuasion. Nothing wrong with those. And you're about to get a Kingdom before too long. You're level 4, 5, or 6 around then anyway. But I do like having Use Magic Device up to the 15 over on this side as soon as I can. So I might split them around like this. Or hell, maybe I'll just go like this and just get these guys up to the 5 as soon as I can. And then they're done because I never touch those again. But again, everyone's going to play it differently. And I kind of play those by ear. So if you see stuff that you're like, I would never put it there. I probably wouldn't put it there either. I'm just trying to fill the list based on what I know I want by the end of the build. At level 4, the 2 spells that we're going to get for free is level 2 spells. And you're going to get, every time a cure spell comes along, you're going to grab it, as far as the single touch target ones. Like, so cure light, cure moderate, cure serious, cure critical, and the heal spell. As soon as those show up, you're taking them as soon as you can. Because you are kind of a pocket cleric for the team. You're not the only one, and you're not going to be the best cleric ever. You don't have the big AoE selective channel healing where you can heal people in combat that way. But it's okay. This will be enough to top people off and to keep you and the team healthy. On that, 2 spells, again, the order of which kind of varies depending on how I feel. But I'm probably going to get resist energy now. Know that we're also going to get delayed poison. If you feel that poisons are being more of a problem, feel free to grab that one sooner. But remember, your spells are hard-coded, which means once you pick them, you have them. You're done. You don't get to spec them out without rebuilding the character, and that costs money and time, and it's a pain in the ass. So the order of these things really does matter. Grab shit that's going to be useful for you now. So when you see the final list, and again, I'll walk you through it 1 through 6 for this spell book and for the Trickster spell book, because again, it's also a spontaneous caster. It's also one of those when once you pick the spells, you're locked into them. So I'll walk you through those spell lists at the very end to show you the entire list at each level. Okay? Moving on. So we got our sneak attack now. Very nice. Okay, now, again, this is a guess. For those of you that don't know, I haven't played the game to the end. Again, it doesn't exist right now, so we're in beta still. So I am guessing based on milestones myself in my earlier playthrough. I want to say around level 4, level 5 was when I finally unlocked my Mythic rank 1. It's not too hard to get there, so you get it reasonably quick. So let's say at level 5. Then I'll get one at level 6. Again, that's a guess. Another one at level 7, and then from there I'm just going to grab one every other level. So at level 8, I'll get one. At level 10, I'll get one. At level 12, you get the idea. So we're going to kind of stagger them a little bit. And this is probably a bad idea, but that's all I can do to plan for this type of build. And again, stuff will be shifted around as the game dictates. But you got your character. What do you got for level 5? Now we're going to grab ourselves a weapon focus. Again, you know which ones you're pushing up. Those 2 always. You got 3 points to spend now. Well, how about we do the Knowledge Arcana and get these little bastards up a little bit? I got no problem with that. What do we got now? For level 5, I'm going to get weapon focus. And you're going to say, oh, you're going to grab dagger? No. You're going to get yourself a crossbow? Nah. You're going to get yourself a rapier. You got skill in that? Nope. It's right here below it. This is going to be what's called a point-blank master ray caster build. This is something I've done in Kingmaker repeatedly. This one can do it thanks to these wonderful talented Slayer feats that we're getting down here. We can become an archer, quote unquote, as far as their skill feats. And one of the feats that unlock down here is going to be called Point Blank Master. You just have to have skill in a specific weapon to do it. Unless, again, you have this talented Slayer feats. Because then you don't have to have specific skill. You can just pick whatever's on the goddamn list. Like if I want to be Point Blank Master of bows and not have weapon focus in bows, I can totally do so. It's kind of weird. Normally, it's restricted. You need to have like weapon focus in the weapon, which is what I'm grabbing now anyway. I still want it. You want to improve critical, I believe, on that weapon as well. You need point blank shot and precise shot. I'm not even getting both of those. So again, the fact that I'm skipping a lot of steps is extremely valuable for me because this build is extremely tight on feats. But this one is a solid upgrade. Now, level 2 spell we're getting here at level 5 is going to be Lesser Restoration. This is a spell that I love for a couple of reasons. One, I routinely get like poisoned in a way where, again, I can't remove it quickly enough where someone's taking con damage or strength damage or whatever. And remember, my strength is a 6. So if you start taking strength damage, you better cure that shit like ASAP. Because if you ever go to a strength of 0 or lower, you're dead. So this is something that's of value to me. The other thing that's of value is the fact that this will actually remove fatigue effects. Not exhaustion, but fatigue. So if people get tired, I can, whoop, there you go, buddy. You're back in it. Go to town. And this is more valuable when you have like a barbarian or a blood rager on the team, because if they are fatigued, even exhausted, but fatigue is the only one that can cure right now, they can't rage. So this would be useful for that. What you don't use it for is after the rage crash comes, so you go into a fight, they rage, they do their thing, we kill everything, yay, everyone celebrates. The fight's over, they become fatigued because of what's called a rage crash. Once the rage wears off, or their blood rage, for a blood rager obviously, they crash, they become fatigued, but only for a minute. Don't waste Lesser Restoration on that. That's just silly. But know that it is there. If you, God forbid, get jumped again and he can't rage and you really need him to rage, you can Lesser Restoration him, cure that, I suppose, even though it's wasteful, and then again, immediately rage again and go back to it. So that's on you. But I wouldn't waste it on that mostly. It's mostly for when I'm traveling on the overland map. We push our luck a little bit. Everyone suddenly gets tired. Then we get jumped in the forest. Oh shit, my blood rager can't rage. Lesser restoration. Boop, there you go, buddy. You're back in it. Now, the downside of this is, a lot of people make this mistake, and I used to do this in Kingmaker all the time, so let's make sure we address the elephant in the room. When you become fatigued from traveling on the overland map like that, or just in general, like you're walking through a dungeon with a shit ton of fucking gear, everyone's overburdened with weight, and you become fatigued. It happens. If I cure you with lesser restoration, you may think, oh, it resets the clock. Not really. It just cures it short term. You start walking again, especially on the overland map, or if you're like walking, like I said, through the dungeon with a shit ton of fucking gear on your back, you'll become fatigued again very quickly, like more quickly than you would expect. So it's like I said, it doesn't reset the clock so much as it resets the fact that you're not fatigued. It's like you passed the fatigue check. And then the next time a fatigue check would come along, which again will be soon, poof, you're back to being fatigued again. So just be clear on this. This does not catch everything. It will not make you be able to never have to take a nap, because that's just ridiculous. So this is not the best thing in the world, but it is helpful. Okay, now, just as a reminder, you do have race spells. You may not think about them, but you do have these orisons. You have Acid Splash, and you have Disrupt Undead. So that weapon focus ray that you're like, that's useless. And it's not. It's a +1 to the swing of those two spells. These spells here, not one of them is a race spell. Same here. Now, one of them is a race spell. We could make the touch attacks race spells. Remember, Cure Light Wounds and Cure Mount Runes are touch attacks against undead. So if I had like a Metamagic Rod of Reach, I could actually use that to shoot them at a distance, safely, if you will. Like if it's a ghost that I don't want to fucking melee, I can shoot them with Cure Light Wounds, Cure Moderate Wounds, or any of my cure spells for that matter. Even Heal, which would fucking decimate their ass. But you need either Metamagic Reach, Feet, which we're not taking, or the Metamagic Rods, which I'm happy to take. So those are solid choices. Just saying that we do have raise spells. Don't freak out. We do have that ability. We're just not amazing at it. Now, at level 5, we unlock our Mythic Hero. The choices should be Mythic Hero or Mythic Companion, if you're obviously not a teammate. It's a pretty badass looking hat. I love the freaking eyebrows through the hat, that looks kind of creepy like their horns. But Mythic Hero is what you're going to be on the main character. Mythic Companion is what your teammates will be. You unlock this at the same time for everybody. So, that's good news. These ones shouldn't actually be here. Again, once they fix that in the game, you won't see those on there at all. Here, again, we could have some serious fun. Up to you. You could do, say, Close to the Heavens, as weird as this is. Remember, we're not going Angel Path. We are going Trickster Path. The Trickster Path is a bit of fun. That's what I'm going to do. But I want to show you Close to Heaven is a solid choice because it gives you a ranged touch attack. It can be used at two different ways. It can be used as a heal, or it can be used as a ranged damaging attack, which is pretty badass. I mean, you get multiple times a day that you can cast that shit. This is a solid way to screw over some bad guys. And again, we are a blaster caster, a ray casting son of a bitch. So, Close to the Heavens is a solid choice. Hell, I think, was it Force Reality gets it too? No. It's going to be Instrument of Freedom. Yeah, they got ranged touch attack here as well. And again, some serious fun to be had here. So it's up to you. If you want another race spell, or spell-like ability, Close to the Heavens, or Instrument of Freedom, are solid choices. However, what we're going to do is go for a bit of fun for a couple reasons. One, I like this ability, the illusions on myself, a mirror image, if you will, is a solid buff. You can use it multiple times a day. Again, it's not going to be a perfect mirror image in that we don't get like up to 8 different images around us. We only get like 3. It's still helpful and will keep us alive a little bit longer. And then at level 2, down here, once we get Mythic Rank 2, we unlock this ability where all our skills, and I mean all of them, get a +3 bonus across the board. That, again, is going to be amazing. That's going to be extremely valuable for this build because we are a skill monkey build. So that's why we're doing a bit of fun. So, again, a solid upgrade. From here, what are we going to grab for our first mythic ability? Well, there's a laundry list of things that we could get. And, again, based on timing of when you get these things, some of this stuff is going to shuffle around and shift. But I do like the top one here, Abundant Casting, for a reason. You will have 2 different spell books here before too long. And all of them will get all to level 6. One of them will even get to level 7. So Abundant Casting will work on levels 1, 2, and 3 for both spell books. And Improved Abundant Casting, which is something we will get, but very late in the build, will work for levels 5, 6, and 7. Or sorry, 4, 5, and 6 for both spell books. So that's 12, 24, 48 free spells a day. And remember, you're a spontaneous caster, which means I can cast 4 of the same spells, one of each of the 4 spells, in that spell list, or you pick and choose as you need. That's the beauty of these types of builds. I love the spontaneous casters for this reason. And abundant casting just makes them, gravy on top. Okay, now, again, we're going to go level 6 and double up on that. So level 6, what are we going to grab? We're going to get ourselves those points there and there. Again, 2 points to spend. And okay, we'll see what's coming up here. I'm okay dumping them into stealth. We got some sneak attack love going on right now. It doesn't hurt to have stealth go up a little bit more. Going on. What are we going to grab at this one? This is the one where I'm going to grab Outflank. Outflank is another one where if you have someone next to you, again, solo tactics working for me, I get a bonus to my flanking. Everyone gets a bonus to flanking naturally, a +2. So if you are meleeing in the front ranks with a sword and board and you got someone next to you that's, like a dual dagger wielding son of a bitch, and you're all fighting the same guy because you're flanking him, everyone gets a +2 to that swing. This increases it to a +4. So a bonus to my armor now, thanks to my picking back-to-back, and now a bonus to my swing for having you next to me. So again, I love my team loves me. This is a solid upgrade. Level 2 spell, for level 6, we're going to grab Inflict Moderate Wounds, right here. And you may say, it doesn't do as much damage as Bone Shaker. And you would be right and wrong all at the same time. Bone Shaker is a solid one, 3d6 of damage, plus 1d6 for every 2 caster levels. So at level 20, you'd add a 10d6 onto that bastard. So it could be 13d6 of damage. Certainly that's way better than this lame sauce Inflict Moderate Wounds, 2d8, maximum of +10 on top of that. That's weak. However, this is a touch attack. This is auto hit. And you may say, well, that sounds better already. At range, I can blast somebody. Sure, there's nothing wrong with that. However, because we can do sneak attack, remember your touch attacks get sneak attack too. And this is why I want this one. Okay, now we got Divine Fortune, and again, just to showcase, showcase what that means. At level 6, remember we got that ability kick in here. So now here's our Divine Fortune. This is the one where we get to use it for, I want to say half your rounds. Yeah, so 6 would be 3 rounds a day. I can activate that ability and just show it to you, just so you can see what I'm talking about. So just rest all to recharge everything. Close that back down. It's this guy right here. So if I activate that, boom, pause it. That's my bit of luck. And I got 3 rounds to use it. So 18 seconds, where I literally get to basically have advantage on all my rolls. Literally, anytime I roll a 1d20, I roll twice and take the better of the result. I have advantage. Boom, for 3 fucking rounds. That's amazing, especially if you're attacking. So think about that. Remember, every attack is going to be a 1d20. So having a chance to roll twice on that, that's going to be sweet, right? So I'm just saying, so there's reasons to want these things, right? So now notice, we also have Mythic Rank, level 2. Again, Mythic Hero for us, again. So again, this is a guess that we're getting this around level 6, probably later, honestly speaking. But what are we going to grab here? Well, we're already weapon finessing. I thought maybe weapon finesse, not weapon focus, weapon finesse would be a nice upgrade. This allows us with any, and I mean any, weapon that is literally weapon finessable, that I'm capable of wielding. We're now using our dexterity for damage. Remember, we've been swinging as a terrible -2 to our damage because our strength is a 6. Now we have a dexterity of 18. That's a +4 to our swing, but it's still a -2 to our damage because again of the low strength. Well, now it goes from a -2 to a +4. We just increased our damage output by 6 goddamn points per hit. You can see the appeal here. So this is a solid upgrade for us. Notice we also, just to point it out to you here in the Mythic Path, we unlock Creative Approach. Remember, that's our +3 to all our skills. So again, you can see Athletics. Here's our +3. Here's our Mobility, another +3. Okay, Stealth is doing real good now. Perception is fucking crushing it. Shit, I saw a 20. Hell, Knowledge World is doing real well at a 17. And again, we're doing well, but we can obviously go better. So how do we go better? Well, here's where we go crazy. Now this is 7 and 3. We'll have to do the 7 one first. Then we have to go back into the tooltip and change something here just to show you. At level 7, what are we going to pick? We're going to grab ourselves a feat. Let's grab our points in here and here. And I'll take 3 points to put them into what's coming up. No, that's a ways away. I'm going to do Arcana, Lore Nature, and Lore Religion. Okay. Now, we get a feat at this level. So what are we going to get for a feat? Well, I'm going to recommend a Spell Focus. It's a little weird, and we're not going to be able to use it right now. but it's coming down the pipe real quick. Spell Focus, Illusion. Okay, you're an illusionist. Remember, you're a gnome. You already got a +1 to the DC check thanks to being a gnome. This will give us a +2 now. Then we'll get another one. They'll get the greater Spell Focus Illusion. They'll get us a +3. And then we'll pick the Mythic ability called Spell Focus Mythic Illusion. That'll double those bonuses. So we'll get a +1 for being a gnome and 4 more for Spell Focus and greater Spell Focus Illusion. So that's going to be a +5 to our Illusion Spells DC check. Okay, and again, that's going to be coming from the Trickery Spellbook. That's where you're actually getting those spells. Level 1 spell we're going to pick up at this level is going to be one that people bitch about all the time. True Strike. There's a reason. Method behind the madness. I'll explain it once we get there. It has to do with the 3rd mythic rank. But True Strike is going to be amazing, and trust me when I say you're going to love it. Then we're going to get 2 more spells. Cure Serious Wounds is the first option. Remember, as soon as you open that new spell level, if there's a cure spell, we want it. So Cure Serious Wounds. Then what else are we going to grab? Well, how about we get some ray spells up in his house? Searing Light, bitch. Time to burn their faces off. And remember, this does different damage depending on the type of bad guy. Is it a regular bad guy? That's the 1d8 for every 2 caster levels, so the maximum is 5d8 for us. Is it an undead? That's 10d6 maximum. Again, 1d6 per caster level, so you can see the appeal here. If it's a construct, it does, again, even less damage, but at least it'll hurt the bastard at 1d6 for every 2 caster levels. Again, maximum of 5d6. So again, it just depends on what we're beaming in the face, but it is a ranged touch attack, and therefore sneak attack is applicable. So is critting, by the way. That's going to be important later as well. Okay, now, before we do this one, notice how I don't have the Trickery. This would be when you would unlock it. You would have it unlocked by this point in the game, but to do it, we have to cheat. So we go to level up here. You click this button here that says Ignore Class and Feat Restrictions. And then click this thing about half a dozen times because it's glitchy. Do that, close that down, then pick it. So pick it. Yeah, see? It's totally glitchy. So you gotta finesse it. You gotta turn it off, turn it back on, you turn it off, turn it back on. It's just a pain in the butt. Like so. How about now? Oh, come on. Don't be that way. You're being the butt. Well, actually, you know what? Let's actually do something quick. Let's do a quick save and reload. Maybe that'll be enough to solve this little glitch. It does glitch like this a lot. But again, it's only a one and done. Once we do it, it'll be fine. There it is. Trickster. Okay. Once we do this, notice, because we've unlocked everything, we have everything, and that we shouldn't. So I'm not picking something here that would be a legitimate pick. It has to be something that would make sense, that we have to actually be able to pick it. So legitimate pick at this point. So what are we going to grab for this one? Let's see, this would be our 3rd level. I'm going to grab something called Enduring Spells. This would be something that anyone could grab that has spells, and and at this point we would have spells, because even if you weren't a spellcaster, you are now, because you have a Trickster Spellbook. So Enduring Spells is viable for anybody at this point. But I'm still picking it for a reason. It's a good one to have. It's not the best one to have. But for what I want to do, I want to be able to buff myself in a way where some of those, 5, 10, 20-minute buffs will last me all day. So a 24-hour buff, I would love those. So Enduring Spells is one step on the road to that progress. Then from there, this is where the fun happens. Notice you have these things called Mythic Tricks. Okay, Mythic Tricks, we got 8 of them. We got 4 of the improved Mythic Tricks, and 2 of the greater Mythic Tricks. Now currently, there's only 2 greater Mythic Tricks that you can take. So I've built around that. To get that, before level 7 here of your Mythic rank, so basically at this level 6, you can take the Mythic Trick and the improved Mythic Trick from the same guy, back to back. It's Knowledge World. Here, so Knowledge World 1, Knowledge World 2, Knowledge World 3 at level 7. If he's not doing that one, the only other choice would be to do Lore Nature. And again, you can do it here, Lore Nature 1, Lore Nature 2, and then eventually Lore Nature 3. Now, some people would swear by Lore Nature 3. I'm going to get it, but I'm going to get it way the hell down here. You'll see why. I'll show you what they do, and I'll explain why for this build we need to get the Knowledge World up to Knowledge World 3 as soon as possible. It's part of the build, part of the reason for the build. But what are we going to take? Well, first let's talk about the 8. Okay, so with the Mythic Tricks that we're going to take, we're not going to take Athletics, we're not going to take Trickery, we're not going to take, where's that? Mobility. So let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So out of the 11, 3 we can't take. Those are the 3 I just listed. Again, Athletics is garbage for me, Mobility is garbage for me, and Trickery is garbage for me. And you may say, is that because you have low skills? Yes and no. I could buff any of those. Like mobility could be through the fucking roof. There's nothing wrong with that. But what it provides us is not of interest to me. So let's just show you what we have. Athletics, you'd have to do a lot of athletics checks, which means you'd probably want a strength-based build, and it certainly want to have at least 20 points by the end of the build in athletics so that you can have the best athletics check possible. This will allow you to break out of shit like spells and conditions. You know, like someone poisons your ass, that's a debilitating condition of some kind. And you would be able to actually break out of that, as weird as it is. Like a curse, things of that nature. It sounds like that's what it does anyway. And it gets better at rank 2. Now notice these ones can only go to rank 2. The only two that, again, go to rank 3 are Knowledge World and Lore Nature. This one right here. So these two are the only two on the list that can actually get Greater Mythic Trick currently. I'm assuming they'll put another version in there for rank 3, and what those do, Jesus Christ, I have no idea. But that's going to be amazing when that game gets released and they change that up, because this may totally change this build. But it's so far, it's solid, and I'm happy with the way it turned out. What was the other ones do? So mobility, if we got it, instead of this, when you have that mobility icon, it's a little blue circle or a button that you click and it's a toggle, so it got a little green light that circles around it, basically to let you know that it's on. That's mobility. That's literally something you would activate if you want to move and weave in and out of combat without people attacking you. Well, the downside of mobility on is it actually makes you move slower. And just like this says here in the tooltip, it actually does the opposite. This allows you to increase your speed instead of lower your speed. So, yay, I guess. I don't know. Maybe if you want to weave in and out of combat, this could be amazing. And mobility rank 2 does something, I don't know, interesting, I guess. Well, I'll show it to you. But by and large, it's kind of shit. Same with athletics level 2. It's good. It's just not good for what I want. Then same with trickery. Again, this one's weird in that it basically gives you dispel magic where you can cast it on the ground or on a target, basically a person, and do basically a dispel magic effect, but instead of it being dispel magic, it's a trickery check. Again, massive penalty, which means you'd probably want to have a lot of dexterity. We do. And a lot of trickery. We don't. So, again, why I'm passing on it, okay? Everything else we are going to get. Again, not athletics, not mobility, and not trickery. Everything else we're going to get at least at rank 1. Now, the question becomes then what to grab at this level. Well, at level 3, the one I want is this one called Perception. And it's just also part of the build. It's not that I need Perception now. I need it because I'm going to get Perception level 2 here. Again, I could grab it here and here. Perception 1 and Perception 2. That is viable. But for what this one does, I'm kind of cool with this. Notice this. We have See Invisibility always on our character at this point. At level 3 Mythic rank, which is pretty early in the game, I can always see invisible. And, keep reading, can now find hidden items in unexpected places. And it doesn't specify what the fuck that means. But I would have to assume, since they put it in here, this means there's hidden shit in the game where I have a better chance of finding it, or I'm the only one on the team that could find it because I have Perception rank 1. So, that's hidden shit. I want hidden shit. Don't you want hidden shit? Okay, maybe not shit, but definitely hidden magic. I want that stuff. Find that shit for me. So here's Perception 1 rank. That's why we're doing that one. We could just as easily go out and infuse Magic Device. And this is a solid one too. We'll get to it. Trust me, we're grabbing all of them, like I said, except for the 3 I pointed out. But I like Perception as soon as possible. It's the same reason I max Perception on every build. If I only have one fucking skill point, the skill point is going into Perception. Let's just fucking say it. Because you have to see the traps. You have to find the hidden doors. You have to find the hidden loot. You want to find all those things, don't you? Then everyone on your party should have Perception to 20 by the end of their build. Without fail. I don't fucking care what you're building for. You can at least spare 1 point in Perception. Everyone gets at least 1 skill point at every level. So might as well put it into Perception. That's what I would do for everybody, minimum. Okay, now notice we have a new spellbook. So on that new spellbook, again, I have picked the spells in advance. Remember, we've just unlocked Spell Focus Illusion not too long ago, right? Here's our first illusion spell. Oops. Color Spray. Okay? It's good from start to finish. Doesn't have a HD cap like some spells, like Sleep, for example, is a shit spell for that reason. This one doesn't have an HD cap. It goes up to 5 or more HD, and you can still stun motherfuckers. If they have 50 goddamn HD, I can still stun you. It just means that, you know, it's harder, because again, you probably got a good will save. But I'm buffing my spell focus and greater spell focus for illusion, so I get a bonus there. I'm a gnome, so I get a bonus there. And I'm going to get spell focus mythic for illusion, which gives me another +2. So I'm going to get a +5 to all my illusion spells, including this one for the DC check by the end of the build. This is solid. And again, you will appreciate this. This is a solid crowd control spell. What else are we going to grab? How about we get something that ignores spell resistance? Not that it's a problem for me. I'm going to be a full caster. I'll be level 20 by the end of the build. I'm not worried about the demons and their spell resistance. I do know, though, I'd like to hit a motherfucker, and I do like to hit him with ray spells. And, oh, look at that. This is with all those things. No spell resistance. A ranged touch attack or raise spell proper. Cold damage, different elemental type, I'm cool with that. And even if they make the save, they still take full damage. This is sneak attackable. This is critable. This is an amazing spell. If you can get Snowball, this is a spell I always swear by. The other spell we're going to get after Snowball is the one that's going to give us some extra armor and give a better chance to hit. Reduce person. And you may say, wasn't this available on the other side, on the Inquisitor side? I don't remember, but I know that the other side has Expeditious Retreat. We're not going to pick that on the Inquisitor spellbook. We are going to pick it on this spellbook. And that's why it's important that I show you which spells I'm picking when. Because you're like, oh, I want Expeditious Retreat. If you can wait a little bit, trust me, I will get it for you. But it's going to be on the Trickster spellbook. Because there's more important things to grab on the Inquisitor side, in my opinion. Okay? Now, before we go further, we want to shut this off. So that we don't have that penalty, that weirdness where it's saying, oh, you can have everything. Access to all feats. No, you can't, you lying bastard. So stop doing that to me. So here we're going to go to 8 and 4. And again, this is probably wrong, but I have no way of proving this to myself anytime soon. And I'm not going to go through the game just to milestone marker that stuff. We'll make it work as things progress. But at level 8 is going to happen at some point. So here it is. Notice that these are all my points at this point are going into intelligence. Skill-wise, the two that always go up, knowledge, world, perception. Now we have 2. Where are we going to put them? Well, what did we just unlock? Perception. So again, we're fine there. We haven't unlocked anything else as far as, like being really good at stealth or being really good at use magic device or anything like that. Persuasion is always of value, and you do have a kingdom, so I have no problem bumping that up a little bit right now. Now this is our first chance to get a Slayer talent. Talented Slayer ability is what they call it. So what does this mean? This is a laundry list of shit in here that we can actually have access to. Notice there's some stuff that we will never get access to, like improved uncanny dodge and shit like that. But if you look at all this other weird shit, there's some really good stuff up in here. Having said that, there's better than that. There's this cool combat style feat. Notice all these combat styles. These are things that like a ranger would have access to, and you do not need to meet the minimum requirements. So for example, if I do like menacing, Cornigan Smash and Shattered Defenses are available at level 6. Dazzling Display, Power Attack, and Intimidating Prowess are available at level 2. Obviously, we have access to many of those things early. But I can get those without needing a specific requirement. For example, if I wanted Power Attack on this build, I can go into Menacing, and it'll be waiting for me right here. I have no strength, but it'll still let me pick it. This is the stupidest idea ever. I'm just saying that it's available. Notice that if we do Archery, look at the cool shit in this one. If you go to Archery and highlight it this way, you'll see we can get point blank shot or precise shot or a rapid shot. All solid choices. I'm grabbing precise shot right now, might as well just grab it. But keep reading. The 6th level, what they mean is down here. Because again, when they mean 6th level, they mean for an actual Slayer. We are not a Slayer. We're a Sanctified Slayer. So our next upgrade, the improved precise shot, the point blank master, and mini shot will become available down here, these guys, and then at the very end we'll unlock the last ability, which is improved critical, which I think we'll unlock here, but we'll probably grab that before we get to that point. Point is, we're getting some cool shit. Precise shot, again, without needing point blank shot, I'm happy to take that now. And we are a ray caster, so again, ray spells at point blank range. It's going to be annoying that we don't get that bonus, but now we don't have that -4 penalty on the attack roll. We still suffer, and here's the problem with the Raycaster build, is casting a spell at point-blank range means that they will poke you in the face. It's an attack of opportunity. We got a way around that, and it's this bastard right up here at the 6th level that says point-blank master. If we get point-blank master Ray, we can attack with Ray spells at point-blank fucking range, and they don't get an attack of opportunity. Now, yes, it's going to be late in the goddamn build, but you know what? I'd rather have it than not, and that's why we're going this route. What spell are we going to grab here? This one. So this is, where are we at? Level 8? I think we are at level 8. Yeah, Archery, Precise Shot. There we go. I'm going to grab Magical Vestment. It's a solid upgrade for our armor. We can wear armor, light and medium armor, and robes. And robes work, by the way. So you can, like it says, an outfit of regular clothing counts as armor. So we can literally get a +1 all the way up to a +5 by the end of our build to our armor class for many, many hours. And again, with enduring spells, which we already have, this automatically turns into a 24-hour buff. Okay, now we're going to go to Mythic rank 4, which is Trickster again. And Trickster from this point forward. What we're going to grab here. This is the reason that I wanted, not too long ago, we unlocked True Strike. And we're going to grab this ability called Sorcerer's Reflex. This turns out it does work. And I think the trick that wasn't working for me is you actually be a spontaneous caster. It doesn't say that in the tooltip, but it does work for me, and I am a spontaneous caster. As an Inquisitor, I am. As a Trickster, that's a spontaneous spellbook as well. So this does work. And this works very, very well. Only in the first combat round. But now, if I really need to hit something, like the fight starts and I wasn't fucking prepared, I got a spell I can buff with and still attack. If I have all that going for me and I really just want to hit that main motherfucker and make sure I hit him for some sneak attack love, because I cannot afford to miss, True Strike. Swift action, automatic, level 1, or sorry, first round, and boom, walk over there and just boom, sneak attack for some full fucking damage. You're going to love having Sorceress Reflex on this build. What are we going to grab here? Remember, this is our Mythic Trick and Improved Mythic Trick. What are we going to grab after that? So now we're going to grab Infuse Magic Device. Notice how it's got a fancy name instead of just being Use Magic Device rank 1. Use Magic Device rank 2. They gave it a fancy name. I'm assuming they probably do the same for all these, because this is actually very cool the way they say it. But what does this one do? This one allows us to take any wand, any scroll, any potion, and we add our Mythic rank to the caster level of said item. That's huge. This alone makes me want to make the Grenadier build that I talked about, or a Scroll Savant, or a Sword Saint, and get Infused Magic Device for those bastards, because they'll have access to like some really good wands and scrolls and potions that they can be 10 more caster levels on top of what they already naturally were. That shit's money. This is an amazing build now for any of those 3 builds I mentioned. And why those 3? Well, Grenadier, because they're going to be potion experts. And again, they'd be able to cast a potion as if they were level 20. Add this to it, it'd be level 30. Right? Wait, there's more. They also have Extend Potion, so if they get that as well, it would be 30 times 2. So it'd be a level 60 caster level as far as duration is concerned for those potions. What does that mean? Think about a haste spell that's a haste potion that you're chugging. That's 1 round per caster level. Times that by 60. Tell me that shit ain't fucking a sexy number right there. And remember, potions, like scrolls, like wands, work with things like, where is it? Enduring spells and greater enduring spells. So if you ever wanted to get a potion guy that's capable of fucking like perma haste, well, not perma, 24-hour a day haste with nothing but a potion, poof, here you go. How about greater invisibility that lasts for 24 fucking hours, and all you have to do is have a potion to hand to this guy. Here you go. If you want to have divine power, which you can get in a potion form, and have that last for 24 fucking hours, here you go. This is an amazing upgrade. This here is just broken beyond all measure. And this is just a level 1 ranked thing. That's awesome. What else are we going to grab? Because again, we said we get Mythic rank 2. Well, are we going to grab Reuse Magic Device? Yes, we are. Not right now. So let's talk about what it gives us and talk about why I'm not going to get it. The Reuse Magic Device allows you to use wands now, and now they never lose their charge. So if you thought that one, again, the Infused Magic Device was awesome for not only the Scroll Savant, because remember, it works on scrolls, the potion guy for an alchemist build. Remember I said Sword Saint. Remember, there's the Magus have an access to this thing called Magus Arcana. That gives them the ability to do things like become a wand wielder or wand mastery. There's 2 separate Magus Arcana called wand wielder, wand mastery. If you get both of those, you're allowed to wield a wand as if it were your spell. And I'm like, well, of course, it's a wand. That's what wands do. No, remember, they can channel spells through their fucking weapon, like a touch attack, like a shocking grasp, for example. And again, if it's from a wand, normally they couldn't do it. But if you're a wand wielder, you can. If you're a wand master, which is another Magus Arcana they can grab, if you get that one, the caster, sorry, not the caster level, the DC check, there we go, of the wand is normally set at the lowest possible DC check it would have to be able to cast that spell. For a frame of reference, let's go for a fireball spell from a wand. Okay, it's a level 3 spell. What would the DC check be? It would be 10 base plus 3, because the level of the spell, that's 13. Well, what level of intelligence, let's say you're a wizard, what level of intelligence would you need to cast a level 3 spell? An intelligence of 13. That's a +1 modifier. So 10 plus 3 plus 1, that's 14. That would be the DC check of your wand. Okay, a fireball wand. Garbage. It's fucking shit. But if you're a wand master, you can now replace that minimum, that +1 I just mentioned a moment ago, with whatever your caster stat is. Again, a Sword Saint would be all about intelligence. Get their intelligence to a solid fucking 24 by the end of the build. That's a +7, not +1. And you can see the appeal. And now throw them the ability to use wands where they never run out of fucking charges. Shocking Grasp all day, baby. Get yourself some Vampiric Touch wands. And again, all you have to do is have 1 charge left. So until you unlock this, those builds can be fucking money. Just don't use up all your wands. Get him all the way down to one charge left and put it in your backpack and never touch it again. Why? Because the minute you get this, he becomes, or she becomes the wand guy. And you're just going to fucking love it. Like fireball, fireball, fireball. Just having all kinds of fucking fun. It gives more than just this, though. It gives you also the ability, supposedly, of being able to use any magical item possible, regardless of requirements. That's a bullshit lie. Either that's broken, or I'm not understanding what it's trying to tell me here. Because I tried to use a wand that I shouldn't have the ability to use, and it still let me do a use magic device check. I assumed that this would replace use magic device. Apparently that is not the case. Now maybe they mean like a piece of gear, like a piece of clothing, that only a monk could use, for example, and I'm not a monk. Well, maybe that would take that requirement away. And again, if that's the case, fucking cool. This could, again, really make a sword saint fucking just shine. Magical items up to fucking yin yang, man. Just having all kinds of fucking fun, whipping out all kinds of shit you shouldn't be able to do. You can see the appeal of the Trickster build now. And again, as powerful and as cool as all that is, why the fuck aren't you getting it? It's because I got this one right here. What does Perception Rank 2 give you then, Brother Mutant? Well, look at this. You automatically detect creatures who attempt to stealth. It's not even see and viz, son. It is, I'm trying to stealth. No, you're not. I fucking see you. I'm pointing right at you, motherfucker. I can see you, dude. Literally, there's never any, I'm flat-footed because you stealth. Because I fucking see them all. Now, the teammates may have problems with it, but fuck them. I'm the special little snowflake here. I gotta see the motherfucker so I can hit them with my cool little daggers or my spells. So here you go. And then keep reading. And this is the real crux of the build. Well, one of two things that make this build amazing. You also notice more about yourself and your companions. Keep reading. Allowing both them and you from now on to take feats from a special trickster list. This is going to be new feats that are available to you and you alone, simply because you have Perception Rank 2. It's not amazing, but it's going to be amazing. Trust me when I say it. Trust me, it's there. I'll show it to you. What spell are we going to get here? Now, remember, this is our Trickster spell book. So what are we going to grab here at this point? I'm going to grab Grease for some crowd control. We're not done. Then at level 2, we have 2 spells, and I'm going to grab 2 spells that help me. 1, Mirror Image. Now, you may say, you already got like a Mirror Image, kind of. Maybe give 3 illusory duplicates for blah, blah, blah amount of time because of your luck, whatever. Yeah. Or, yeah, a bit of luck, I think is what it is. A bit of fun. So, sure, there's that, but I like having the full-fledged version, the one that gives me up to 8 images around me. That's awesome. So this is nice to have on tap, and it's an illusion spell, that's not the reason. And the next spell that we're going to grab is also a nice upgrade for us in Find Traps. It's not an attack spell, nothing fancy and flashy here. But remember, bonus to perception, why not have another bonus to perception when we're trying to find traps? That sounds like an awesome idea for me. And again, with enduring spells, this will not get right now to high enough to be 24-hour day buff. But if we get greater enduring spells, this can be you wake up in the morning, find traps. Poof! 24 hours, I'm looking for traps all day long, all day strong. Fucking amazing, right? Moving on. And of course, new spells, by the way. We'll show you those when we get done with the build. Okay, so now that's that part. Where we at? I always routinely, you'll see me do this just to rest up to see the numbers come back, just because it bugs me to see all those zeros. So here, level 9. We're not going to do 9 and 5. We're going to do 10 and 5, 12 and 6, every even number at this point. And again, this is probably completely fucking bogus and wrong. But you get the general feel of what we're shooting for here. So, what we're going to grab now. Sanctified Slayer level 9. We're going to get ourselves another feat. First, let's get these points in here and here and here. And 3 points more to spend. What we're going to spend it on? Let's get some use magic device and persuasion. Remember, we do have infused magic device now, so we're probably trying to use those things a little more. So use magic device check is going to happen. So how does that work? Let's actually talk about that real quick. What is a use magic device check? If it's a piece of gear, like a wand or scroll, that I can't use the spell naturally, like the spell isn't part of my list. And I don't mean a spell that I did pick. I mean a spell that I could pick. Remember, I just showed you a laundry list of spells that I didn't want that one, I didn't want that one, that one's useless, that one's garbage, I don't care about that one. But there's still spells that I could have taken. I can use those wands and those scrolls without any penalty. There's no use magic device check, you just cast it, baby. But if it's a spell that I don't have access to ever, whether we're talking the Trickster spell book or my Inquisitor spell book, right? Then that means I need to do a use magic device check on that scroll or that wand. What is that? Normally, and somehow it's broken. I don't understand why this is a new thing. Maybe they changed the rule on me. But it used to be in Kingmaker, you would roll a 1d20, and what you would need to pass the check, you would need to cast the spell level plus 20. So if it's like a level 9 scroll, it'd be 20 plus 9. So it'd be a 29 you need to roll. Well, obviously a 1d20 is never going to get to 29. That's why you also get to add this modifier, this plus 10. So you can see I'm able right now of rolling a 19 and this plus 10 on top of it gets me to 29. That's every spell in the game, ideally, if that's true. But now lately I've noticed that the use magic device check seems to be lower. Now maybe it's because it was a wand versus a scroll. I actually didn't look into it. So we'll actually check that out here before this video is over. But know that I'm going to get this number to a decent number. Like I said, this is going to finish at an 8 here. So it's going to go 5 more points higher on this end. And of course, we're going to get gear that busts our charisma, I'm assuming. So that 15 is going to be closer to a 20 more than you think. And then, of course, we can cast spells like heroism and greater heroism and blah, blah, blah. Pushing all our skills even higher, higher, higher. So you can see the appeal here. But again, we are going to be doing use magic device checks. And again, with the Infuse magic device, which is the one we just picked up, rank 1. That does allow us to add our caster level to potions, to wands, to scrolls. So now potions that were garbage, that were like 1 minute of use and that was it. Maybe it was like a +2 to your armor class. Now we can get maybe like 5, 6, 7, 12, 20 minutes out of the damn thing. And we can get that armor bonus from a +2 all the way up to maybe a +5. You can see the appeal. So what are we going to grab here, this level 9 Slayer? So what we got? We got another greater spell focus illusion. Remember, illusion's kind of our thing now. We don't have a lot of them, but we're going to get them, and we might as well build for it ahead of time. Now we got a teamwork feat. What we're going to grab for our teamwork feat, we're going to grab ourselves this one called Allied Spellcaster. Let me show you why. Whenever you are adjacent to an ally who has this feat, again, we always do as long as we're just next to a teammate, thanks to solo tactics, we receive a +2 bonus on concentration checks, so less likely to fail on our spell casting, right? If someone smacks me in the face while I'm trying to cast a spell, it distracts me. That's what a concentration check does. So a bonus to that, so I don't lose my spell. And keep reading. And the level checks made to overcome spell resistance. So basically this is like spell pen +2. That's what spell pen gives you. It's a +2 to spell penetration, so your check against spell resistance. That's a nice bonus. So I'll happily take that one. What spells we're going to grab at this level? We're going to get one, we already buffed our armor. It's time to buff our weapon, greater magic weapon. And again, hour-long buffs, thanks to enduring spells, which we already have, will become 24 hours before too long, as a matter of fact, immediately. So these 2 buffs, you wake up in the morning, you cast this one and cast that one. If you have a good weapon and a good piece of gear to put it on, like a clothes or armor, whatever, and shield, by the way, you can get yourself a solid buff to your armor twice and a solid buff to your weapon for 24 goddamn hours. Definitely worth having. Going. Now, here's where we have some fun and go 10 and 5. What we get for level 10? Nothing. Just to show it to you. I mean, we get more sneak attack and we get more spells, but we're not getting anything fancy. We are unlocking new spells, though. So make sure you get your points in here and here. 2 points to spend. Let's grab them in Ultra Con and Stealth. Sure, why not? What are we going to grab here? Well, for our spell, this one, I want to get some delayed poison at this point. We already got resist energy. We got lesser restoration. Those are the 2 I really gave a shit about. But these are the 3. The immunity to anything makes you extremely powerful. Anyone that's watched my videos in the past where I'm picking spells knows my love for immunity to anything, whether it's cold, poison, diseases. I can always capitalize on that shit somehow with other spells. This is a fine example. A fine example is there's 2 spells in the game at least that are poison clouds that they key off of being poison, and again, having delayed poison on you or anyone else on your team makes them immune to the effects. So that means you can cast that shit at your feet and hide in the fucking cloud, penalizing the bad guys. What 2 spells are they? Stinking Cloud, which we're about to get for free as a Trickster, and Cloud Kill, which we're not going to get technically as a Trickster, but we're kind of going to. Trust me when I say it'll make sense when I give it to you. But you definitely want to delay poison. Now, we get 2 more spells at level 4. New spell list. So again, you know what you're grabbing. You're getting a cure spell, so you better grab it now. What else are we going to grab? Well, there's a laundry list of shit in here, and again, no right or wrong answer, but know that I'm going to get like Stone Skin and Restoration. I'm going to grab myself Freedom of Movement. You may say get Greater Invis. I can get that from the Trickster Path. So again, I don't want to waste it here. It's not that it's a bad choice, but then there's really nothing for me to pick on the Trickster Path at that same level, so I'm going to have to shy away from it for the time being. It's still fine. Man, there's potions and wands and shit. We'll have Greater Invis up to Yin Yang. I ain't worried about that. But I will need it eventually. That's why I'm skipping by it, though. But Divine Power, even though it's not a strength-based build, this is a nice bonus to your swing. Remember, that's a luck bonus to your attacks, luck bonus to your weapon damage, strength checks, so our athletic skill check went up. If we had to like break something where it's only our strength, remember our strength sucks. It's a 6. It's a -2. This could give us a +6 on top of that -2, so we'll bring us up to at least a +4. It's like saying I have a strength of 18, technically speaking. It's not really, but it's close enough for me. It's like good enough for government work, good enough for me kind of thing. And again, this is an amazing spell. Just doesn't last very long. Death Ward, another amazing spell. Well, what one am I going to grab, Brother Mutant? Well, I'm going to get myself Freedom of Movement. I hate being paralyzed. And now, notice at the level that we're at, we can get this for more than an hour a day. Again, thanks to enduring spells, this becomes 24-hour day buff. Cast it on me, cast it on my other caster, and at least the two of us all day long, all day strong. Never a problem. Gotta love it. Okay, notice we're getting a mythic rank for Trickster. Again, total guess, probably wrong. What are we going to pick though at this level? I'm going to grab myself something called Impossible Domain. Read this little bastard. So Impossible Domain allows us to pick, and this may be a bug, so just be aware of this part. It allows us to pick any other domain we want. And we get the full benefit of that domain. Now the downside for us is, again, we don't get the domain spells. Remember, you are not a cleric, you're an Inquisitor. But you see the Storm Burst and the Lightning Lord, I get both of those things, assuming I'm level 1 and level 8, which obviously I am. I can get both of those things if I so choose. That's on me. I'm not going to grab that one. Which one am I going to grab? Well, I can't tell you which one to grab. Again, I like Rune Domain. It's pretty fun because I love the 4 different elemental types of runes that basically like magic bombs that you put on the ground. The bad guys walk into it and they boom, they take acid or fire or cold or electric damage. The Warding Rune, in theory, is good, but it's broken. It doesn't work right. But there's some other good ones in here, like the Healing Domain. Why not have empowered healing spells for free? Rebuke Death. It allows you to heal your teammates once they go down to 0 or less hit points. Basically allows you to bring them back from the dead without wasting your actual healing spells. Sure, there's some shit in here that's of value, and there's other ones that people would swear by. A fine one is like Community is a decent one, I want to say. What was the other one? Glory might be a good one. I know there's another good one. Liberation is a decent choice. Nobility is another one that people swear by. And again, there's good stuff in here. Well, which one am I going to grab then is the question. Well, I'm going to grab one called Darkness. Why Darkness? Well, let's show you what it gives you. Touch of Darkness at level 1, which I already am. I get a melee touch attack. We're already good at that. Weapon Finesse, baby. You can cause a creature's vision to be fraught with shadows and darkness. The creature touched treats all other creatures as if they had concealment. 20% mischance. Basically blur. For me and my team against that one guy I touched. Okay. How long does it last, you may ask? This effect lasts for a number of rounds equal to half of the level which gave it to you. So again, I'm level 10 or 11 right now. So that'd be 5 rounds that basically my team would have effectively blur from that one son of a bitch. That's okay. And I'm happy to get it. We get multiple castings of that in a day. Now, what else do we get at level 8? Which again, I'm already level 10 plus, so I should have this too. I get a race spell, baby, called Moonfire. That alone makes me want to pick it. Keep reading. You can shoot a blast of divine moonlight from your eyes as a ranged touch attack against a single target within 30 feet. How much damage does that do? Well, let's find out, class. Moonfire deals 1d8 points of damage per 2 levels of the class that gave it to you. So right now I'm level 10. That's 5d8 of damage as a raid spell. That's not bad. And I'm going to have multiple castings, as you'll see here in a day. But keep reading. The target is dazzled for 1 round per level in the class that gave it to you. So again, I dazzled them. What's dazzle? It's like a -1 to their swing and -1 to their perception, which is helpful, I suppose. But the -1 to their swing, basically giving us extra armor, technically speaking. But keep reading. Moonfire does more damage, 1d10 per level, if it's used against lycanthropes. So we get those werewolves, were-rat motherfuckers, which I haven't seen in the game yet, but you gotta figure demons, man. Right? Right? I mean, come on, right? Lycanthropes, gotta be there. 1d10 per level, so by the end of the build, there'll be 20d10 of damage against lycanthropes. 10d8 against everybody else, and it is a ray spell, ranged touch attack, which we already have. Weapon focus ray, remember, we're going to be point blank master ray, so I can do it at point blank range here before too long and not have any problems with it. And, wait for it, it is a touch attack, so sneak attack and crits are applicable. You can use this once per day at level 8, which I already am, 1 additional time per day every 4 levels beyond 8. So 1 at 8, then at 12, then at 16, then at 20. So up to 4 times a day, eventually we'll get that. That's why I'm grabbing this one. And again, there should be a way to unlock these free spells. I'll show that to you. It's broken, it doesn't work. But, again, you got to figure bug report, right? But sleep Blindness, Vampiric Touch, Innervation, Mind Fog, Umbral Strike, Power Word Blind, Shadow Evocation, the greater version, and Polar Midnight. Well, of course, we're not going to get those last three, because that would be level 7, 8, and 9 spells. But everything up to Umbral Strike, we would. And I don't care about sleep. Blindness would be fun. Vampiric Touch, I'm good at melee touch attacks, and I'd like some extra health. Fuck it, why not? And I get sneak attack on that shit. So that'd be even more fun. Innervation, that's a ray spell, baby. Mind Fog, that's a fucking amazing spell, especially if we're trying to do illusions, because that's a penalty to their mind effects. The will saves. So Mind Fog is amazing for that. And then Umbral Strike's another ray spell. So serious fun to have here. If I could get all those free spells that I could get, the 6 of them out of the 9 here, I'd fucking love it. What are we gonna grab here? Remember, we always get a mythic trick at every level. So what are we going to grab at this one? So this is, I'm going to grab something that's going to help us be stealthy. Stealth 1. What is it going to give us? You slip into a shadow at any time. You can enter stealth during combat as a move action. This stealth is not broken by a single enemy detecting you. So remember when you're always like, I'm going to stealth into this area. And as soon as one person out of that entire room of fucking 20 dudes sees you, the whole fucking group sees you. The fight's on like Donkey Kong. Not anymore. He sees you, or she, or it, and they can attack you. Everyone else, the fight will start, but they can't see you. As far as they're concerned, you're still invisible. So again, you have total concealment against those bastards until they make a perception check, then can see your ass, which is fucking awesome. And it does work. So again, you'll click it. It's a clickable ability. You can click it, and poof, you'll instantly go into stealth mode. It's fucking sweet. We're going to grab a spell at this level 2. What spell are we going to grab? I got 1, 2, 3, 4 spells coming our way. So let's grab Shocking Grasp. Again, a melee touch attack. You're not looking at the right spellbook. This is the Inquisitor one. I don't like that it doesn't show us the trickery spellbook, by the way, devs. But point is, Shocking Grasp, amazing spell. We didn't have access to it before. Now we do. Again, can sneak attack and crit with it. All kinds of fun to be had with Shocking Grasp. Then what are we going to grab? Level 2, we're going to grab an attack spell called Hideous Laughter. Again, you can't see that spell list. This is a decent spell. Locks up a target. Doesn't make them harmless, but it will neuter them. So the point where they literally, or sorry, not harmless, helpless. It will neuter them in so far as they'll be laughing on the ground and they will not attack you. For whatever reason, even though they're on the ground, there's not a penalty to your shooting them, and there's not a bonus to your swinging at them from melee, which seems weird because they're definitely prone, lying on their ass. But whatever. Point is, they can still defend themselves because they're laughing. Doesn't mean they're stupid. But they will continue to try to make a check. That's okay. And again, as a trickster, making people laugh kind of makes sense that this will be something you would shoot for. Level 3 spells now. Very nice. 2 of them. And we're going to grab ourselves these 2. Slow and Stinking Cloud. Why these 2? Well, we're going to get most of these. Everything except for Deep Slumber, quite frankly. But why these 2 now? Well, let's explain. Stinking Cloud, that's our Poison Cloud. One of the 2 I was telling you about. Remember, we just got delayed poison not too long ago. So this little bastard right here. They re-alphabetize them, so don't look at it this way like, oh, you got that second. No, this is picked way later. They just re-alphabetize them, which I do appreciate. But delayed poison we just recently picked up. Now we can be immune to it, or anyone on our team can, and we can slap that Stinking Cloud down at our fucking feet and watch the bastards that are charging us. If they're not immune to poison and they have a bad enough fortitude save, or if the fight just goes long enough, eventually they're going to fail their check. Once they fail it, they're in it. Until they leave the cloud, they are puking their guts out. That's the nausea condition. Fucks them over. They can't attack, they can't cast spells, they can defend themselves, so they're not helpless. But it basically trivializes fights at this point, and that's amazing. Why slow? Because I don't want them leaving the cloud, and I do like another penalty for bad guys. And as much as I love haste, which is not on the list, I like slow almost better for a reason. Haste is great, don't kid yourself, but slow is interesting for it does a variety of things similar to haste, and so much more. What is the so much more? Well, it is the fact that they literally become staggered. I keep forgetting to point this part out, so I'm reiterating it here. If they're affected by the spell, obviously a will save, and it's AoE, teammate friendly, another reason to love it. If one of them fails their will save, that's it. It's a one and done. It's not like a save every round kind of shit. They are staggered. What does staggered mean? It means they can either move or attack, not both, on their turn. Now, what does that mean? That means if they would normally swing 3, 4, 5, 7 times at you because they're standing toe-to-toe with you, they don't get that no more. They're swinging one and done, son. That's it. We're basically trivializing mini fights with shit like this. And again, will saves against fighter types, fuck yeah, fucking stagger their asses. And again, yeah, there's going to be guys that are immune. Spell resistance is going to be a thing. It doesn't last very long. But until the fucking they make that check, or the spell wears off, or you can't penetrate their spell resistance, this is a solid spell. And notice, it also serves the other benefit of dispelling haste. As far as I know, if they cast haste on themselves, like a wizard says, oh, look at their bad guys, and they immediately haste up, I can counter it with this spell. What does that mean? When it's my turn, I can cast it on them, and it's not a, you try to dispel haste. No, haste is dispelled. I am basically removing it from you. Now, I don't think there's a save for that, and I don't think I get the benefit of all this other cool shit on top of it. It just strips off the haste. But I'm fine with that, because haste could ruin our fight. If they have it, we get it, we love it. But when they have it, no bueno. Time to dispel that shit. Use your slow spell. Okay. Moving on. Level 11. What do you got for me? Level 11. We're going to pick up another feat. Get some points up in here. 3 more points. Let's get that persuasion up and that use magic device up. Sure, why not? What we're going to do, I'm going to grab Improve Critical Ray Spells. Now, what does this do for us? This doubles the threat range. Okay, so if you read it, it says here, right? Threat range is doubled. For those of you that don't know, melee touch attacks and ray spells or ranged touch attacks always crit on a nat 20. That's it. I've actually doubled it now, so it's a 19 and 20. And you may say, well, is that really necessary? It is for this build, and you're going to see why here before too long. This is part of the reason for this build. Going on. A new spell. Again, this is another spell from our Inquisitor side of things. So level 1. You can go here and look at what you have. This is probably our last spell at this level. I'm going to pick up Ear Piercing Scream. Why? Well, first, note that I do like the idea of Stunning Barrier, especially with me having the Sorcerous Reflex. I could instantly activate that motherfucker as a swift action. So that's a value. Protection from alignment is always good. You know, Magic Weapon was a choice, but we already got Greater Magic Weapon. And since I knew I was going to get that, I didn't care. I could get Inflict Light Wounds and have another melee touch attack, a low level one. But remember, crit potential and sneak attack potential is there. So there's reasons to want that one. But I do like auto hit. Hence, Ear Piercing Scream. So again, different damage type. It's sonic. There's an effect, a stagger, a daze effect. There it is. A daze effect on it. If they fail their check, of course, in full damage, 5d6 is maximum. That's at caster level 10 or higher. We're already at that, so we're already capped out at the 5d6. Yes, they'll probably save. Yes, the fortitude save is not an issue. But again, if you're trying to just damage a wizard at a decent range, scream at his ass. Rah! He has to do a concentration check now because he hates the loud noises and he took damage. Guaranteed he took damage. Pretty fucking sweet. Level 4 spell. What else are we going to take? So we got our Ear Piercing Scream. Time for some of that divine power. Okay, moving on. Now's where we go 12 and 6. Again, total guesswork. Probably wrong. What are we going to get for level 12? Sanctified. Notice we're getting another teamwork feat, and now we're up to Greater Bane. Oh, I didn't point out, by the way, our Stalwart. Remember, this is the one that, if I didn't mention before, if you have a Fortitude or a Will save against a spell effect, or any effect for that matter, that does damage. And by making the check, you would take half damage. Now, for Fortitude and Will saves only, you would take 0 damage. And that's not a lot of spells, but there are some. And hell, you just saw one. Ear Piercing Scream, there was a Fortitude save for half damage. So again, if I make the check, fuck you, no damage. And again, you gotta love shit that makes you just, I take nothing. Like, you know, it's like hand waving it. You know, it's like, I was never here. It's a total Jedi mind trick on their ass. Definitely fun. Now we have Greater Bane. This is, again, to give us a better damage bump when we activate that toggle. And we get another teamwork feat. And more intelligence, which means a metric shit ton of fucking skill points now. Let's get these guys up. Always those. Now, what else can we dump it on? Well, again, Persuasion is going to be something of value here before too long. Let me check when that's coming along. No, not till level 15, so we got a ways to go for that. But Use Magic Device was something we always cared about. Remember, I wanted to get that to a plus 15. We're never going to get it any other way but getting it this way. And then at this point, we'll never touch it again. But I'm happy to get it there. And now we can put 4 points elsewhere, like Stealth. How much Stealth was I going to get? You know what? I can do Lore Nature and Lore Religion, and I was never going to touch those again. Because once we got those to 5, those were done. Let's do that. That's as high as I'm going to take those. We will rely on our natural wisdom to be better, because we're going to get wisdom gear. Obviously, wisdom's our casting stat. We want that to be high. So our Lore Nature and our Lore Religion, these numbers will go up. Same with our Perception. This number will go up, and of course, so will our Perception over here. So this is going to be a ridiculously high number by the end of the build. What are we going to pick for our teamwork feat at this point? So this was our level, was it 11? I think so. No. We're at 12. Yeah, that's right. We just got skills. We're going to grab this thing called Shake It Off. Why this one? Shake It Off, for every teammate that's near us that has this feat, remember, we don't need them to have the feat. They just need to be near us. So for every teammate that's around us, we get a +1 to our saving throws. Maximum of +4. That's a nice bonus. Minimum, you're going to be you and somebody, a buddy of yours, side by side. So you're always going to have at least a +1 to all your saves. Now you can get +2, +3, +4 if more teammates are near you. It used to work in Kingmaker where summons, like pets, like whether we're talking like animal companions or actual summons like skeletons and summon monsters and shit like that, it worked on them too. But I think they took that out of this game. Just be aware of that. Level spell we're going to grab here for level 4. I like Death Ward. I like it for the simple reason that I hate being sucked of negative energy levels. So energy drain and negative energy effects and all that shit, including channel negative energy, where the bad evil cleric's over there and he's just like spamming this massive AoE damaging move. That's channel negative energy. He's like, fuck the living, and your whole team, your health is just like withering down. Death Ward protects you from that shit. I kind of dig that. And again, 1 minute per level. At the level that we are right now, which is what, like 12, that's a 12-minute buff. Enduring spells will not do us any good. We would need greater enduring spells to make this the 24-hour buff. But that's okay. And again, we have it on tap. Remember, we have multiple castings a day of level 4 shit, so I'm not worried. But we don't got many. Okay. We're going to grab for our mythic rank here. This is our next mythic rank, a level 6 Trickster. What we're going to grab? Well, I'm going to grab this thing called Spell Focus Mythic Illusion. It takes your spell focus and greater spell focus, if you have either of them, or both, I should say, and gives you a +1 for each to the DC check. So remember, we had +1 for being a gnome, +1 for spell focus illusion, +1 for greater spell focus illusion, and now 2 more added on top of that. And we have a decent number of illusion spells, and we're getting more every day. Now, what else are we going to grab here? This is what we're going to grab. The important part of this build, or one of them. We're going to grab Knowledge World 1 and 2. Here's Knowledge World 1. Knowledge World 2 will be the one we grab here, which is right as soon as I go to next. So here's 1 and 2. Here will be where we get Knowledge World 3. And this is part of the build. This is important that we get it at level 7 instead of level 10. Okay. So why? Well, first, what does Knowledge World 1 give us? This is broken. It does not work. So know that. But that, assuming that that's important to people, including me, you better believe a bug report's going to be fucking submitted and say, hey, this shit don't work. Fix it. Because this really makes the build fun. What does this do? You or anyone on your team within 50 feet of you, when you do a skill check that's not Knowledge World, so not the thing that we're getting a specialty in here, we do a Knowledge World check first to add half our mythic rank, so again, by the end, 5, so half of 10, 5, to their skill check. So I can give you a +5 to your skill check only if I pass my Knowledge World check. Well, what Knowledge World check would that be? The same DC check that you're trying to pass. Why do you think I've been pumping Knowledge World and Perception all the time? From start to finish, they want to get those fuckers to 20 as soon as we can. This is part of the reason why. There's other reasons to want Knowledge World to be 20, but this is the main reason. Okay? And again, it's broken, doesn't work. But until that time, when they fix it, you better know that I'm going to be prepared for that shit, because that's going to be rolling out, and that's going to be fucking sweet. Because that +5, eventually, that's a big fucking boom to everybody, including you on the team. Remember, it works on you and anyone within your 50 foot of you on the party, so long as they're not doing a Knowledge World check. And when it is a Knowledge World check, I don't need this. Well, I would like the buff, but I'm not going to get it. But my Knowledge World skill is fucking through the goddamn roof, as you'll see by the time we're done. It's not going to be no lame-ass 20. It's going to be like damn near 30 or so. What else we can grab? Again, Knowledge World 2. But let's look at these other things. Here's the reuse magic device. Again, using wands infinitely. Look at Stealth rank 2. Again, we have to be very choosy because we only get 4 of the improved mythic tricks, 2 of which have to match up with these guys. This one and this one. Remember, this is Knowledge World. This one's going to be Lore Nature. So already we know what those 2 are going to be. This one here is going to be Knowledge World, and one of these down here will be Lore Nature, probably this guy. So that's already a thing. So that means we only get to pick 2. Well, we picked Perception already. Well, what are the other ones that we could take? Well, look at them. So your Stealth. You exceeded Stealth, fading from sight with every move. Your Stealth in Combat, and the one that we can click, remember, thanks to Stealth 1, works more akin to Greater Invis, which means even if they spot me, I'm still invisible. So basically, I have Greater Invisibility on tap, if I were to get that one. You can see the appeal of this one. I'm not getting it, and it kills me to say that. But I'm telling you, this is a very good one, and especially for a sneaking build like this would be just, the bee's knees. Athletics level 2, what would it give us? You already break free from continuous conditions, etc. So forth, blah, blah, blah. Every time you fail a saving throw, you can make an athletics check against the DC of the original check plus 20. Fuck you, game. Plus 20, my ass. Yeah, that's bullshit. If you succeed, you automatically pass the saving throw. Ooh, ring-a-ding-ding. Basically another chance to pass the saving throw, but instead of it being a normal saving throw, it's an athletics check. So now think about the DC checks of some of those spells out there. There would be like you failed a check. 20s, 30s, 40s even. Now imagine 40s plus a goddamn 20 on top of that, and I have to pass that with my athletics check? How the fuck am I supposed to pass that shit? You'd have to have like massive strength, athletics skill up to 20, and fucking skill in it besides, and pushing it beyond that, and getting it to a solid number before your 1d20 roll would even allow you to pass that shit. So that's a bad one. That's why I say I'm not going athletics. Knowledge Arcana. This is another solid choice. I'm not taking it, but I could see the appeal. What does this one do? Well, Knowledge Arcana 1, just be real clear because you haven't seen that one yet, we're going to take it. But Knowledge Arcana 1, when we identify a magic item, it's +1 better. Free. Now that only seems to work on like armor and weapons. I want to say tiaras and shit like that. It works a little, you get like a +2 to intelligence. It's actually a +3, which is weird, but whatever. But that's Knowledge Arcana 1. Knowledge Arcana 2, the one we're looking at right now, every item you identify, gets an additional random minor effect, which means they had to have that coded in, where you pick up the longsword +1, now it becomes longsword +2, thanks to Knowledge Arcana 1. And this would also make it like a flaming sword, or does acid damage, or some minor bullshit. Armor, I'm assuming it's going to give you like some, your acid resistance 5, or some lame ass shit. Again, it says minor effect and random, which means there's probably a table that rolls on. Point is, this could be cool. You can see the appeal of having extra tricked out fucking gear thanks to Knowledge Arcana 1 and 2. I'm not taking them both. It sucks, but it's what it is. Lore Nature, we will get this one. Not only can we find scrolls, Lore Nature 1 allows you to find like random scrolls in the environment when you're taking a nap. And it gives you some free food, which means I don't have to pack rations out, which is fucking sweet. Now look at Lore Nature 2 though. Not only do you find food, you find better food, so you can find enough ingredients for what's called an uncommon meal. So for those that have done the camping, you understand what that means. Basically, it's just a better buff for the team after you take a fucking eat. It's like the difference between eating spam. There you go. You had some spam today. Boy, that was some good spam. Or now you had like a decent fucking steak. Which would you rather have? I know me, I'd go for the fucking steak. So that's why it's better, because you found better ingredients. But also, instead of finding the scrolls, the random potions or scroll that you can find with Lore Nature 1, with Lore Nature 2, you can find one random magical item, and will find one random magical item every time you rest. And that means like a sword, a shield, armor, just, I took a knee, I went to go take a shit in that bush over there, and guess what? Someone left their fucking magic shield over here. I found it. You guys want it? That's what this basically does. How fucking cool is that? And we're going to get it. Because we're not going to get it till the end of the build. Lore Religion. This is the one that I say is broken. So Lore Religion 1 does some things that we will care about, but not really. I'll show it to you at the end. But Lore Religion 2, which is this one that we're looking at right now, notice this. You can select 2 domains. You gain the abilities of those domains and can cast use spells from can use spells from those domains once per day, as long as the level of those spells is lower than your mythic rank. Which fucking awesome. That spell list I was pointing at, remember I said that, the darkness domain that we picked, this one way the fuck, where did we pick that up? Well, that unlocked this here, the darkness domain. Remember, this was a really good thing for us, because it gave us like a lot of, you got a melee touch attack, and then the Moonfire Eye Beam. But again, those spells were hidden from us. This should unlock those spells, is what it's saying, with the the Lore Religion level 2. It doesn't do it, and it doesn't let you pick 2 domains. Now, maybe it's because I already have 2 domains. That seems dumb, for one, because then why give it to me? But, I guess, again, it would have been cool if it did, because I could have upwards of like 4 goddamn domains, and there's a lot of really good, even if they didn't give me the free spells, like the free powers that we got from here, the melee touch attack and the ray spell, that's with some pretty cool fucking powers. Give me 2 more domains and give me nothing more than just the powers, and I'd have been fucking happy. I'd say, yeah, it's broken, but I'll still use it. But I want them spells once they're promised to me, because that sounded fucking pretty tits, and I can't get them now, so that's broken. Mobility rank 2. Remember I told you what mobility rank 1 does. Instead of moving slower, you move faster when you're using that little mobility toggle. Now, we get to make attacks of opportunity against somebody that's doing an attack of opportunity, or sorry, every time we avoid an attack of opportunity, thanks to our acrobatic movements, we can instead do an attack of opportunity back on that motherfucker, which is pretty funny. And because of the nature of it, because it's a surprise attack, because we're not expecting it, they're considered flat-footed against that attack, which means, again, sneak attack, fuck you. So you can see how that would have been fucking sweet, but again, I don't want it. Perception. This is one we're going to get. I'm not worried about it, so it's something that we're going to get. We're going to talk about that later. Persuasion level 2, something we're not going to get, but this one is interesting to me. We're going to get Persuasion 1, and it is also part of this build, but this one here is less interesting. What happens is we have this thing called Demoralize. Everyone has this ability at level 1. If you activate it, you basically click it, you click a bad guy within range, and you basically try to scare that guy, go, yeah, and he goes, oh, and he gets shaken for a certain amount of time based on, or a duration based on how well you scared him, basically. And shaken is okay, but it's very limited, and it's very silly, and it's very stupid. But this one here, we can actually do that, and if they fail a check, when we demoralize them in this way, they can actually become paralyzed if they fail their check. So literally, helpless. That means the definition of flat-footed, because they're helpless. So sneak attack, love, you can see the appeal. Why aren't you want this one, brother? Because again, it's one of those where you'd have to like click them and point in, and it's fiddly. And I don't want it. And I had other stuff that was more important. But again, a decent upgrade. Notice though, they may make another saving throw against this condition every round. So again, they may be paralyzed for like a round, 2, 20, you never know. Maybe 0. You know, as soon as they pass that check, poof, done. And the way saving throws, any of these types of saves occur in the game, as soon as they roll a nat 20, it doesn't matter. They pass it. It's just how it works. It's a crit success. They always pass it. Even if the DC check was so fucking high that a 20 wasn't going to be good enough, they'll still pass it. So again, there's always that 5% chance, always, that this shit's not going to work. So again, Trickery level 2. Again, the first one gave us the spell magic that we can click on the ground. Obviously a ground-based effect, like someone casts Stinking Cloud on the ground. I could dispel it with Trickery level 1. I could click a person and dispel magic effects on them with Trickery rank 1. With Trickery rank 2, it's the equivalent of Greater Dispel Magic. And again, notice there is a Trickery skill check with a -20 penalty, which means basically it's even harder to fucking do it. But again, if you had like massive Trickery skill, massive dexterity, this could be fun. Free Dispel Magic and Greater Dispel Magic sounds fucking cool to me, but it's weird. And again, it's one of those where it's like, I'd rather just get the spell myself and cast it on the rare chance that I'll need to cast it. You know what I mean? So everyone's different on this. So again, what are we going to pick here? Knowledge World 2. It's a long explanation to get to Knowledge World 2. Sorry. What are we going to grab at this point? Knowledge World 2, 1, and 2. And now for spells, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spells to pick. So here's Expeditious Retreat, finally. Making it super zippy. And this one we're going to take Blink. Wait. I don't see it. Did I take it already? Well, maybe it's a different level. Oh, Chameleon Stride. There we go. Chameleon Stride. I got it in the wrong order, I think. There's Blink. Okay, we're going to take Blink now. And then we're going to take 2 spells for this level 4. Shadow Conjuration. And might as well grab me Rainbow Pattern. Now, you can switch up in greater Invisibility at this point. Remember, we got that Stealth ability already. It's not quite Greater Invis, but it's fucking good enough. So I'm pretty happy with that. And again, you're going to see that we get other free spells that are kind of like Greater Invisibility. Seriously, it's exactly what it kind of says. It says kind of like in Greater Invisibility, or almost Greater Invisibility, or something like that. And it's kind of cool. But again, I like a nice attack spell like Rainbow Pattern, because it's teammate friendly, fucks up a metric shit ton of HD worth of bad guys. So even at the end of the game, when someone's got like 22 HD, I can still affect one of you with this spell. And that's pretty good. And this is the one where it fascinates them. For those of you that know what that means, they just kind of stared, dazed and stare at the pretty lights. They can defend themselves. They will not attack. So they're not helpless, but they're not attacking you. And again, it's a save and suck spell. If they make the save, problem solved, and they don't have any problem with it. If they fail it, until you smack them around, they're just standing there for 1 round per level, just Love pretty lights. Oh my god, it's beautiful. And that's why rainbow pattern's fucking sweet. Shadow Conjuration Hour. Remember I was talking about how we were going to get some spells that were pretty fucking cool that we didn't normally have access to? Shadow Conjuration is it. This one lets you cast any conjuration spell as a shadow illusion version. Remember, we got spell focus and greater spell focus and a gnome background and spell focus mythic illusion, giving us a +5 to this spell DC check, no less. And ignore this no spell resistance, that's a bullshit lie. But the spell can be any conjuration spell level 3 on down. So one level lower than what it's cast at. So level 4 spell, so it's level 3 spell on down. And that's any of them, including cantrips. Why does that matter? Because there's acid splash as a cantrip. Well, I already have that. But the point's still the same. That's a solid raise spell. There's raise spells in here. We'll have snowball, conjuration spell. It's a shadow conjuration spell, and better than snowball in that we have a +5 to the DC check. God damn it. Awesome. And it's a raise spell. And again, we get a bonus to raise spells. And it's a sneak attack spell then for that reason, and a crit spell for that reason. So again, solid upgrade. We can get conjuration spells like Acid Arrows, a conjuration spell. So again, we can get it from here as well. We could do summons. Summon monster 1, 2, and 3 are available to you in here. We can summon an elemental. Even if it's a shadow elemental, it's still an elemental. We could do that with this spell. There's a fucking shit ton of stuff you can do with just this one spell. And not only we're going to get it, we're going to get Shadow Evocation before too long, and then we're going to finish with Greater Shadow Conjuration, which is an even better fucking spell than this one. So again, lots of illusion spells coming our way finally. Moving on. 13, and I'm going to do the thing like I said, because I hate the zeros. The zeros bother me. It bothers me, son. It bothers me. All right. What are we here? We're at level 13. Dun, 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 dun. Now, this is where I need to have an explanation as to why I did the shit that we're doing. So notice, because our intelligence went up, not only we're getting our 2 points here, we're getting even extra points. So it should always be 3 at this point. And then we're going to 2 more points into intelligence by the end of the build at level 20, which is going to happen. I've got to figure in this game. You're going to have even more dumped on you at the very fucking end. But this allows us to like really spread some shit around. Remember, use magic device is done. These 2 are done. I'm never touching them again. Persuasion, on the other hand, that's something I'd like to max out. Because we're going to need that here before too long. I'm going to show you why. By level 15, matter of fact, let's just take one away from that and put it into stealth. Sure, why not? Stealth can use some love. Stealth is going to level 10. Okay. What are we going to grab for a feat? Well, this is, remember, we talked about how you had, I say it the right way. There was a mythic ability or mythic feat that we picked up. No, it's the trickery feat. Remember, we got the upgrade for perception. Perception rank 2 allowed us to qualify for feats that we wouldn't be able to qualify for naturally. You and your team have access to this special trickster feat. Well, this special trickster feat finally unlocked itself now. And it's called Improved Critical. Wait, there's more. This is just one of them. Improved Critical doubles or increases the threat range by 1. Remember, we already doubled the threat range with the raise spell already. So it was at a 19 and a 20. Now it should be, unless I misunderstand, it should be an 18, 19, and 20. But we're not done yet. We're getting this one now. There's more coming. This is why this build works. Okay, wait. So now from there, we got improved critical. That's the special one. Again, your teammates can grab that shit too. We're going to grab a spell called Litany of Entanglement. Why this one? I mean, there's a lot of good spells in here. Cure or Inflict Serious Wounds is in here. Heroism is in here. Protection from Energy. Prayer. Some decent spells in here that are solid choices for us. And Inflict Serious Wounds could be used to do crit damage and sneak attack damage. Brother Mutant. This one is interesting to me because of this. Swift action. Now, yes, there's the Litany of Eloquence too. Again, potato, patata. But I like this one because, whereas this one just locks them up. Like, they ignore their turn. They don't get to do anything for that one fucking round of just assuming they fail the check, of course. They just stand there. Okay. And just kind of, whatever with the Eloquence. The Entanglement entangles them. Slows their movement for 1 round. Guaranteed. Assuming they fail their check, of course. And they are entangled. Entangles like a minus to their dexterity, I want to say. So again, another bonus for our armor class. And lowers the reflex save. So I like this one over Eloquence of the 2. They're both swift actions, and that's the real selling point here. Is I wanted to spell that I could just be like, activate, and that's it. Litany of Entanglement. Now, what else we're going to grab? Well, we're going to grab 2 more spells. We're going to grab Flame Strike, because, yeah. And then Chains of Light. Why? Because Chains of Light has no spell resistance. By the way, another conjuration spell. Yes, we cannot use Shadow Conjuration to conjure this one because it's level 5, and that one will only cast Conjuration spells level 3 on down. But remember I talked about greater Shadow Conjuration? That's right, we can do Shadow Chains of Light before too long too, which is fucking just awesome. Anyway, just wanted to point that out. And again, Flame Strike for AoE and Divine Damage and Holy Damage or Flame Damage, whatever. Just fucking, it's a good spell. From there, we're going to do 14 and 7. So we're going to get 14. At level 14, we're going to pick up nothing. Except for, of course, this. Exploit Weakness, which is free, and it's there, and it's awesome. But that's, again, only works on crits. But we got plenty of ways to get crits now. Remember, our race spells are critting ever more every day, which is awesome. But level 14, what are we going to pull out of this shit? Well, we're going to 3 more points. I'll happily get stealth up to 6 right now, and then I'll take 2 points to dump that into Arcana. Why not? What we're going to take for free spells, though, we're going to take this one called Effortless Armor. Now, this is a judgment call. If you want to be good at your stealth and your trickery and your mobility and athletics, sorry, take that back. If you want to be good at athletics, mobility, and stealth, it doesn't matter for trickery. But those 3, armor impedes you. Effortless armor takes that penalty away for 2 reasons. It takes away the slower speed. So remember, wearing heavy armor, we move slower. And remember, you're already a gnome. You're already a teeny tiny person, so you're moving at like 20. So it's nice to get that back. 2, it lowers the armor check penalty. Doesn't have anything to do with your casting, just your armor check penalty for those 3 skills. So athletics would be better, or not penalized, I should say. Same with mobility, same with stealth. Of those 3, I only care about 1, stealth. And I don't want to be running around in clanky fucking armor and going, I'm sneaky, don't ignore my chainmail. It feels wrong. So effortless armor stops that problem, right? So if that's not your thing, or you think you can find cheap armor, like maybe you're good with the padded armor. Maybe you want to wear robes. I don't fucking care. Do what you do, man. Bone Shaker's right here. Aligned Weapon is right here. These are solid choices for you. Feel free to grab either of those. And you may say, well, here's Fine Traps. We got Fine Traps on the other book. So there's no need. Yeah, you can double up on it. Same with Old Person. We can get that on the other book. So there's no need again. So that's what I'm saying. So everyone's going to be different on this. And again, we don't need to see Invisible for ourselves. Because remember, I have that on tap all the time. Remember, my Perception rank 1 gave me that shit. So I don't even need that spell. So again, there's some good stuff in here. 8 is another fine choice. You pick what you pick. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But I'm grabbing Effortless Armor because I don't want my stealth to be impeded. What else are we going to grab, though? Well, I'm going to grab a very good spell called Spell Resistance. They have it. Why shouldn't you? That's what I say. You're going to cast level 20 by the end of this build. This will be a 32 by the end of the build. And because it's going to be 1 minute per level, if you have greater enduring spells, not enduring spells, greater enduring spells, we'll be able to cast this for a 24-hour buff. And that's you, your friend, his pet, whatever you need to cast it on. Spell Resistance is amazing. The demons show it all the time, the little dickheads. Now, we're going to go to our next trickery, level 7. Where we're going to grab this one. This is where we get that improved abundant casting. Because we have a lot of spells level 4, 5, and 6. Maybe not 4, 5, and 6 right now. But at least, I have words. I have the best words. Level 4 and 5 we've probably unlocked, at least in one of the spell books, if not both. So that's, again, free extra spells a day. What we're going to grab here. This is where we're going to grab Persuasion 1. This is also part of the build. And then we're going to get World 3 in a minute. But I want to show you what Persuasion 1 gives us. Watch this. Remember that Demoralize ability? You are so good at demoralizing enemies that just entering combat against you is enough to demoralize them. Any enemy that begins combat against you is immediately affected by Demoralize. That's all of them. They fucking jump into battle. The first thing that my character is going to do is going to be a Demoralize check. It's not a skill check per se, but it's an intimidation check. So you can kind of think of it that way. It's basically your persuasion. Hence the reason our persuasion needed to be high. And remember, we get a bonus to intimidation thanks to us being a fucking stern-gazing motherfucking Inquisitor guy. So again, we're going to have a really nice buff for intimidating these motherfuckers. And again, this is something that would normally be on a Cornigan Smash and a Shattered Defenses build. But again, we don't have Cornigan Smash. We don't have Shattered Defenses. Yet. Ah. I knew I'd hook you with that. But here's Knowledge World 3. Now watch this one. You now know what the whole world is just a game. But that is ultimately in your favor. Because you are good at games and at changing rules in your favor. You and members of your party can now ignore requirements of feats when leveling up. And they mean it. Let me explain. First, let's get you your spell. We're going to pick up this one. Visibility. Sounds good. I'm going to grab Dominate Aminal. They work for me now. Phantasmal Killer. Sounds good. We got illusion spells, remember? We're good at those. And now we got 2 more illusion spells. You better believe I'm grabbing Shadow Evocation and Phantasmal Web, because fucking illusions. And now that's done. Now wait. I'll show you how this works in combat, so don't worry about that just yet. We will get you there, but only at the end of the video, because I wanted to give you all the stuff and show you how wands and potions and scrolls and shit like that work for your build. But know that right at this level, at this point right now, once you have unlocked that Persuasion 1 rank, everything is going to fucking be scared of your ass. If they can be shaken. If they can be shaken. Now, why does that matter? 2 reasons for that last level being amazing. 1, everyone's scared of you. 2, we now can pick any feat we want, and it doesn't matter what the requirements are. Shit that I should never have access to, like I'm a gnome, not an Aesimer. I can get wings if I fucking so choose. That'd be awesome. I can give myself the Dampier ability to drain your blood and fucking heal from it. That'd be fucking weird, but you could do it, I suppose. I don't know. There's other shit in here that's this fucking trippy. And again, everything, and I mean everything, is fucking unlocked. So now how do we prove this to you? Well, let's get to our next level and show it to you. Because level 15, you can pick a feat. And what feat are we going to pick? Well, first, let's get to 15. First, let's go back real quick just to show you this. 15, those are also getting a teamwork feat as well. Get that point, let's get that point, and then we'll grab those 3. How much does self need? It eventually needs 10, so let's just get 1 now. Let's get a couple of those in there, because... No. We just said we wanted more persuasion. Fuck it, let's get this up, because we're going to get that to 20. Yeah, might as well get that to 20. We'll get it caught up to perception. What are we going to grab for a feat? Now look at this list. Okay, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Bunch of weird shit down here. Shit that you shouldn't have access to, like advanced weapon training, etc. and so forth. And just on and on and on and it goes, man. Just weird shit. There's our Dampier ability, the Blood Drinker, Blood Feaster, all that shit's available. And again, you don't have to take them in order anymore. Like this one requires you to have, Blood Feaster requires you to have Blood Drinker. I can skip it. I can just do this one. I can do Cautious Fire, even though this is only for Halfling. I can totally get that if I want to. Anything, and I mean anything. Well, what of the anythings do I want, Brother Mutant? Well, again, I can't tell you the right answer. I can just tell you what I'm going to pick. What am I going to pick? Well, remember how we just said everything's going to be scared of us? Shattered Defenses, baby. This would normally require me having Dazzling Display. I can't afford it. I can't get it. Weapon Focus, we do have that. But it's only for race spells. So technically this shouldn't work. But since I have the ability to pick any fucking feat, Shattered Defenses work. Now what does this do? If anything is shaken, which we can do, because as soon as I enter combat, I try to demoralize everybody now. They're shaken. Shattered Defenses kick in. They're flat-footed to all my attacks. Well, guess what flat-footed means? Well, A, easier to hit them, but B, sneak attack. And I got sneak attack up the yin-yang, baby. I can shoot you with, like, raise spells and sneak attack. I can shoot you with my crossbow, sneak attack. I can stab you with my dagger, my rapier, sneak attack. Thanks to you being scared and me having Shattered Defenses free now. Oh, not free, I had to pick it, but you know what I mean. No prerequisite now. I'm fucking just crushing shit. And this is why this build is fun to me. We're not done yet, though. What teamwork feat are we going to grab here? Let's grab ourselves Shielded Caster. This one here is another bonus to your concentration checks. +4, or 5, or 6, depending on what they're wielding as a shield. If they don't have a shield, you still get a +4. All I have to do is be next to an ally. If they have a buckler or light shield, like the bare minimum shield, they got a +1 to that +4. So I'm at a +5 now for my concentration checks. Then, if they have a heavy shield or tower shield, it goes up from a +4 to a +2. So, sorry, +4 to +6 with another +2. So again, a +6 to my concentration checks. And remember, we already had another one back, where the hell was it? Allied Spellcaster? Yeah, here with another +2 to concentration checks. They should stack. So we can get anywhere from a +6 to a +7 to a +8 total thanks to these two. And all I have to do is be next to one of my team. That's it. That means I'm not failing a whole lot of fucking spell checks. Just, you know, my concentration checks, I mean. That's not bad. What spell are we going to take with this one? How about we take something that really fuck with some undead? Disrupting Weapon. The ability to buff up doesn't last long, but when you really, really need to fucking just wound that undead motherfucker really, really well, here you go. Yeah, you know, sneak attack and all that shit's probably still applicable, but it's one of those where I just like the idea that if they fail their check, they just die. They're instantly destroyed. Just pretty awesome. And again, spell resistance does not apply against the destruction effect. So literally no spell resistance to the disrupting weapon for those undead pricks. Pretty damn cool, in my opinion. Keep going. 16 and 8. Well, we're going to grab 16. I wonder. Well, we're going to get more intelligence. And we're going to finish it with a solid 16 before the build's done. What we're going to get for skills, again, might as well get that persuasion up, right? Because again, you're trying to scare some things now, so it's time to get, like, pony up and do some shit. What are we going to get for a feat? How about we get something called combat style feat, archery, and we get ourselves point blank master of the rays. Notice that we can grab any of the things that we have skill in. We don't have skill in bombs or any of these other weird ass fucking things, but we have skill in longbow and shortbow and javelins and everything else in here. I can be a point blank master with any of those weapons. But what do I have on tap at all times? Ray spells. Remember, I have infinite use orisons. I have acid splash and I have disrupt undead. Those are 2 ray spells that I can use any round. And I have it at point blank master, and sneak attack is applicable for every last one of those things, and crits too. Remember, we have a higher crit range now with these ray spells, so why wouldn't you want to be a point blank master for ray spells? That's what I'm saying. What else are we going to grab? At this level, we're also going to get free spells, 3 of them. Let's grab Stone Skin finally. Boop. What else we're going to grab? We're going to grab 2 spells for level 6, and I suggest you grab the 2 healing and damaging spells that are the best, heal and harm. Both of them are useful in combat. I can heal undead and damage the fuck out of them. I can harm undead and heal my undead army, or my teammates for that matter. And I can harm a living target, and I can heal my team and myself. So again, all around, 2 solidly really good spells. And if you had a Metamagic Reach Rod, you could shoot those, because those are touch attacks. So again, critical, sneak attack, all that shit's applicable. That's really, really nice. What are we going to get at this level? Now we're finally going to get that greater enduring spells I've been bitching about this entire time. How do we do that? Well, you see it's not in here. But if you go with the extra mythic ability, this is the thing about mythic feats that are awesome. Mythic feats can actually unlock mythic abilities. Hell, they can unlock extra feats if you so choose. And again, we still have that thing where everything is our oyster. So I can literally grab every fucking feat under the sun. Or at least I should be able to. But again, I don't need to and I don't want to. So what am I going to grab instead? Well, I'm going to grab the extra mythic ability of greater enduring spells. Not abundant casting. Because remember, you only have, that only works for level 7, 8, 9 spells, and you're only going to get 1 of those spell levels. You're going to get level 7, and that's only on the Trickster spell book, so that's kind of wasted. But greater enduring spells, now I suddenly have spell buffs that are going to last me for 24 goddamn hours, and that's going to be amazing. What are we going to grab here for our mythic witchy? I'm going to grab Lore Nature 1. Remember, that's the one that allows us to find random potions or scrolls and get some food at all times. And again, most people would probably swear by this one first over Knowledge World. But to get knowledge, to get my Shattered Defenses, I needed to have the feat requirement taken away. This was the soonest I could do it, was getting Knowledge World 3 here at level 7, Mythic rank. That's why I went that route instead of the Lore Nature 1, 2, and 3 by here. So Lore Nature 3 is going to be this one. Okay, but we definitely want that guy. And it still should be before the end of the game that you have this. So again, now I don't have to pack around rations. I get some free shit every now and again. I'm all happy. What else are we going to get? We're going to pick up Reuse Magic Device. Now we finally have the access to those wands where we can fucking just like instant cast, or not instant, sorry, infinite cast them, like every round. And if you don't think that's impressive, when I show you the wands, I'm going to show you a bunch that you're going to be like, oh, Jesus, I'm going to love having that on tap at all times. I'm just like a wizard par excellence, pretty much at this point. Here I'm going to grab, for spells, we don't really need blurs. I'm going to grab Eagle Splendor. Cat's Grace is another viable choice, but we're going to get something better in a bit. I'm going to grab Hold Person. Remember I said it was available on both spell books. Here's our Greater Invis, finally. We don't really need it, but fuck it. Compared to what else was on our list, I was happy to take it. And here we're going to get Mind Fog. This is amazing. We're not done yet. But this is the one that, again, you can cast this. It's not a poison cloud. Be real clear on this. It's a mind affecting effect. And if they fail their check, -10 to their wisdom checks. That's a thing. And to their will saves. Those are 2 different things, by the way. Will saves are like most of my fucking spells. Hell, this is a will save, but it won't kick in initially. You have to fail it first. So if they fail their will save by staying in that cloud, and I can keep them in that cloud a variety of ways, then they are locked in. Now they have a -10 to all these things. Every illusion spell and enchantment spell I throw their way, damn near every last one is going to be a will save in there somewhere. So they're at a -10 to making that fucking check. Boom! Fuck you. Illusion spells, going to work. Then, if they leave the fog, after they failed the check, of course, if they leave the fog, it still clings to them for 2 to 12 rounds. So again, that's still at that -10 for a while. So I still have time to capitalize on that. Fuck you, here's an illusion spell to lock your ass up. Just saying. What else spells are we going to grab? Well, here's 2 more. Here's a Phantasmal Putrefaction, amazing spell. It really fucks over bad guys. Teammate friendly, illusion spell, awesome. 2 effects to it, besides the wisdom damage. I mean, a Phantasmal Putrefaction does 2 things. One, they fail their first check, they're basically locked up and they stand in place. Then on the next round, if they fail the next check, they pass out. And they pass out in a way that's unique. It's not considered a sleep spell, so that like elves, for example, that are immune to the magic effect of sleep, because they don't sleep, they can sleep from this, because this is passing out. This is shock. They are fainting from seeing their guts liquefy and fall into the fucking ground. This is exactly how it's described right here, dude. I'm not making this shit up. Well, of course we're making it up, because it's a made-up game. Point is, it's fucking awesome. And the wisdom penalty damage means their will saves are getting screwed. As long as they fail at least 2 or 3 or 4 points, guaranteed their will saves went down 1. If they fail just a 1 point, it might go down. It might not be enough to go down. You remember they have a wisdom of 15. It won't affect it, because they'll go down to 14. There's no damage there, technically speaking. But if it's a 14 or an even number, and it goes down at least 1, yeah, they've just lost some of their will saves. So you can see the appeal on that one. And that's nice. And this is also how you know when it affected them. Because if they fail a check, you'll see a minus something above their head. That's the wisdom damage. That's nice. And again, so there's an effect, and then there's another effect. And that sleep effect screws them up. And notice that waking them up doesn't stop the spell. Literally, you can smack them around, they'll wake the fuck up, attack for a round. If they fail to check again, right the fuck back down they go. Because they're like, oh, you son of a bitch, oh my god, is that my guts again? Poof, right back on the fucking ground, which is just funny. And I just can't get enough of that, and the teammate friendliness of it is fucking sweet. Then we're getting Untitled Strike, another race spell, and a good one at that, because it's got a really nice range. Not that it matters, because I'm a point-blank master, baby, but I do like shooting shit at distance. What the fuck? And it has an effect, does 2 different types of damage, cold and negative energy, half and half, up to 20d6 of that, which we will get all the 20d6 of that shit. So that's nice. And if they fail their check, not only do they take full damage, they are blinded for the duration of the spell, which is 1 round per level. That's not amazing, but they are blind. That's awesome. Wait, we're not done yet. It's a sneak attack, because, range touch attack, so it can be crit, it can sneak attack, all that shit's applicable. Wait, we're not done yet. It also ignores all concealment except for, ignores concealment except for total concealment. So if someone had a blur effect on them, Untitled Strike his ass. Boom, right through it. Like it wasn't even fucking there. Just like butter. Just right down that fucking shadow spider, son of a bitch. Fuck you. Hate those guys. They suck. But that's the cool spells. Wait. We're not done yet. Here's level 17.
Our duty calls.
Having some fun now, aren't we? What feat are we going to grab? Well, remember those cool feats we just got for being a freaking weird-ass trickster person? Remember, we have that shit. Remember, this one's done at 8. That one's going to keep up all the time. These 2 are done. So at this point, it's literally these guys. And I don't mind getting both of them up. What are we going to pick for our feat? Well, remember that one feat we got way back when? Well, guess what? It's Big Brother's here. And so is the other one. Watch this. Remember, we've unlocked all feats. So now here's improved critical. We already have it. But notice it'll let us pick it again, but not for Ray spells, because we already have the Ray version. See that? So I can get it for Rapier. I can, again, make your fucking Rapier just like double threat range, triple threat range, just get fucking crazy. Or I could just improved critical, and then again increase my threat range of my Ray spells yet again. Why not? I have infinite use of them. Sounds good to me. Now we have combat style feat, archery. What are we going to grab here? Again, I can get another point blank master, but notice that Ray's already gone. We've already used it. So there's no point in grabbing these other ones, in my opinion. But what can you grab instead? I can get point blank shot now. Well, that seems wasteful. I can get improved critical. I'm not really happy with that one. How about we get ourselves improved precise shot? What does that do? We can ignore blur effects. So remember what I just said about that Ray spell, the one that can ignore blur effects? I can ignore them all day long now with any kind of Ray spell because of improved precise shot. So not total concealment, not the 50%, the 20%. All that just straight up ignored. So yes, that makes the Untitled Strike a little less appealing, but fuck it, I still wanted it. And again, this one's nice, so you definitely want that one. Going on. What else we got? Spells. Oh, yeah. We got spells. We're going to grab ourselves 2 different spells now. We're going to grab ourselves Prayer. Because, again, my computer's overheating. It's locking up on me. We got Prayer. AoE, teammate friendly, and enemy unfriendly. Very nice spell. And no save, by the way, on this one. Just works, and they're penalized and we're buffed. Awesome spell. What else are we going to grab? We're going to grab Greater Dispel Magic. Because why the hell not? Notice I can get Untitled Strike in here too, and that's on the other spell book. So this one would be the Inquisitor spell book. The other spell book, the Trickster one, already has it. And there's no reason not to. We will, matter of fact, probably get both. But I want Greater Dispel Magic. Okay. Now we're going to go 18 and 9. What did that give us? 18, we're going to get another feat. It's going to be a teamwork feat. Let's get those guys up a little more. Sure, why not? Where's our teamwork feat? And in this case, I'm going to take Shield Wall. What's this one? If we're using a Buckler or Light Shield, Heavy Shield, or Tower Shield, we get a bonus to our armor class. But we get a better bonus if the ally is wielding one of these things. So again, be up there with your Paladin and have your Paladin sword and boarded. With a nice Heavy Shield, look at a bonus to my armor class, another +2. Again, making me just a little more tankier. Nothing wrong with any of that. And again, you will be wielding a Buckler in this build, minimum. So you might as well get used to that idea. What spell are we going to grab here? How about we grab something that can purify and heal me at the same damn time? Cleanse. Standard action, I'm going to cast a spell on myself, and I can purify myself from all these weird-ass fucking effects. Just poof, they're gone. Pretty nice, including fatigue and exhaustion, by the way. Cool. Well, for level 9 Trickster, what we're going to pick up on here. Now we're going to get something that's boring. Boundless Healing. There's nothing wrong with it. We probably could have grabbed this sooner, but it's not working right. But half of it does. So the first part, where it literally extends the range of the spell for how much it can heal. Again, I've talked about this one in the past, but just as a recap. Take Cure Light Wounds, a spell that does 1d8 of healing, +1 per caster level, maximum of caster level 5. So it'll be 1d8 +5 is the best case scenario. Well, this takes away the cap of that +5. So I'm going to be level 20 by the end of this build. So that level 1 spell can heal 1d8 +20. Cure Moderate Wounds, 2d8 +10 is its cap. But again, I can take away the cap, so I can do 2d8 +20 with that one. And remember, this works on hurting undead too. So if I need to like really fuck up an undead, I can do a Cure Light Wound spell now and have it mean something. 1d8 +20 of healing, damage, I should say, to the undead. That's a big amount of damage. And remember, it's still a touch attack. And therefore, I can still crit with it. I can still sneak attack with it. So there's some serious fun. The thing that's missing is it should be a ranged touch attack. It should turn it into a ray spell, which is perfect for this build, but it's broken. That part does not work. If they fix it, which you better believe, again, someone's going to do a report to say that this sucks, like me. and again, if they fix it, then at least that part of the tooltip will be right, and now this will be useful again. And I can start ray casting heal spells at a distance, healing my team. And remember, not only do we have sneak attack, I don't bring this up very much, we also have sneaky quack. This one allows us at level 3 to heal with sneak attack dice, technically, as sneaky quack dice, which allow us to heal for more. So I could heal you as like a crit heal, not a crit, like a sneak attack heal. And that's always been the thing, we just never really talk about it. And I think that's actually broken too. But again, if the target is flanked, which means your ally is flanked by another ally, I guess, so like 3 of your friends standing side by side and he's damaged, I can fucking sneaky quack his ass with a ranged heal spell, thanks to Boundless Healing, and poof, sneak attack healing for like 11d6 of fucking healing on top of the normal healing. That's a lot of healing. Just saying. What else are we going to pick here, though? We got our Boundless Healing. Time to get some Knowledge Arcana rank run. This is now where we identify magic items with a +1 bonus. I'll show you how that works. Also, Lore Nature 2. This is, again, we find more than just some scrolls and some potions. We actually find a magic item every now and again, and we get a better meal. Here I'm going to grab Displacement, because Deep Slumber is shit. Here I'm going to grab Mass Reduced Person. No, I'm not. Alright, yeah, because I already have Reduced Person on the build already. I don't need Mass version. Let's get Greater Chameleon Stride. It's a bonus, by the way, to Stealth. So again, it's a better. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's like Chameleon Strike. Just doesn't say it. It's like Chameleon Strike. Chameleon Strike gives you like a +4 to your stealth, and gives you the effect of blur, but only at range. So it's slightly better than blur. Not if you're meleeing, but if you're trying to stealth like this character is going to do, then this is of value. That's why I went with it. And again, it's AoE version of it. I'm going to grab Feeble Mind. We're actually going to get both of these, but I'm going to grab Feeble Mind now. And then I'm going to grab Mass Cat's Grace, because I already got Eagle Splendor on the build earlier, so might as well get dexterity buff for me and my team. From here, 2 spells. You know I'm grabbing Greater Shadow Conjuration. Fuck yeah. And I'm going to get Invisibility, Mass, and Word of Chaos. But I can only get one of the 2 right now. I'll do Word of Chaos. Okay. Let's actually rest up just to get all those cool things recharged on us. And let's do level 19. Almost done, guys. It's taking forever. And this is with me having the shit written down already. Just be aware of that. So now I'm going to show you the one that's broken because we're not going to take it. But it is a thing. At this point, I do want Knowledge Arcana up higher, and the reason for that is, remember, we just got Knowledge Arcana rank 1, so when we identify a magic item, it gets a +1 to the bonus. So if it's a +1 sword and we identify it, it's a +2 sword now. I'll show you how that works, but the problem with this is, and I don't know this, does it have to be me that identifies it? The reason that matters is if your Arcana is crap and someone else on the team has a better Arcana, then you're not getting that permanent +1 bonus. That sucks, and I don't want that. So again, make sure that you're the one that works on that before you start identifying magic items. What are we going to grab for our feet here? Well, I'm going to get Blind Fight, just to pull to the punch right now. This guy right here. You may say, well, that's kind of wasteful. You can get anything you want. Like the world is yours, or I can get Greater Blind Fight if I want. I still like Blind Fight, and I don't mind that it's not, or that I have met all the requirements for it. You can get Blind Fight to level 1 if you so choose. This is still a solid upgrade for us, and it's because of the immunity to gaze attacks, the re-rolling of the concealment chance. Remember, just because I can ignore the 20% with the ray spells doesn't mean that they're not going to be displacement. That's a 50% concealment. So if I had to do a 50% concealment roll, I'd rather be able to roll twice. And this will allow you to re-roll it twice for free, taking the better of the 2. Obviously, if they both fail, you fail still. But that's why I'm taking this. But notice, you could have, and I wanted to point this out to you here, you could grab improved, critical improved. This would double the multiplier. Remember, your ray spells and your melee touch attacks crit, and they do 2 times the damage. In theory, this should make a ray spell, if I grab it, like that. My ray spell should do 3 times the damage now when they crit. They don't. So that's a bummer. So this is broken. Again, submit a report. Because, again, if that were my choice, you better believe I'd rather it fucking crit and do 3 times the fucking damage, because that shit's just money. But I can't. So it's not gonna. There's another feat, by the way, that's the same Mythic Path that does the same thing as that feat that I just showed you. And it's also broken. That's why I didn't show it to you. But if I can find it again, I'll point it out to you. But again, I wanted Blind Fight. We're going to grab Blind Fight. Again, improved Blind Fight might work. Greater Blind Fight might work if I skip Blind Fight. But the problem is I do like the reroll, and I know this works. What are we going to get for a free spell? How about some True Seeing? And again, you may say, well, isn't that wasteful? I mean, you already can see Invis. Remember, True Seeing does more than just see Invis. It sees Invis and ignores blur and displacement. And you may just say, well, didn't you just tell me that we got Blind Fight so we can ignore that? Yeah, remember, it also makes us immune to gaze attacks. True Seeing don't do that. So there's reasons for wanting both. And again, I still wanted it. If you don't want it, pick something else. On this list, though, honestly, the only thing that I would give a rat's ass about, you don't want Righteous Might because it's a personal effect and you're not strength-based. So that's a bad idea. Resounding Blows, dumb. Greater Commands, crap. Mass Cure spells, yeah. Mass Castigate's alright. Break Enchantment and Banishment. You could convince me one of those 3 is worth a damn. But I do like my buffs. And again, another buff that I can make a 24-hour buff? Fuck yes, please. Now, wait. Finally, level 20 and 10. What we get for 20? We're going to pick up our last combat trick. Remember, we're here. So we're getting one more combat trick from the Talented Slayer pool. What are we going to grab? Also, more intelligence, a lot more skills. So get those guys to max. And this is where we finish our build. So we had 8 Fuse Magic Device, check. 20 for Persuasion and Perception, check. 5 and 5 for Lures, check. 20 here, and Knowledge Arcana was going to be a 20. Yep. And then the last 2 for Stealth. And we're done. That's our skills. And again, I'll show you what they look like when we're officially done. But it's awesome. Now, last combat trick. Now, again, we can get a combat trick here. Notice that this is not the, what do we call those things? The combat style feat. This is combat trick. This is different. This is free feats. Okay. So again, just notice it's the same list. Notice, because of this, I can grab things like Improved Blind Fight. And again, you may say, well, didn't you just say that you just didn't need it? Because again, I wanted Blind Fight. I want Blind Fight. I want the immunity to gaze attacks. This one's just better. Melee attacks, we ignore the missed chance of the 20% completely now. And again, with this one, Blind Fight and Improved precise shot, which we already have, I ignore the 20% miss chance. Period. Keep reading. You may still re-roll your miss percentile for total concealment. So when there's a 50% chance, I roll twice thanks to blind fight. So that's still a thing. And I don't have to worry about seeing invisible attackers. Yes, I have see invisible on, but the point is within 30 feet, I basically know where they're fucking at anyway. They don't get any bonuses in any of that shit. So again, a solid upgrade here. And again, you don't have to take this one. There's a variety of things we could have grabbed. I could have convinced myself to grab, let's see, dodges here. Could have got deadly aim, rapid shot. I don't even have to get a combat trick. I mean, I could have grabbed something like fast stealth. It could have been fucking cool. Zipping around fully stealth at like 60 ground speed or 50 ground speed is pretty fun. Weakening wound, if we sneak attack, we actually lower their damage reduction by the amount of our character level. So again, if they had like damage reduction 20, I could lower that by 20. Maybe he'd be fully sensitive to all our attacks for the next 2 rounds. That's pretty powerful. There's plenty of good shit. Trap finding, this is a built-in trickery skill bonus. For finding traps. Sorry, not trickery. For finding traps. But again, this I think is broken. Trailblazer, I could be immune to difficult terrain. That of value. Again, immunities are powerful. Jump up. And when you get literally knocked on your ass, you had to stand back up. That provokes an attack of opportunity. This is basically a kip up. Boom. Problem solved. A lot of good stuff in here. Hell, can you observe it? Get that perception even fucking higher. What the hell? Do your thing, man. I ain't got to tell you what to do. But I know what I wanted. I want to improve blind fight. Moving on. Spells. I'm going to grab last 2 spells here are going to be Restoration. Long overdue in my opinion, but again, we have ways around that. Scrolls and wands and everything else. And then level 6, our last spell, and again, your choice, but I'm going to take that Untitled Strike. There's good shit in here. You can get Undeath to Death. Get yourself Circle of Death. There's some good shit in here. There's plenty. Blade Barrier is solid choice. There's a lot of decent stuff in here, but I happen to like the race spells, and I like having even more. And you may say, yeah, that's already on the other spell list. Yeah. And so what? I want to fucking beam them. Give me more beams. That's what this did. 2 different spell books, 2 different sets of castings. Remember, we have level 6 spells. Both of them were level 6 spells. I got 9 castings from one spell book now, 7 from the other spell book. I'm fine with that. I have no problem with that. Wait, we're not done yet. Last Trickster level. Boom. What are we going to grab here? This one is kind of a mulligan pick because I don't think you're actually going to find this in the game. If you can manage to get to Trickster level 10, I'm going to be fucking amazed. But I'm going to try my best. Well, what am I going to grab? I'm going to get Piranha Strike so I can get extra damage with my melee attacks. I don't give a shit. Weapon Focus for those race spells to give them a +1 to a +2. Again, who cares? I could get an extra feat. I get that Point Blank Master or Point Blank Shot. And get me a +1 to my swing and +1 to my damage for all those close range race spells. Who cares? Emergency Potion. That one's not a bad pick. I'm not going to take it just to spoil it for you. But this is a solid choice. It's a swift action. You can drink any potion. And remember, thanks to our, where is it at? Reuse magic device? No. The other one. Infuse magic device. Way the fuck back here. This becomes a really good option. Remember, with Infuse magic device, wands, scrolls, and potions get our mythic rank added to the caster level. You can drink a potion now. Even if it was caster level 1, it's caster level 10 now, son. And I can do that as a swift action. This is a solid choice. Well, which one am I going to grab instead then? Well, I'm going to grab, what's it called? Oh, it's a mythic ability. That's why it's not there. It's called Powerful Shadows. Remember our illusion spells? They're only 20%, 40%, 60% real. Well, now we can add another 20% on top of that. For here, what are we going to grab here? This is where we grab Lore Religion. This is the one I honestly don't care about, which is why it's the last one. It's not that it's bad. You learn how to heal the body. So we have that healing ability that everyone has at level 1. It's called Treat Affliction. It allows you, if you pass a Lore Religion check on the target that's been poisoned or diseased or both, you can remove the poison or the disease. Not the effect, not the minus to your strength or recon or whatever the fuck it damaged, but just the fact that the poison's still in your system. You can cure it, so to speak. So that's what this does, and anyone can do it. But obviously with a better Lore Religion check, it's a bit easier to do. So you can pass or you can fail it. And if you fail it or pass it, doesn't matter. You can't do that check, the Treat Affliction on that teammate again until like they take a nap or 24 hours passes or some shit like that. But Lore Religion 1 rank, this guy here, remember with the Trickster Path, not only can we cure those 2 things, but any negative condition affecting the target. Now that's broad and it may be broken. I know it doesn't cure blindness, for example, because I tried that. I blinded a character and it didn't fucking do shit for removing the blindness. Didn't even try. So there's some other shit in here, but maybe this is like the shaking condition, the fatigue, exhaustion, something like that. Maybe that's what they mean. And again, I can't easily prove that to myself. So this is what I'm going to take. And there's nothing else that I wanted. These other three, in my opinion, are shit for my build anyway, so I'll happily take this one. What else, though? We got Lord Nature 3 now, and this is the biggie. This is the one that, again, most people would probably want up here instead of the Knowledge World 3. And again, you could flip-flop them, but remember, Knowledge World 3 gave us the ability to pick feats indiscriminately. No penalty, no requirement. Fuck you, I want my Shadow Defenses. And that's what gave it to me, was this guy here. That's why he's here, and he's lunging behind. But what does Lord Nature 3 do? You find that it's perfectly natural to find powerful magic artifacts lying around the locations everywhere you go, as well as other rare and exotic items. Every time you rest, you now find a random powerful magical item, and you can now find ingredients for an exquisite meal. Every time you take an E. And you can see why people would probably want that sooner than later. But I'm telling you, man, I wanted that, so suck it up and deal. Last choice, again, there's mass-produced person. I knew it was there for a reason because I was going to pick it up later. That's why. Dominate person, sure. Eagle Splendor, mass, sure. What else we got? And of these two, this is the one you actually have to make a choice. I'll do mass and viz. And it's only because I hate the insanity effects. For those of you that don't know, here, let's look at this one. For the confusion, that's all this is just mass confusion. For those of you that don't know, what this does, actually it's not even mass, it's single target, but it's continuous confusion effect. So basically they're fucked repeatedly. Notice they need a greater restoration or a heal spell to restore them. Basically, remove curse doesn't help with this type of insanity, and then neither does restoration or lesser restoration. It has to be the big version of your spells. But look what this confusion does. This is just confusion, but better. This is exactly what it does. Every round that they're under the effect, they will roll on a 1d100, and depending on where it lands, it'll have this effect. They can act normally. This is how you can be confused and still act normally on your turn. This is actually important. I'll explain why here in a second. 26 to 50 does nothing but babble incoherently. It means you just stand there doing nothing. You'll defend yourself, but you just and again, you're wasting your turn. Then 51 to 75, they'll actually damage themselves with something that they have in their hand. So they'll poke themselves in the face or whatever and do 1d8 damage plus their strength modifier. Thank God our strength modifier sucks ass. But again, since I'm weapon finessing and I have that weapon finesse mythic, I have a high dex. It's entirely possible there'll be a dex bonus and I could get fucked real quick on that one. But it's not going to kill you. I mean, you'd have to be really low in health for this to kill you. Then, if it's the highest number, attack the nearest creature. And again, that could be a bad guy. That could be a good guy. That's the problem. So again, be careful with this shit. Because I'm good at sneak attacking and I don't want to sneak attack my friends. So this is a bad one for us. Not that big of a deal for the bad guys. And routinely, again, it's going to be shit that I don't give a fuck about. But, remember this part here, to act normally? There's a reason I mentioned that. There is a spell like Cleanse, is one of the example of these spells, not the only one, where I can cure myself of various effects. Ability, blinded, confused, dazzled, disease. So confused is in there. And you may be like, well, how the hell do you cure yourself of confused if you're babbling incoherently or you're stabbing yourself in the face? Because you don't get control of your character if you roll these numbers. This one here, so 25% of the time, you are in control of yourself. If you ever find out that you're confused and you see the little icon next to your portrait, say, oh shit, I'm still confused. It's just you rolled a 25 or lower and now you have control of your character. Purge that shit with a cleanse. It healed you and poof, confusion's gone. Now you're not insane no more. Okay, so that's a possibility. And it doesn't say that cleanse doesn't work. So I would assume that it would still work on this. And if not, I have heal on the other spell books, or I have heal right there. So again, I have the ability, either of those would work. I'd probably use heal, quite frankly, because it heals more. But the point's still the same. Either of those should purge the confusion from your character. That's why I wanted to bring that to your attention. That's the build. We're not done yet. Let's give ourselves a couple of items. Search and pick. It's going to take a minute. Give me a chance to sip on some coffee. My computer must be overheating because it's really sluggish. There it goes. Been talking for a while and the AC's off, so I know it's hot as hell. Alright, so I'm just going to take a couple bags of holding because the shit I'm going to carry is going to be heavy. Some of those and some of them. First, let's do something simple. Let's find us a rapier. Search it. I'm going to find a rapier +1. Okay, so a corrosive rapier +1. Sure, I don't give a shit. Good enough. But this is going to be going towards our identifying item. Notice how it says Sanctified Slayer identifies corrosive rapier +1. That's to our benefit. Then let's get we can wear up to medium armor. Let's do breastplate. Let's find one that's mithril. Actually, that draconic one is considered light. We'll do that one, and we'll do the mithril breastplate +5. Sure, why not? And again, I identified them. Blah blah. That's important. You'll see why here in a second. We also want to give ourselves some potions and some wands and some scrolls. So, just so I can show you how that stuff works. So let's do potion. Search. I don't particularly care which one, but to show you what I want to do, I need to get some specific ones. So let's get Barkskin. Barkskin level 9. That's why the 9's there, because it's caster level 9. We'll grab ourselves Blur. Let's give I'm looking for stuff that's going to be affected by your caster level. Haste. We'll take that one. How about we get, where's the Shield of Faith? 2 of them. We have Shield of Faith here. We'll have Shield of Faith to level 12, caster level. Spell resistant, that'll be important. Stone skin, sure. Probably some other stuff in here too. I just can't think of anything. So that's going to be good enough for now. So potion's done. Then I want to do... Oh, actually, there's one more I might be able to get. Is there Divine Favor or Divine Power in here? No. Okay. So we want scrolls. So do scroll. This list is going to be way bigger. And again, we're not going to grab everything. I just want to get you a smattering of stuff, similar kind of stuff, but specific things. Like, what might I grab? I'll grab, what? Let's get another bark skin in here. Battering Blast, yes please. I want a Magic Missile. There we go. Let's scroll on down to some Magic Missile. Yeah, come on. You're down in here somewhere. I know you're here. And Magic Missile. Grab a few of them. Anything else that I could grab? Let's grab some higher level spells like Polar Ray, Polar Midnight, just to have some shit to fucking throw around with our use magic device. Is there anything else I might want? It's hard to fucking do this when you're scrolling through your brain trying to remember what the fuck you can grab. Let's do web. We're at the bottom of the list. Okay, that should probably do us for now. I mean, that gives me enough to work with to kind of show you what I want to do. And then we'll do, well, actually, let's grab something silly like Resist Fire, just because there's a reason for me to grab those. And then we're going to grab wands. Yeah, I knew there was something else I was missing. So, you may wonder why the hell I'm getting such a weird smattering of spells. Because again, wands, scrolls, and potions can overlap quite a bit, but there's reasons for the madness. Trust me on this. We're going to demonstrate some of your kick-ass abilities. So search for wands. Now here's shit that I don't spoiler yourself by reading this stuff. Let's grab Acid Arrow. Sure, Acid Arrow, caster level 6 versus level 12. I don't know what the 7 and the 12 mean. Let's grab ourselves Battering Blast wand. Sure, that sounds like fun. How about we get ourselves that Bone Shaker, Bone Shatter. That sounds like fun. Burning Hands, Burning Arc. Those are always classics. How about we get ourselves some Fireball up in his house. Well, let's get Corrosive Touch. Sorry, I just went right past it. Corrosive Touch. Like that. And let's grab ourselves some of those Fireball spells, like I said a moment ago. We got Fireball. We got Caster level 6 and Caster level 8 or 9. Doesn't really specify. Here's a level 51. That's got to be 50 uses a day is probably what that's telling us. Let's get ourselves Heroism. Let's get ourselves a different version of Heroism. Let's get ourselves what? Oh, Lead Blade. Sure, why not? Lightning Bolt sounds like fun. Mage Armor, always a staple. How about we grab ourselves Mage Shield, which is just a shield spell. Magic Missile, Wands of level 11 and level 18. And whatever the hell this version is. I'll grab some mirror images. One of max magic missiles. That sounds like fun. Burning hands. Sure, why not? And again, this is more than enough to do what I want to do. But is there something else I want to fucking slap on here? Let's grab another Wand of Web, because I find the web spells to be useful. Vampiric Touch, sure, grab that too while we're at it. Where's our Umbral Strike? Do they have a Wand of Umbral Strike? Really? There's no Wand of Umbral Strike. Oh my god, game. I'm just kidding. It's probably in here somewhere. It's just called something different. A Wand of True Strike, of course, is here. You summon monsters, etc., and so forth, and stone skins, and you might as well just grab a couple of those just to fucking point out some shit. Alright, and, oh, there we go, Snowball. Classic. And Shocking Grasp. Oh, and I want Scorching Ray and Hellfire Ray. Yeah, Scorching Rays. Boom, boom. And Searing Light's there too, might as well grab it as well. And where's my Hellfire Ray? You notice I'm probably grabbing a lot of the Ray spells, right? You probably are assuming you know what I'm doing here. Wow, I don't see Hellfire Ray. What? Is it called? Is it our fire, maybe? Fireball. No, it's not there. City of Flow. Protection. Ray of Feeblement, Exhaustion, Frost, Sickening. Not any of those. Not in there. I don't see it. Alright, screw you, game. I didn't want those spells anyway. Alright, let's do a quick save. Put shit in place. Sorry for the long video, guys, but it is important. And you will understand once I put everything in place and we start slotting up the shit that we're going to do. So first, I routinely put my, charge here, my coup de grace there. Fighting defensively, I never use it, but if we need it, it's there. And then if we got like power attack, or in this case Piranha Strike, or rapid shot, deadly aim, all that jazz would go here after, right? So that's a typical. So there's my Piranha Strike. Remember, that's a penalty to my swing with my weapon. Notice I also have a bonus to my weapon. Might as well put the Bane, Greater Bane weapon, matter of fact, right there. This is the Demoralize I was telling you about. This is also our Treat Affliction. Remember our Lore Religion rank 1? That's what that's talking about. So if someone on my team is like poison or disease, normally this is how you try to cure it without spells. Notice Demoralize again. Everyone has this one. This is the one that, again, autopilot. It's already on, and everyone that enters battle with me that's a bad guy will automatically check against, or I will check against them, I should say. I do an intimidation check against their will save or their wisdom or some shit like that. And then if I succeed and they're susceptible to shaken, they will be shaken for X number of rounds. That's what you're going to see. Notice here, study target. And yes, there was a not distracting target, what the hell is it called? There's an upgrade to the study target in the Mythic Path. It's broken. I did that. I don't know if I told that to you because I've done this video a couple times already. Here is our Bit of Luck. That's from our Luck domain. Here's Bit of Fun. I like to separate them, so we'll go like that. Oops. Like that. Here is our Divine Fortune. That come up at like level 6 or level 8 for us. Here is the summons. We won't put those in here, but our Touch of Darkness. That was from our Moonbeam. Remember our Darkness Impossible domain. Here's our Moonfire. That's another one. Notice here is our Stealth 1 rank. If I click this, we will go stealthy. I'm not going to. I'll do it in combat. But that's everything I need down here. The one thing, exception to the rule, I'll put down here, like, sure, like that. Now, what goes over here? Well, everything goes over here. But you can't fit everything over here, and you're going to see that our spell book is pretty fucking huge. So what am I going to put over here? I'm going to put a few of your favorite buffs, as well as the race spells that we care about, because I'm going to show you some shit with that. And I'm going to show you the illusion spells that we give a shit about, and of course talk about the unique spells that we haven't even discussed from our spell books that are from the Trickery Path. So first thing, you should make sure to have at least one, if not both, of your race spells down here. These are infinite use, obviously against undead versus anyone else. Notice that Acid Blast is not affected by spell resistance, so yay us. So this is something that can sneak attack demons if they're not immune to acid. And we get sneak attack and crits on that fucker. So some fun to be had here. Usually I put the light cantrip over here, but you don't have to. Remember, you have enhanced senses as a little bitty person. I don't understand how that fucking works, but whatever. I'll put the buffs down here that I give a shit about right now. So basically anything that's going to give us a buff to our swing and a buff to our armor. So there's Shield of Faith, Bless, Divine Favor works. True Strike is going to be important, but I'm going to actually put that one down, right down here. We'll come back to that in a minute. That's not a spell that's going to touch attack. I can touch attack with cure spells. I'm not going to put them in here. I will show you how one of them works, just to show you how the Boundless Healing works. But here's Color Spray, so let's start our illusion spells. Here's a ray spell, so all ray spells are going to go over here now. Reduce Person I would put over here, and you will too. However, we have a better spell given to us for free as we leveled up in the Trickster Path called Microscopic Proportions, and it's better than this one because it doesn't penalize your strength. Until that time, this one's still money. Remember, it's a bonus to your armor because of your better dex, bonus to your armor because you're a smaller person, because you reduce in size. Also, it's a better swing for us because we have both ray attacks and weapon finesse, so dex base for any of our ranged or melee attacks. And our dex went up, and we're smaller. It's easier to hit you big fat heads. So again, reduced person is money. The other one's better. Until that time, though, you want reduced person. So again, I would put it here. I'm not going to. Grease I'd put over here again for crowd control, but I'm not going to because, again, we're going to be real fucking full over here. I will put, however, Expeditious Retreat because we do move like a fucking snail. And just to show you that also for what should be a 20-minute buff thanks to greater enduring spells, it's a 24-hour buff. Fucking solid buff. I'll put Shocking Grasp over here simply because it's a melee touch attack, and I can use it for obvious reasons to sneak attack and crit and all that fucking shit. Over here, Resist Energy. Normally I'd put that over there. I'm not going to say with like Lesser Restoration and what have you. Inflict Moderate Wounds, though, again, melee touch attack. We'll put that over there. I'll put Delayed Poison over here simply because it will remind me to talk about Stinking Cloud and Cloud Kill and all that fucking shit. Again, you may say, well, Brother Mutant, you don't even have Cloud Kill. Yeah, I do. Don't you tell me what I do and don't do. I know my build. Effortless Armor. Again, I'd put it over here if you're not even wearing any armor right now. Here's the weird spells, though. Bear's Great, where you fucking penalize the bad guy. This is awesome. Massive penalty to dex. Here's a Fish Missile. That's a ray spell, if you can believe it. You hit him with a fucking fish, and it's fucking hilarious. And you can sicken the target, too, for on a successful hit. A Fortitude save for or be sickened. And it has nothing to do with the damage, and it does like 20 or 10d6 of fucking damage, plus sneak attack and crit damage. And it is a ray spell. So we get all the bonuses to ray spells that you would get from casting the ray spells. This is a ray spell too, and it has a nice range to it. And that's a low level. I mean, level 2 spells to get that shit, that's fucking nice. Notice, of course, we have our Summon Beer Elementals and blah, blah, blah. Again, I won't bring those out, but we'll talk about them. Mirror Image, though, that's a solid buff. Find Traps, again, a solid buff. I'm not going to put it out there. Hideous Laughter, solid, not going to do it. Chameleon Stride. Now, here's the Chameleon Stride. This is the Vit and Greater Chameleon Stride. I wanted to show you what this does. Not only does it give you a 24-hour buff, because, again, we can get it to 5 minutes. Thanks to Greater Enduring Spells, we can get it for 24 hours. Not only that, but it gives us a bonus to Stealth, +4. And we get Concealment, but only against targets that are 5 feet away, or greater than 5 feet away, which means if they're using a ranged weapon, chances are they're standing 5 feet away from us, or greater than 5 feet away from us. If they're using a reach weapon, they may be farther than 5 feet away from us. And as such, we would have a 20% miss chance. So this is not Blur, but it's the second best thing, and it gives us a stealth bonus, which I do appreciate. So there's a reason to want that one. I'm not going to use it, but again, normally I put it over there. We have Invisibility, obviously a better version, but again, the moment you attack, poof, it's gone. We have Eagle Splendor. Again, I don't need it, but I had to pick it. Searing Light, that's another ray spell. Definitely want it. Here's our Magical Vestment, that's armor. And I need to give myself some robes and give myself some like a buckler so I can show you how that works. Here's Magic Weapon. We'll buff that just because, again, I can show you how to make magic weapons. Litany of Entanglement. I'll put this one out here simply because it is a swift action. Again, I was bragging about it and I want you to see it. We don't need Prayer, but again, I'll put it out here because, again, it does buff us. Here's Extra Armor with Glorious Beard. This is a new spell from the Trickster Path. Notice we have Hallucinogenic Cloud. It is an illusion spell. Yes, please. Almost Greater Invisibility. Love the name on that one. But notice how this one has a fucking 1 minute per round, or per caster level. And again, with us having the Greater Enduring Spells, we can make this 24-hour buff. Well, having said that, notice that it will fall off. Every time we attack, it says, instead of not ending after an offensive attack, it ends with a chance equal to 5% plus 5% per attack you made during the invisibility. So it won't last no 24 hours. But it will last you for many, many minutes, and there's no reason you shouldn't be traipsing through the fucking jungle with almost greater invisibility on for 24 hours a day. because the moment you get jumped, you haven't attacked yet, right? So again, you have invisibility, greater invisibility on no less, or almost greater invisibility, and it's waiting for you. And now sneak attack, sneak attack, sneak attack. So a solid upgrade. You will definitely have it over here, but I'm not going to bother. Here's the different Beer Elemental, the medium version. Stinking Cloud, again, I'll put that over here just because it will remind me of the Delay Poison Stinking Cloud combo. Slow, again, another one that I'd usually put over here, but I'm not going to bother. Here's Blink. This is a solid buff for you. Notice that there's also a penalty here, so we need to talk about this one. So when I get into combat, I will bring that one back up. But notice here is Dominate Animal, Hold Person, all solid choices. Displacement, again, solid choices for you. Healing spells, Freedom of Movement, solid spell. Divine Power, amazing buff. And again, since it's so good, matter of fact, I'm going to swap it out for Divine Favor and put it in the appropriate spot, of course, because it's higher level. I go from low to high if it's not obvious. Like that. Death Ward, amazing spell. Again, we can get it for a 24-hour buff. I'll just cast it on myself now just so I have it. So there we go. 24 hours. Very nice. Stone Skin, can't cast it because I don't have the Diamond Dust. I can gift it to myself, but I don't care to. And we got Summon Grizzly Bear. That one's awesome. A larger beer elemental. And they've yet to change the look of these guys. So I'm assuming that what's going to happen, and this is a total guess. I have no connection with Pathfinder, with Paizo, or any of these guys that are making this fucking game. I love them for doing it. I'm just assuming that this was just a place where they just made you summon the water elemental, and it probably gave it the water elemental stats, probably. But what's going to happen, I'm assuming they're just going to color code it to make it look like beer, maybe give it like a foam head or some shit like that. So it's going to look cool. I don't doubt that. Notice here's our Shadow Conjuration. That's a fucking shadow spell. Want that. We have Rainbow Pattern now. And then we have Phantasmal Killer. I'm not going to put them all up in here. Greater Invis, yes please. Greater Chameleon Stride. Again, this is the AoE version, and again, 1 minute per level. So again, I can make it, not per month. I keep saying that. 24-hour buff, but the moment that they walk out of that circle, then it's not buffing them anymore. So you got to figure this would be a terrible idea until you get into combat. Having said that, it's still a solid choice. Mass Reduced Person. Again, another Reduced Person spell, even though I didn't need it because I had the weaker version. Flame Strike, awesome. Chains of Light, important because of the no spell resistance, just to remind you. Spell resistance, awesome. Disruptive Weapon, again, awesome. True Seeing, useful. Here's our Microscopic Proportions. That's our other guy, so we need to shuffle this shit around to there. This is the one that you want instead of Reduced Person or even Mass Reduced Person. Why? Not a penalty to Strength, but a +6 to Dex. And, wait for it, that bonus to Dex is not an enhancement. It's not even a size. Matter of fact, this might even stack with Reduced Person. I haven't tested that yet, but that might be something that you can get like 8 Dexterity out of. 2 from Reduced Person, 6 from this. I got a feeling they probably override each other, but this one doesn't say size +6 like Reduced Person does. Reduced Person says size +2 for your Dexterity bonus. This one, though, will shrink you down. It says 2 size categories. Well, sadly, we're already 1 size category down, and the smallest they'll make you is size category 2. So that's a lie. If you were a person, full-fledged human, sorry, I don't mean to shame the halflings and gnomes out there. If you were a human-sized human and cast this on yourself, you would shrink down to smaller than a gnome, which is what I'm about to do. Since I'm not smaller than a gnome, it will let me shrink down 1 more size category. So this is the smallest you can be in the game. Look at Daddy, I'm fucking adorable. I love my hat. But that's, again, a minute per caster level, so a 24-hour buff, thanks to greater enduring spells. And again, just to show you the buff, here's your Dexterity. No penalty to Strength, notice. I mean, it's still a penalty, but not because of the spell. But +6 other Microscopic Proportions. Notice that my swing is better because my Dexterity bonus is +7 now instead of +4, what it was a minute ago. Notice my armor went up for 2 reasons. Size +2. Again, it was +1 a moment ago because I'm a gnome. I'm a teeny tiny person. Now I'm a teeny weeny tiny person and I have size +2. But this would be the bonus you would have on any character. Even a human. Or a half-orc, for that matter. Would fucking shrink down to size +2 here. And the dex would go up again. So again, you see my dex bonus is higher. Now, of course, with armor, I could be losing some of this. So be real careful with your armor. It's another reminder. And that's all this thing does for you. You just shrink down. That's it. But again, we're a dex-based build. Ray casting, ranged weapons, if we have to, I suppose. Like my crossbow will work, but again, it's going to do shit all for damage. Having said that, wait a minute, why am I getting a +10? What the hell? Why am I getting plus 10? Fuck it, whatever, I don't care. Certainly they're not giving me for weapon finesse. That's 7. And this is not weapon finessable. It's a fucking crossbow. I don't get it. Whatever. Don't care. Anyway, what was I saying? Stacking stuff. Make sure to keep track of your armor. Again, you don't have to wear armor. You can wear robes, but you're probably better off wearing armor. Having said that, our stats, fortitude, reflex is looking good now, but only really because we went up 3 more points. Remember, this should be 11. So I got a 15, an 11, and a 16 for my saves down here. And again, not bad. And again, we haven't buffed up with gear and shit yet. So that's always a thing. Know that I'm going to gift myself just like a rapier. Wait a minute, didn't I give myself weapons? Where are my weapons at? Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, so remember when I said I was identifying items? Every time I fucking gifted myself one, I said, identify the item, and it specifically said my name. I don't know that it has to say your name to work, but if it does, that's a problem. Make sure to get your your knowledge arcana up ASAP, because you want to be the one to identify it. Because if you do, this is what's going to happen. Look at the weapon. See how it says corrosive enhancement +2, enhancement +1? The enhancement +2 you're seeing there is because I made it a +2 weapon. See how it says at the top, corrosive rapier +1? That's what I gifted myself. It should have been a +1 weapon. But because I have that trickster skill, knowledge arcana, rank 1, all items that have a plus, like this +1, +2, plus whatever, go up 1 more permanently. So here is a +2 weapon that should have been a +1 weapon. That's what that does for you. Look at the armor. Here is just let's go for the mithril breastplate +5. Okay, it's heavy, but not heavy enough thanks to it being mithril that I can actually carry that. And not bad. Mithril breastplate +5, but see how it says enhancement +6? It is a +6 armor now because I identified it. And again, that's fucking tits. So this is a way for you to have slightly better gear. Not amazing, but free, better magical gear. And all you have to do is have knowledge, arcana, rank 1, and have enough knowledge, arcana, that you're the person that identifies it. I'm guessing that's going to be key and important. From there, notice that we also have like this dragon breastplate. Notice how it is +6 versus +5. So again, there's no cap on this. It can go higher than +1, +2 is my point. I didn't gift myself, I didn't gift myself a headband. Let's actually do that. That's the one thing that I am missing and I do feel bad about because I wanted to show you that trick as well. So I want to say they're called headbands. Search. And there's a headband for like charisma +2, and then we'll get one for like intelligence +2, and we'll get one for... I'll get the perfection one, the one that's +2 to all 3 stats. Okay, and again, notice how I identified them. Okay, so there's that. Go back to your inventory, find them. Here's your charisma +2. Ready? Watch my charisma go from 12, should be 14, right? 15. Why? Because of the knowledge arcana rank 1. See that? Now that's weird. I don't know I'd want to build a build around it, but know that the game is pre-coded into giving you +2, +4, +6, +8 items. So if you had the +8 version, it wouldn't be +8, it'd be +9. Because I identified it, right? Now, what is that important? Well, what if you had finished, you notice how I have the charisma of 15. What if I had finished with a charisma of 11? And then slap that fucker on. Instead of being at a 15, like you're seeing here, it'd be a 14. But I would have finished on an even number. Then that's important. I don't know how important, but it's still important. Same with the physical ones. Like I did the same with the belts. A belt is a strength 2, dex 2, con 2, whatever. It'd be a 3, a 3, and a 3. Or a 4 going to a 5, a 6 going to a 7. You get the idea. So this is interesting. I don't know how interesting or how much I care, but it would allow you to I don't want to say min-max more. It would allow you to be subpar on some stats. Remember, I have a strength of 6 for a reason. I lowered it. What if I stopped at a 7? Normally I wouldn't. Because why? Because it doesn't really help you. It's not better. It's not worse than a 6. The only real reason that a strength of 7 is actually better than a 6 is because it lets you carry a tiny bit more. In the grand scheme of things, I doubt I'd give a shit. I'd take it down to a 6 anyway, if I could. But there's some times where you have a build where you will finish on an 11 or a 15 or whatever, and you're just not thinking about it. You're like, it's fine. I'm happy to have that be a 15. Well, now you have a reason for it to be a 15 and be happy about it, because now you could get a 15 buff up to an 18 with shit like this. So I wanted to show you that part. Then, since I care about my spells, I want to get the mental perfection one on there. Look at that, 3, 3, and 3 on all those. It's 19, 19, and 15. Again, very weird, but again, solid upgrade. Notice, I'm going to put in, let's get a barkskin potion. Let's get a scroll of magic missile. Let's grab, matter of fact, let's grab a wand of magic missile. Where are you at, little fucker? Mirror image. Mage armor, that'll be important later too. Heroism, lead blades, lightning bolt, mage armor, magic missile. Here we go. Here's magic missile. Caster level 9. Notice this part. Caster level 9. This would be the full magic missile. Magic missile gets another magic missile at every odd rank. Or every odd level, excuse me. So it starts at level 1, you get 1 missile. Level 3, you get 2 missiles. Level 5, 7, and then caps out at 9. This one is full magic missile, means you shoot all 5 beams. I don't care about that one. I care about this crap one right down here. Magic missile or caster level 1. Fuck you. I get to shoot 1 missile. Maybe. Maybe not. I'll show you why. Here's, not Searing Light. Where's my Battering Blast? That's this guy here. Taking you. And what else might I grab in here? Let's grab, Acid Arrow. No. Bone Shaker. Let's do Bone Shatter. Okay. Quick save on all this. I'm going to fight some bad guys after we do our little thing up here.
Oh, hey, that's all.
Now I'm going to show you how something's broken right away. So notice how I'm not going to do the Knowledge World check, because I could
fancy meeting you down here.
Penetrate this so fucking easy, it's ridiculous.
You're the one
I have
that
athletic skill,
right?
but I suck at it. Or actually, I don't have any
are
athletic skill. I know.
Will you
Let's
help
do
me
the
get her out from under the
diplomacy check.
boulders? Yeah, sure thing. Look, you don't owe us anything after all.
Got money. I didn't want to be evil, but I did it for a purpose. So, and it's a test.
Well, I'm Sela. I don't even want. Yeah, things are looking good to. Whoa. To some.
Okay. Now, I did all that just to pause it so that we could see that check. So let's come back up to our diplomacy check. Remember, I did an evil diplomacy check. Notice, I rolled a 20. Awesome. And I have a 28 modifier. The DC was 12. Let's take a look at that 28. See if that's actually true. Okay? So, diplomacy, 28. Where's my diplomacy? It'd be a persuasion check. 28. Okay. Now, it didn't work. Let me explain. Mythic Path. You had that thing. Where is it? Knowledge World? Is it Knowledge World 1? Where the hell are you? You know so much trivia that you know how to do almost anything better. Whenever you or anyone within 50 feet of you make a skill check, which I just did, and it wasn't a Knowledge World check, that was important, you attempt a Knowledge World check to add half your mythic rank to the original check. I didn't do that. You didn't see a +5 in there anywhere. Remember, I said 28, that's why I was checking it. Should have been 28 + 5. Should have been a 30 goddamn 3 on top of that. Notice the DC of this check is equal to the check's original save. So I should have done 2 checks. I should have done a Knowledge World check, passed it probably, and then got the next check, the diplomacy check, and got a +5 on top of that. It didn't work. So this would be another one of those how I tested it to prove that it's broken. Bug report that shit. But that's one. But I don't particularly care. I mean, it sucks that I'm missing it, but it's there's plenty of glitches in this game. It was a stepping stone to get to Knowledge World 2, which of course gave us to Knowledge World 3, and this is the one that I wanted. So I just wanted to show you that I didn't check that, and it does not work as intended. Okay, so if anyone saw that, sorry to make you wait and ruin your fun, but it doesn't work. So now these guys are done. We got to go to the next idiot. Grab ourselves some gear. Yep. Notice identifies cloak of resistance +1. Let's see, did that work? Look at the cloak of resistance. See how I'm only getting a 1? It does not work on that bonus, remember, to our match weapon, to our armor. That's what I'm checking here. It did not work. I identified it, and again, nope, it's not it. You don't get a +2 Cloak of Resistance just because you had the Knowledge Arcana rank 1. That didn't work. But it works on a lot of other things, is my point. So, again, I wanted to show you some of the shit that I knew was working and some of the shit that didn't work. Having said that, let's grab... we got armor on... Yeah, okay. Save that. One more person to free up here. She's probably robbing somebody. She's kneeling over a dead body. That's got to be a bad sign.
Who's there?
I'm guessing she's evil.
Really?
Hey, you want to make out?
So that's right. Are you certain? Let's see.
Come on with us. All right, so now first, again, chance to show you some stuff. So first, let's steal from that body. Again, I can give myself a masterwork weapon. Oops. Sorry. A masterwork weapon. Notice how masterwork don't go to +1 or +2 or anything like that. So it didn't work on that. That's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm just pointing out. Notice she's damaged, right? And they tell you to heal her. Well, I have my own heals. Remember, I have boundless healing. So remember, I can do this. Level 1 spell should be 1d8 +5 best case scenario. Well, I get 1d8 +20, right? And I should be able to shoot it, but I'm not. That's how I know that the reach part is broken. And you may say, only heal for 4. Well, if you go over here and click it, you'll actually see what it did heal for. 1d8 +20. So it did heal for 26. Damn near maxed it. It rolled a 6 out of the 1d8. So that's a solid fucking heal. And again, it just keeps getting better and better with your caster level. So once you get to caster level 20, you're fucking healing like a goddamn boss with a level 1 spell. Just wanted to show that to you. Now, the problem with this next part is going to be Anivia is an idiot. She likes to shoot everything. So I'm going to save here, run ahead of her with my Expeditious Retreat on, and hope to catch the guys that we're going to fight with her not being in the way. That's why we're going to constantly come back to this spot. Okay, so that's why we did a quick save. So, run ahead. Okay. Ready for battle. So, combat has started. Everything's good. They swung at me and missed. Comes another one. Swing at me and miss. Nevia's an idiot. She's going to ruin everything by killing everything before I have a chance to even attack you, idiot. Thanks, Nevia. Fucking amazing. Moron. Anyway, your turn. Your first turn. Your first chance to cast a spell. Remember we have Sorcerer's Reflex? Remember how it didn't work on my other build? And I'm like, oh, it must be broken. I have to submit a report. Well, the other build was a wizard, probably a Scroll Savant or some Sword Sage, something like that, where they're not a spontaneous caster. However, I'm a spontaneous caster on both of my spell books. Watch how if I highlight any spell over here, notice how it's highlighting right here under the Swift. See that? You watch it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Swift. Swift. Any spell that I have access to, Swift. And we're talking anyone. We're talking, well, you have to highlight a spell. Oh, it's not working on that one. Wow, we finally found one that doesn't work on. Doesn't work on Shadow Conjuration. Does work on Hallucinogenic Cloud, Color Spray, and all this other cool shit. So again, we got some really good picks up in here, okay? And I'm missing a spell. Did I forget to put in my Greater Shadow Conjuration? I did. How are you doing to me, Brother Mean? Oh, geez, I didn't even go through all the spells, guys. I'm so sorry. Where did I stop? I stopped here at Shadow Conjuration, Rainbow Pattern. We grabbed Stinking Cloud ahead of time. We passed on these guys. Here's Greater Community Stride. Masterpiece Person. Oh, it was probably because we went to the microscopic. Yeah, my bad. Other stuff that you needed to know. You have a Phantasmal Healer. I don't care. It heals. You have Rain of Halberds, which is an attack roll, which sounds to me like it's a melee touch attack or ranged touch attack, and as such, sneak attack and critical hit potential. Wait, then we have Shadow Evocation. Forgot to put that up there. That's another amazing spell. Phantasmal Web. You're seeing I'm running out of room already. Phantasmal Web, Mind Fog, Feeble Mind, Dominate Person, all kinds of great spells here. We also, at level 6, unlock, as far as new spells that you give a shit about, Charm Whatever, Recreational Pit, which I hear there's a really good way of using that. If you got like a teammate that's really fucking on damn near death's door, you can remove them from the fight by summoning Recreational Pit under their feet. They fall in, and they don't take any damage. And I think they even heal while they're in the pit, which is fucking a good idea, man. Whoever said that to me, thank you. That was a fucking cool idea. Better, summon Elder Beer Elemental. Summon Perpetually Annoyed Wizard. Sounds awesome. You can't control them, he just attacks. Phantasmal Putrefaction, I already told you how much fun that is. Again, another Umbral Strike. Notice I have 2 different versions. And while, yes, they do say 7 and 7, they are different spells. One came from one spell book, one's from the other spell book. So your DC check might be different. Keep track of that shit. Notice we have Mass Cat's Grace and Mass Eel Splendor. Don't care. Level 7, you have Ray of Halberds. 1 target, multiple rays, and they are halberds as rays. So you're throwing a ray of a metal halberd at a bad guy. At a close range, presumably. 1 halberd per 2 caster levels. We're caster level 20 Trickster. That's what this came from that spellbook. So we're level 20. So that's 10 rays. 10 rays in 1 combat round, hitting the same dude potentially 10 fucking times. Where it does 1d10 plus charisma modifier damage for reasons I don't understand, but our charisma sucks, so it's not going to be that big of a deal. But it's not the point. It does damage. And because it's a ranged attack for each of them, remember there's crit potential, there's sneak attack potential for every last one of them fuckers. You want to kill a bad guy fast, boom, and no spell resistance, and notice it's a swift action, but I think that's only because it's our first spell. That's why everything's probably reading as a swift action right now. Yeah, swift. This one is say swift, but it's not letting me pick it. I don't know what that's about. Same with this one here, and then that one there. Probably because we haven't opened it up. There it is. Okay. Anyway, gushing all aside, Ray of Halberd sounds fucking tits. And it definitely is. We get a Summon a Hog of Desolation. He's fucking cool. But the Trick Fate, this is the one that's better than all the others. Notice this one. Trick Fate. And again, we can use it as a swift action right now if we so choose. But what does it do, Brother Mutant? Well, for you, or an ally, whoever you cast it on, but for you, you're going to cast it on yourself. And for the next 3 rounds as a swift action, because I can swift action thanks to Sorcerer's Reflex, I can poof cast it and still attack in the same fucking combat round with a spell, no less. And for the next 3 rounds, all my D20 rolls, that's saving throws, that's skill checks, which is uncommon, but possible during combat, but also all my ranged and melee attacks, whether we're talking ray spells, melee touch attacks, or weapon swings, or shooting with a crossbow, I always roll a 20 for the next 3 rounds on every roll. Not the first roll. This is not like True Strike where you get like a plus 20 to your swing for the very first attack. No. This is 20 for everything you can muster in that fucking 3 rounds. So cast it on your best character who has like 6 or 7 attacks in a combat round and watch that fucker just crit. Because remember, it's a nat 20, which means anything would crit. And, wait for it, then to confirm the crit, you roll another d20, which again, it tells you in this tooltip, you again roll a nat 20 again for the next 3 rounds. So you're going to crit on every attack. Every attack's going to hit for 3 rounds, and I can cast that, best case scenario, I already used one of them, but I could cast that like 3 times a day, I think best case scenario right now. Of course, if I had grabbed greater, then you may bitch at me for this, and feel free to. If I had grabbed greater abundant casting, if I had, this level would be the only level that would benefit from it, because I don't have level 8 or 9, and I would get 4 more spells to cast at this level. So instead of 3, I could get 7, which is a good reason to do it. I'm just gonna fucking put that out there, but I didn't. But you could, but I didn't, and I love Trick Fate. Now, as cool as that one is, and it's definitely cool, you're probably not using it but for like a big surge for like a massive boss fight where that guy needs to fucking die. Awesome. Feel free. Notice we still have a bit of luck. You can touch a willing creature. That includes you. For the next round, that could be this round or next round that we attack, we literally can roll a 1d20. Anytime we roll a 1d20, we can roll twice and take the more favorable result. Basically, we have advantage for 1 round. That's not amazing. Notice we also have Divine Fortune. This one's slightly better. It's the same thing as Bit of Luck, the one I just showed you. However, it affects you only, and, which is the one I care about, and lasts for a number of rounds equal to half the level of the class that gave us this ability. We're level 20, baby. So that's 10 rounds of advantage. And you can see we can cast it 3 fucking times a day. That's awesome. You can see the appeal. So for a minute, because that's what 10 rounds is, for a minute, we have 3 times a day for 3 minutes a day. We're just like advantage on anything. So like if you're coming to a fight where you're like, Jesus, I'm always failing this fucking saving throw, or whatever. This guy is just kicking my ass. Have you used your divine fortune today? Is my advice to you. See what I'm saying? So you can see the appeal here. Is what I'm trying to get at. Notice, of course, we have our clicking stealth ranked run ability. Notice we also have our melee touch attack for touch of darkness. It doesn't do damage, but again, it blinds the target or conceals their eyes in a way that gives us some blur effects. Moonfire, remember our ray spell is waiting for it. But notice how Moonfire is kicking off as a standard action and not as a swift action, Brother Mutant. What the hell is that about? It's because this is not a spell, remember? So, for example, to put it into some context, notice we have one bad guy still left to deal with. And it's my turn. I could walk over and attack him, but why? I have a swift action waiting for me. I could use a cantrip like this, or orison, excuse me, and fucking ray beam the motherfucker from distance as a swift action, and then still be able to move and attack if there's another bad guy still surviving this first initial onslaught. Boom. Nope, doesn't appear to be. Well, there is one, apparently. But, what did I do? I did sneak attack. Now notice, I rolled a terrible 2. That sucks. We have ways where, when we leveled up, I didn't show it to you, but there's one of the things we had where we roll a 1. We don't roll a 1 anymore. We roll 20s, baby. That's fucking amazing. I mean, that's fucking broken. That's not how good that is. But that's a thing. That can happen. But we rolled a 2. We clearly hit him. Notice how he's flat-footed and all that fucking jazz. But the crit range, remember, for a ray spell, normally it's a 20. I want to show you how high I can fucking get, or how low I can get it and still crit. Okay? So let's marshal up this way. There we go. Now, again, you may say, well, you've used your turn. You moved and you're at cast a spell. No, I cast a swift action spell, and I moved. Notice I can still attack, which means I can still probably fire off another spell. Double cantrips, baby. Or any other spell for that fucking matter. But again, how did that one go? Rolled a 6 this time. Not good enough to crit, but okay. Still hit. And notice, sneak attack damage. And again, that 1d3 is shit. But that 11d6 is looking real sexy, ain't it? Now, past these guys' turn. Again, what's her face is going to ruin it. She's going to come up here and shoot this idiot. Here she is. Come on, Nevia. Fuck up my game. You do it every time. Oh, thank God she missed. Or she didn't move. Whatever, doesn't matter. Anyway, I can hit this target. Again, I can stab this target. And again, I'll have a good chance to hit. Remember, I got Weapon Finesse, and I have Weapon Finesse Mythic. So I'll do extra damage based on my big +7 dexterity. That's why this number is as high as it is. Not only do I have Power Attack, or sorry, not Power Attack, Piranha Strike on, so I'm getting a -4 penalty to my swing, but a +8 damage bonus to my attack. 8 and 7 is 15. That's why I'm doing as much damage as I am. That 1d2, that's shit. But that 15, that's not bad. And yeah, I can buff that even more. Get me some more dexterity gear, get me a magical weapon, all that fucking jazz. And I can really push up some serious numbers here. Not amazing, not like my other builds, but again, respectable to the point where that 1d2, who cares? It's the 16, 17, 20, whatever that you can have on that side. That's going to be appealing. Now, having said all that, notice if I highlight a spell now, it's not highlighting the swift. I've used my spell. It's the start of the very first combat. I mean, that's your first spell you're casting. That's the one that becomes the swift action. So I can't fucking do the ray spell and ray spell again. So Sorceress Reflex is not as cool as you think, but it is still pretty tits when you need to A, buff up immediately, or B, hey, I have a chance to get some sneak attack on that guy, and I can hit him twice in a combat round where he's still flat-footed. I get double sneak attack on one dude at range. That could be of value, and I could see the appeal. Having said that, what am I going to do? Well, let's stutter step away from this shit first of all. So 5-foot step away. And I can still attack. Let's hit him with the Stinky Fish. Bam in the face. Now notice, I did Ray Spell. Rolled an 8. No crit yet. So again, 8's not low enough. Remember, it's 1d20. There's a crit range in here somewhere. I'm going to get you to it. So let's backpedal. That's why I did the save before. Because remember, Anivia likes to fuck shit up. So it gives me a chance to fucking do this the right way.
I'll go ahead.
Right? As soon as I get that sneak attack, I'll tell you what the range is. But I want to see if it happens naturally. So, here I am. Remember, First attack. Now remember, it doesn't have to be a cantrip. I can use Snowball. This is a good spell. There's nothing wrong with that spell doing solid damage. And there's a critical hit, baby. First one of the night. What was it? An 18. Remember, it crits on a 20 normally. But I also have several things that lower it. I have improved critical, which doubles the range. And I have, well, let me read them to you so I have the names right. So I have improved critical. And I have improved critical. Both of those lower it by 1. But, so that would be 20 doubled to 19, then 18, then 17. You may think 17 is as low as it goes. No, it is not. Here's what happens. If you get improved critical, it lowers it by 1. It was naturally a 20. Now it's 19 and 20. If you get improved critical, that's 3 improves, then it lowers it by another 1. So instead of it being a 19 and 20 that it'll crit on, it'll be critting on a 18, 19, and 20. And now we have the feat, the normal feat that anyone can pick up, called improved critical, which just doubles the range. So what does that mean? Instead of it critting on an 18, 19, and 20, it'll crit on a 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. My race spells crit on a goddamn 15. You understand what I'm telling you? Double damage. Sadly, the improved, critical improved, the one that would double or increase the multiplier from times 2 to times 3 doesn't work. The Mythic Path, there's a feat or an ability in the Mythic tree that will allow you to double the, increase the multiplier again by another times 1. So times 2 going to times 3 going to times 4. You get the idea. Again, it doesn't work. Obviously bug reported. Things will be said. I guarantee you people are pissed. Having said that, it does not work on ray spells. So it might work on weapons of other kinds because I haven't tested that shit. But again, for people that are all about those fucking weapon crits, think about a sword saint, son, that has a rapier that crits normally on a fucking 18, 19, and 20. That's 3. Get improved critical, so it would double the range, but get improved critical, lowering it to so 17, then improved critical, lowering it to a 16. That's 5. That's a range of 5. Now double that range with improved critical, and a sword saint could now crit on a fucking 10, I think, or maybe it's 11. 11 to 20. They'll be able to crit. So as cool as my build is, I can make you a way better one. I just wanted to fucking show that to you because that was fucking tits. This thing will crit on a goddamn 15 though. And again, I get multiple raise spells in the combat round if I so fucking choose. And remember, you may say, oh, well, that's only on the first round because you did the swift, sorcerer's reflex. Yes and no. Let me explain. Remember we got these cool fucking wands? Notice how, let's move. Notice how I'm in range of this motherfucker right here with Battering Blast. Normally, this is caster level 5. How many beams is that going to be? Well, Battering Blast is their balls of energy, but the point is it's one ball of energy flying out because caster level 5 is the lowest. If it's caster level 10, 15, or 20, you get another ball at each of those milestones. But remember, we have Infuse Magic Device rank 1 from our Trickster Path, which allows us to add our mythic rank to the caster level of items, like this item. So instead of caster level 5, it's caster level 15. How many balls does that mean? That means 3, bitch. And every one of them is a fucking sneak attack. Oh, he's out of range. Oh, you straight up stuck. Fine. I'll do it on the next round. It'll be fine. I'll show it to you. And Anivia can't fuck it up. The one with the bow and arrow. She's here somewhere. She'll fuck it up. She'll kill 2 of them because she's that good of a shot. But there's like 4 targets here, so I'll be able to hit at least 1 of them. There's Camellia. Ignore it. Don't do nothing. Seela, fuck off. I don't want you to attack either. Nevia, go ahead. Kill 2 things. You bitch. Ruining all my fun, Nevia. Fucking words. Anyway, sorry. Point is, with ray spells, remember, it's per ray. So, Scorching Ray, you can get upwards of 3 beams. That's 3 touch attacks, and all 3 potentially could sneak attack and or crit. So that's a thing. Then we have Battering Blast, the one that I have as a wand that I'm about to step away from and show you. This one, again, we don't have access to the spell. That's not true, but I'll explain that in a minute. Point is, from a wand we have access to it, and again, instead of it being 1 beam and 1 sneak attack and 1 crit, it's 3 beams thanks to our Infuse magic device. See all that shit? Look at that. The first one didn't. Just hit. Just did 12 damage. Normal attack. It hit on an 11. Solid ray spell. And again, treat it like a ray spell because it is a ray spell. So I got my weapon focus ray. Got all the bonuses for being a ray spell, which means it crits just like any of my ray spells if I cast it as a ray spell myself. But again, it hit it with an 11. Crit it on this one. And there's your 15, bitch. See that? I can prove it to you now. Here's a 15. It was enough to crit. And it's sneak attack damage. It's only double, and this is how I could prove that those other 2 feats, the one from the Mythic Path and the one that was the improved, critical improved, it was broken, because it was always times 2. It never changed it. Having either of those or both of those didn't do shit all for my ray spells, so they're always times 2, that's why they're broken. But this one here, double damage, well not double, I keep saying that, it's wrong. That's why it's not an even number, even though you're expecting it to be. Remember, this times 2 doesn't mean that it just takes the number and multiplies it. That's misleading. It means it rolls the dice twice. So it does 5d6, then another 5d6. So this is a 10d6 roll right here is what this is basically telling you. And it did 33 fucking damage of force damage, which isn't heavily resisted in this game. And notice it didn't use any of my fucking charges. Remember, I have reuse magic device. That's the rank 2 one. Awesome. Wait, we're not done. Sneak attack potential, 11d6. That's more than if it critted. So again, I got 10d6 and 11d6. I got 21d6 of damage here from one of the 3 beams. And that's not even counting the first one that hit. Now look at the next one that it just sneak attacked. It hit. It wasn't good enough to do the sneak or the crit, but it sneak attacked that one. And again, I got my 11d6 and 5d6. And again, that alone, and I can infinitely cast them. Because, and all I have to do is have 1 charge. Literally, the wand can have 1 fucking charge and it will never use it up thanks to reuse magic device. And you gotta imagine that. It's gonna be abused fucking heavily by me. Wait, we're not done yet. Now, that fight's, let's actually just go back in time. Anevia's gonna fucking kill the last one. She's a bitch. Sorry. She's gonna do it. I know she's gonna do it. She's got that look in her eye. But come up here.
Enemy near.
And again, that's why I say where I did, because I know that this fight was gonna be something of value. I could spam some shit and show you some fun. So, remember, your caster level of those wands, those potions, those scrolls are now your mythic rank in caster level added to it, thanks to Infuse magic device. Okay, so what does that mean? Well, let's show you with a scroll. Okay, so first, let's kill this one in my way. Let's use just an acid splash on the motherfucker. Poof, go away. Oh wow, really? Oh, I guess he wasn't sneak attackable at this point. He already attacked me. Derp. Should have shot that guy. It doesn't matter. Backpedal away, and it'll give me a chance to use my scroll of magic missile. Notice this is the crap scroll. See how it's worth 6 fucking gold pieces? This is a piece of shit. But in your hands, it now becomes caster level 11, which is higher than it needs to be. 9 is the max. 1 charge and 1 done, and it will use up the scroll. But watch this. Really? You failed on that one? What the hell? I got a 16, goddamn. I rolled a fucking 3. Fine. Go back in time. I hate when that happens. I forgot to buff up to like heroism, greater heroism, which on that, by the way, I should do. So, did I grab a heroism wand? Fireball. Heroism. Heroism. Lead blades. Alright, so just use this one. I should also point this out. Notice how many charges it has? 50? Did it give it to me? Heroism for 1 day. And it used up the charge? Nope, still at 50. So again, it's infinite use wands. Remember? The reuse magic effect. I just want to make sure that it didn't matter if it was here or if it was in my belt. Okay? That's why that was important. And you'd be surprised how often that does glitch some shit out. But now that's a +2 to a bunch of shit. My attacks, my saves, my skill checks, which includes my use magic device. So now, again, you guys get your dumbasses back here.
We should move.
I want one of you up here.
I'll
Me.
go ahead.
I saw Nevia coming up the path. I just saw her. Evil bitch. Alright. Now I should be able to do the check without having to worry too much about failing it. Again, if I had my tiara of charisma and wisdom and all that shit on, then I'd be doing better, is my point. Let's back pedal. Let's use the Ray spell on that bastard right there. So they got a sneak attack on that one still. Not enough to crit. But I got a net +2 morale bonus to my swing thanks to the heroism, so very nice. And again, solid damage thanks to the sneak attack. But you're not here for that. You've already seen that. So what are you here for? You're here to see me use the scroll and get all 5 missiles out. Right? Now, the reason I point this out is not because I care about it for this particular character. Yes, I'll use this and abuse this to a great effect. But on a Scroll Savant build, remember where they could take the scroll, any scroll, and once they become Scroll Savant level 10, and now use their caster level, not Scroll Savant level, their caster level, to mimic the caster level of the scroll. So if they're level 20 Scroll Savant, let's just say they go Purist, they cast that spell, it would be considered caster level 20. Now, of course, it doesn't need to be 20. It needs to be 9. So the point is that their scrolls would be full strength. What? If they had that trickery ability too, it would actually be caster level 30. And you may say, well, who gives a shit about that, brother? I mean, yeah, it's nice, but there ain't a whole lot of spells that go beyond level 20 for damage. There are some. A. B, you're not going to be at level 20 Scroll Savant anytime soon. So you could get to 20 sooner using your Infuse magic device rank 1, is my point. Same with potions. Notice this potion here. Chugging it. Where the hell is my potion? Alright. Oh, wow, you had the wrong person chug the potion. Hey. My potion. Here, let's use this potion. There, Bark Skin. Normally, caster level 3. And for 10 minutes per level. That means it should last for 30 minutes, right? And notice if you read the tooltip below, it's only going to give me a +2 bonus. That's for everyone but me. Remember, I get to add 10 caster levels of mythic rank to that shit. So it's level 13. So that's 130 minutes. Oh, and thanks to enduring spells and greater enduring spells, hell, just enduring spells will get me there. I can make this a 24-hour buff. It's a relatively cheap potion. 24 hours a day. Poof, Bark Skin on, baby. And notice that it goes from caster level 3 to level 13. That means instead of it being a +2 bonus, it will be better. What's level 13? Well, it's better than level 12, and at level 12 it caps out at +5. So you better believe this is going to be a 24-hour buff for me, and it's going to last for 24 hours, and it's going to be a +5 bonus. So you can see already the 24-hour buff, just under, but you know, because of course the first round. Get back to it, and I'll show you what my armor is. Suck it. Tag him opportunity. Love it. Oh no. And again, since he attacked me, I can show you my armor. Natural armor enhancement, +5. Now, again, as sexy and cool as that is, and you know I'm going to abuse it, think about this on an alchemist build. Remember, they have enhanced potion and extend potion. This is a way for them to take any potion and make it their alchemist level. That's an alchemist, a grenadier, chirurgeon, vivisectionist, all kinds of cool fucking alchemy builds out there. Having said that, if they're a purist, they stay 20 levels in. That's 20 levels plus 10 thanks to the Infuse magic device for potions. That's a level 30 potion. Wait. If they have extend potion, that's double the duration, which means it treats it as if it were 60 levels. So take those potions like the one I just activated. Oh, let's take Bless. One that's a 1 minute per caster level, and it's a 1 level caster level built into the potion. So it only lasts for a minute. It's a cheap ass potion. They sell them for like 10 gold pieces. It's fucking garbage. But on that build, a pure alchemist build, level 20, with the 10 mythic ranks of the infused magic device, they could chuck that potion if they have enhanced potion and extend potion as their discoveries. Those are what those are called, which they would definitely do. They would cast that as if it were level 30, but also double the duration, so level 60 technically. So that'd be a 60-minute buff. 60-minute buff from chugging in a $10 gold piece potion. And thanks to enduring spells, just enduring spells, not even greater enduring spells. Enduring spells requires the spell, the buff, whatever we're talking about, to last for at least 1 hour. And I just told you 60 minutes. So that's a 1 hour buff That's a 24-hour buff now. Blessed, just poof on you and the team for 24 hours. And if that don't sound sexy, think about the fact that there's spells like Displacement and Divine Power in the game. And those are 1 round per caster level. And again, with greater enduring spells, if it's 5 minutes or longer, it's a 24-hour buff now. So take that Alchemist, take that Enhanced Potion and Extend Potion, and get that Trickery Path with the Infuse Magic Device, rank 1. Equal enough of your Alchemy or Alchemist level and your Trickery Mythic rank level. Those two together have to total at least 25. If you can do that, you can take any of those potions I just mentioned, the Displacement, the Divine Power, anything that's 1 round per caster level, and they will be 5-minute buffs. And again, if you have greater enduring spells, it just needs to be 5 minutes to now be a 24-hour buff. Now imagine taking Divine Power and force-feeding it to your team. Everybody. It's probably an expensive potion, but is it expensive enough that you wouldn't want to have it on your whole fucking party? A +6 to their swing, armor, strength bonuses, and all that shit besides, and have it last for 24 goddamn hours. So you can see how much fun the Trickery Path is going to be for multiple builds. That's 3 different fucking builds I've just given you, not counting this one. So we're talking about an Alchemy build of any kind, a Scroll Savant of any kind with the Trickery Path, and a Magus of any kind that gets the Wand Wielder Wand Mastery. Why that one? Because, again, infinite use wands, like I have right now, and the only thing that's limiting me on them being cool is, let's see if I can find you an example. Here's one. Notice there's a DC check. Okay, they can make a save to avoid damage and the exhaustion effect, right? So if I were to, well here, let's backpedal. If I were to use this on him, what was the DC check? The DC check was a 16. Why was it 16? What is the spell? Pause this game real quick. Okay, maybe don't pause the game. What's the spell? So the DC check is always 10, plus the level of the spell. Bone Shatter is probably a level 4 spell. So that's 14. Where did the other 2 come from? How much intelligence, assuming you have to be an intelligence caster, it's just easier this way. Whatever casting stat it is, but let's just go with intelligence. Let's say you're a wizard casting this spell. What level of intelligence would you need to cast a level 4 spell? You'd have to have an intelligence of 14. What would the modifier be? +2 for an intelligence of 14. That's the minimum. So 10 base plus the level of the spell 4 plus the minimum amount of intelligence that you would need to cast it. That's why it's 16. If you had Wand Wielder, that does nothing. If you had Wand Master, which is something the Magus get, like a Sword Saint, for example, you can change the DC modifier to equal your casting stat. So in this case, instead of being a +2, it would be, let's say, a +4. But I would probably pump my intelligence, making it upwards to +7 or higher. So now imagine every wand at your beck and call with a high use magic device check, that Infuse magic device, and the Reuse magic device, a Wand Wielder, Wand Mastery, Sword Saint, where you have the fucking weapon skills that you need, the buffs you need from all your wands that never run out, the ability to cast spells into your weapon from your wand infinitely, and go Shocking Grasp, stab, or Corrosive Touch, stab, or Vampire, you get the idea. See how fucking powerful the Trickery Path is? This thing's fucking broken, son. And I know this video's long, but we're not done yet, because there's still cool shit to show you. Sorry guys, long video. I've been having too much fun with this all week, or all weekend, that I needed to show you some shit. So what else was there to show you? Alright, let's think. So we talked about wands, the infinite use of them, the scrolls, like I showed you, the magic missile. Oops. The magic missile. Open up, damn it. Magic missile being full length, or full strength. Even though it's caster level 1, it's easy to get to caster level 9 thanks to my Infuse magic device. The potions being better for me. Again, even though I'm not a potion guy, I am now, because I can get all kinds of fucking kicking butts. And if you don't think so, just go to your inventory just to look at some, or I didn't grab everything, just some of the shit that I have access to. Bark Skin at fucking full strength, lasting for a 24-hour period. Cheap ass potions in general, like $200 or so. Totally worth it. Blur, a spell that I didn't pick. Because the potions are reasonably cheap, you're going to find a shit ton of them, and instead of it lasting for only 3 minutes, it'll be 13 for me. Oh wait, it won't be, because I have greater enduring spells. As long as it goes over 5 minutes, it now becomes a 24-hour buff. That's fucking money. Then wait, we're not done yet. You have haste. Yes, that's not going to go like the other ones where I get a 24-hour buff, because I'm not, like I said, I'm not the alchemist with the extend spell and the enhance or extend potion, enhance potion, and all that cool shit. But I can still take this potion, which is again cheap enough that I'd buy some, or at least save them for fights that I care about. Instead of it lasting for only 5 rounds, it's now 15, baby. That's fucking this fight, maybe the room next door. That's not bad. What about your Shield of Faith? Again, a potion that this person cast on herself a moment ago. But this weak-ass version right here, I can cast this on me. A cheap $12 potion, right? It's probably 25 at the store. You can sell it for 12. Point is, easy to fucking come by. Buy 99 of the fuckers once you can carry them all with your bags of holding. And then this spell, I can cast it. It'd be caster level 11. That's not going to give me a +5 deflection bonus, but it'll get me a +3, and it'll last for 11 fucking minutes. That's amazing. That's a solid use of those potions. I haven't checked one thing yet. Let's actually see if this works. I need to cast it on somebody else. Let's get the team down here. I want to see if my buff works if I pour it down someone else's throat. Okay. I don't know this. This is all new information for me. So how does that work? Well, it got to be close enough for me to activate it now. So if you've never done this before, good job, Anivia. If you've never done this before, all you have to do is when you have a potion in your belt. Come on, bugs. There's a little arrow above the potion. You click the arrow, it will show you the spell. And it will behave like a spell if you click it, meaning you can cast it on something else. So it doesn't have to be you drinking the potion. You can pour it down someone's throat. That's how you pour it down someone's throat. So here's me doing it. Let's get Camellia up here. I just stabbed something, Camellia. Good job. Now, here's me. Potion, see the arrow? Click the potion, see the spell. Click the spell. Click whoever you want to pour it on. Let's pour it on Camellia because she's right here. How long did it last? 1 day. So it does work if I pour it down someone's throat. Why does that matter? Again, go back to the alchemist build I was just touting as being fucking awesome, right? He can, or she, can pour that down someone else's throat and get the enhanced potion and extend potion to work. Well, obviously the infuse potion part, or the infused magic device part, works as well. Otherwise, this Shield of Faith would not be 1 day. It should only last for 1 minute. It was the cheapest potion I could get you, damn near. So why is it not 1 minute? Because it was at least 5 minutes. Why is it at least 5 minutes? Because of infused magic device. Why is it 1 day? Because of greater enduring spells. So I can give anyone on the party 1 day buffs like this, and it's a solid 3 to her armor class at least. Alchemist could get this to the full +5 deflection bonus way easier, and everybody could have a +5 deflection to the point of, like, think of it this way. If you had 99 potions of Shield of Faith, where they're literally like $25 a piece, how much would that cost? So let's just say 100. So that'd be 2,500, right? How much is a Ring of Protection +5? A lot more than that, right? And it only works on one person at a time, because it's one ring. You don't all get to share the ring. So grab 99 fucking potions, pass them around, take them on down. I'm sorry. Point is, fucking buff everyone for 24 goddamn hours for, $25, $25 for a party of 6. That's what, $75, $150 for a day of everyone having +5 armor. Tell me that shit ain't fucking sexy, right? Wait, we're not done yet. There's some other fiddly bits I want to show you, like cool spells and shit that they have access to. So let's get you one of those cool spells. What do you got? Oh no, he bit me. Don't attack him. I want to backpedal away. Notice we have been in multiple rounds, and I can still do my spell. Why? Because I haven't cast a spell from my spell book yet. Notice how it's still lighting up the Swift. Sorceress Reflex saves it. Doesn't have to be the first round you use it. It's just the first spell you cast in a battle. I knew there was something else I wanted to tell you. That was the other thing. That's awesome. Now, think about, what? Stinking Cloud. Okay, here you go. Fine example. I have yet to buff up, let's say. We just got jumped in the forest, let's say. I need to buff up and make myself immune from poison. So here is my swift action, my sorcerer's reflex of I am going to protect myself from poison. Why? Because I've yet to cast a spell that takes up my standard action. That means I can cast something like Stinking Cloud, like this, and watch how it'll affect them, but not me. For example, here's the Stinking Cloud. She's nauseated. How do you know? See your head swirl and the puking halo around her head? Same with this doofus over here. You can tell that he's freaking not having a good time at it. So again, young giant centipede failed. I passed it. Doesn't matter that I passed it. Even if I had failed it, I'd been fine. Why? Because it's a poison effect. So I am literally immune to it. I can stand in this shit now all fucking day long because I have a 24-hour protect me from delay poison. So until this spell wears off, I'm not immune to attacks, but I'm immune to the poison effect of this cloud. And when bad guys' AI is stupid and they run into the cloud to come and get you and stab you in the face, they start doing this shit and going, and as long as you stay in the cloud, if they fail to check once, they don't get to recheck again. The only way they get to recheck again is if they leave the cloud. It clings on them for a number of rounds, then it wears off, then they run back into the cloud, they will recheck again. That's how that works. Not only that, but I could do it with another spell. Of course, she's going to ruin it. Kill him. Oh, she didn't. Good job, you're an idiot. Okay. Give me my turn. Again, he's going to move. He's still got the halo on his head. You see the little swirling cloud. So he's puking his guts out. Can't attack, but they can move and they can defend themselves. Now, having said that, what other spell is a poison spell? How about Cloud Kill? Well, Brother Mutant, you don't have Cloud Kill. Yeah, you keep telling me that shit, and I don't believe you. Why? Because Brother Mutant knows what he's talking about. Where is it at? Oh, 5. Shadow Evocation. Okay. Now, first, pointing out some things. Here's your Shadow Conjuration. Notice the list. Matter of fact, let's actually pull this way the fuck down here, so you can see the whole list. Notice the list. Any spell, this is a level 4 spell. Any spell that is a conjuration wizard spell now, level 0, so cantrips, all the way up to level 3. One level lower than the level of this spell. As long as it's a conjuration spell that's 0 to 3, I have access to it. That's what this list is right here. Notice how I have Acid Splash. I already have it, but I still have another one. I have Corrosive Touch, melee touch attack. Can sneak attack with it. I can crit with it. Wait, we're not done. Grease Spell. I have Mage Armor. Remember, I'm wearing armor. Doesn't mean I have to. And there was an Archmage Armor upgrade for the Mythic rank ability or feat, I can't remember which, that would allow you to take your Mythic rank and add it to your Mage armor. So instead of it being, that's a lot of armors. Plus 4 armors, what I normally get. If I had that Archmage Armor upgrade and I was Mythic rank 10, I'd be getting 14 armor for casting this spell on myself. And it does work. I have Snowball, a race spell that has no spell resistance associated with it. Supposedly, I don't know if it actually works because it's an illusion spell. But the point is it shouldn't. And it should still hit. It should still be a touch attack. And it should still do damage. And I should still be able to crit and sneak attack with that shit. Wait, I'm not done. I have all my summons, level 1 through 3. So I got a doggy, I got the doggy and the wolf and the, what do you call the other one? The snake? Monitor lizard. There you go. I have web spell, which I didn't have before. I have spiked pit. I have create pit. I have acid arrow, a spell I didn't pick, but I should want, because again, a long range. Look at the fucking range on that ray spell. And it's a ray spell, which means range touch attack, which means sneak attack, which means crits. All in this one. Hell, I got Glitter Dust, another no spell resistance, amazing spell, which I never picked because it wasn't available to me. And it's right fucking here at my beck and call. And if that didn't impress you with all the other fucking shit that's up in here, remember I have Summon Elementals up in here. I have Stinking Cloud. And again, why do I bring this up? Because this is not the best spell ever. Well, what about the other ones? Like, for instance, Shadow Evocation. What does it have to offer? Notice it is a level 5 spell. Shadow Evocation does what it should have done back in Kingmaker, but they never fixed it. A modder did, and apparently the devs took inspiration from them. It will let you cast any wizard spell that's an evocation spell, level 0 to 4, because it's a level 5 spell here. So anything lower than it that's an evocation spell is in this list. Notice I have Light and Flare, they suck. I have Ray of Frost, though. And you may say, who gives a shit about that? You have Acid Splash. What if it's immune to acid, but not immune to cold? Well, you have snowball spell. Yeah, what if I've used all those up? I have snowballs here, and I have the shadow conjuration up here. What if I used all those? Again, I have access to one. This is why these are important to me. I'm a spontaneous caster. Shadow conjuration, shadow evocation, greater shadow conjuration, greater shadow evocation if you can get it, and shades if you can get it, are fucking money. I can't get all of them. I got 3 out of 5. Sue me. I'm happy with it. What else is in this list, though? Keep reading. We got Burning Hands, Ear-Piercing Scream, which we passed on for the longest fucking time, auto hit. Magic Missile is always a fun one. We have Flared Burst, which is crap. Shocking Grasp is a melee touch attack, which again, electric damage. Works with Weapon Finesse. We got Sneak Attack and crits with that one. Burning Arc when we need to bounce it through multiple dudes. Frigid Touch is again a melee touch attack. You can see the appeal of this one already. We have Molten Orb, Scorching Ray, that's up to 3 beams, and that's 3 separate attacks on the same guy where all 3 can crit and all 3 can sneak attack right there waiting for you. Then we have Battering Blast, and again, remember I said I had it in the wand form, and I'm like, well, I only get 3 beams. This one is going to be strength level 20, baby. That's all 4. That's 5d6 of damage per ball, plus sneak attack damage, potentially, per ball, plus crit potential, potentially, per ball. On this cheap ass spell that you have 7 fucking castings of in a day. Wait, we're not done. Fireball's here. Lightning Bolt is in here. These are the staple ones. Again, Controlled Fireball. All your Dragon's Breaths are in here. Even boring ass shit like Ice Storm and Volcanic Storm. Again, not my favorite spells, but again, if you need the perception check penalty to the bad guys, if you're trying to stealth an area, that's of value. And it's difficult terrain. After it does its initial damage, it remains in the area, and bad guys, and presumably you, will believe the illusion and tippy-toe through the rocks and shit so that it makes you slower. So again, crowd control. Wait, we're not done yet. You also had Shout. This one had no spell resistance on it. This is one of the few on this list that has no spell resistance. And again, if that behaves that way still, which it doesn't have to, but if it did, that's an amazing spell. When you're fighting demons that spell resistance is a problem, fucking scream at their ass. This one will actually penetrate it, ideally, and they will at least take some damage. And there's a stun effect, so there's some serious fun to be had here. And remember, because it's an illusion spell, you are a gnome, +1. We had Spell Focus and Greater Spell Focus illusion, +3. We had Spell Focus Mythic for illusion. So that's another 2 more. We're up to a +5 to the DC check of these spells. Right? Wait, we're not done yet, because that's evocation. We still had to talk about Greater Shadow Conjuration. And again, we just talked about it. No, we didn't. We talked about Conjuration. Not Greater Shadow Conjuration. This is the Big Brother version. This is the one that, since it is level 7, all conjuration spells, or wizard conjuration spells, 0 to 6 are available to you now. Well, what was in that list that was unique? We stopped at Stinking Cloud, remember? We have access now to summon monsters 4, 5, and 6. Summon elementals, the medium and the bigger version at the very least. We have Acid Pit. Amazing spell. We can Dimension Door now, Sunshine. So we have AoE version and we have the single target version. We have summon medium elementals. We have the summon monsters 4, 5, and 6, as I said. Here's Cloud Kill. Told you I had it. I have Acidic Spray, a solid spell. I have a Hungry Pit, amazing spell just to fuck over the bad guys. Here's Touch of Slime, I could care less. We have some large elementals now. We have, again, some monsters 5 and 6. Chains of Light, another spell that no spell resistance, nice paralysis spell, just built into it. And yes, we have that on the other spell book or whatever. I don't fucking care. I like having more, and here's more. I have Acid Fog, a spell we didn't have access to. And again, we have Resist Acid as a spell. Remember, I have Resist Energy. Remember, even if you do believe the illusion, because you have Resist Acid or Immunity to Acid or whatever on your character, and you're in an Acid Fog, that even if it's an illusion one, you would take damage, but you wouldn't, because you also know you have in your head, you remember, oh, I got Resist Energy Acid on me, I should be immune to this shit. And it works. So this is still something that fucking protects you, so you can cast that spell and hide in the fucking Acid Fog and watch those bastards just fucking hate your guts. And again, the tooltip might be wrong. It says +8 to your armor class for anyone hiding in the cloud against normal ranged attacks. That wasn't in Kingmaker. The tooltip was there, but it never worked in Kingmaker. So hopefully they fix that. If not, bug report that shit. But that's an amazing spell now. And again, if you and your team have resist energy acid protecting all of you, or just some other way of protecting you from 12 points of acid damage, best case scenario, you can hide inside this illusion spell, get a buff to your armor, and melt the flesh off of all the bad guys that fail their check and they run into the cloud, because, again, the AI is fucking brick stupid. Even if I'm paralyzed, and I've already cast this spell on the ground in front of me, and I have resist acid immunity to 12 or higher, I can still hide in that cloud, and when they're trying to kill me while I'm paralyzed, they're still taking damage. You'd be surprised how often I've survived fights in Kingmaker while I was paralyzed, simply because I was hiding inside something like Acid Fog. Okay? Again, not done yet, because here's your summon huge elementals, and of course our summon monster 6. Now I'm done. The only thing to talk about at this point would be to talk about the other spells. So let's talk about those other spells. Again, we've already talked about mass invisibility. It's just invisibility, just AoE version. Nothing fancy there. Again, 24-hour buff, but again, you're not going to waste this. This shouldn't even be in your tray. Word of Chaos, solid, not amazing, but again, you'll take it. And again, AoE, teammate friendly, apparently. I haven't tested that, but it says it is. We already talked about Greater Shadow Conjuration. We already talked about Trick Fate, which is awesome. Summon Hog of Desolation. Let's actually fucking summon one of those little bastards, just so you can see what the Summon Hog looks like. He's actually quite sick. And I'll summon a couple of those just to show you some shit. So here is our Summon Hog of Desolation. Let's summon it like right fucking here. Bam! With a vengeance! I love that fucking look of that spell. Alright, end your turn. End your turn. Nevia ruined everything for me by shooting everything to death. Is it considered a bad guy? It's considered a bad guy. Why is it a bad guy? Shouldn't you be attacking all these bad guys over here? Oh, here we go. Maybe it'll chase me up into the cloud. A bad guy. Alright. When do you go kill my cog? Hog of Desolation. Oh my god! It's coming right for us! Oh, she's dead. That was weird. Alright, we gotta do that right. Hold up a second. I didn't know that would attack us. I think I knew that though, because doesn't the grizzly bear do the same fucking thing, the little prick? So we need to just get stealth. Oh, I didn't show you the stealth ability. Here's the stealth. All I did was click that. See my stealth? That's my stealth rank 1. This is good enough. Stealth rank 2 is even better, obviously, but stealth rank 1 will get you there. Now notice something. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. It's only because of that doofus back there that they notice us, because of her. Notice the aura on her. For some reason it glitches where it makes it on her like she's a bad guy. I don't know what that's about. It doesn't work on your team, so that's some good news. But that's the aura effect from your persuasion rank 1. Remember, that's how we get shattered defenses. If these guys were scared of me, that would be the last thing I show you, I suppose. I could get sneak attacks on all of them because they'd be flat-footed. Like her, she's shaken. I have shattered defenses, remember? So I could hit that target, and it's guaranteed to be a sneak attack. Now, that doesn't mean they're not immune to sneak attack. They could be immune to the shaking condition. If they were, she wouldn't be glowing like she is right now. That's the aura of her freaking out. So that's the shaking condition. Notice these guys are all immune to it. How do I know? Because if you come up here, you see the immune to shaking, immune to shaking. Look at all the intimidation checks I did. That's just from starting combat. And look at my modifier on that shit. I'm a 30 goddamn 8, and I roll a 1d20. The DC check is based on the level or toughness or whatever of the bad guy. So as we progress in the game, this number is going to be much higher. Is it going to be 38 higher? Maybe. Is it going to be 40 higher? Again, maybe. How about 53? Probably not. The downside is the harder the game gets, usually not only does that number go up, you get a lot of immunities. Immunity to negative emotions. That includes shaken. That's fear. Immunity to fear. Again, shaken is a fear effect. Immunity to shaken just by itself. Again, immune to shaken. Right fucking here. So again, you'll see a variety of guys are immune to mental effects. That's going to be a bummer. We're not building around that. We're just adding to our build the potential to do some shit. Okay? Just so we're clear on that. Let's get that hog out here, shall we? Alright, Hoggy. Boss Hog, I need to summon you right there. Yeah. He looks pissy. Probably all the paint. Notice I got that off as a swift action, no less. I'm still allowed to backpedal my happy ass over here. And let's use a cantrip. Bam! Oh, pudding. Critical. Wait, what? How the fuck is that a critical? Am I missing something here? I rolled a goddamn 3. Alright, that's a glitch. Oh! Oh! Look at this. Check result. 19, rolled a 3. Result failure. I re-rolled. Why the hell did I re-roll? Alright, I don't understand that one. That's new. Did I keep my buff on myself that gave me that? What the fuck have I got? Not microscopic proportions. That had nothing to do with any of that shit. I have no idea why that did that. That feels like a glitch. So I'm not going to be happy about that being an actual crit. I'm happy. It must be clear. I'll fucking take it. But it's not supposed to be there. And again, I'm fine with, constant mistakes are going to happen. It's going to be one of those things. Maybe it's the hog. Maybe the hog of desolation gives me a buff of some kind. I don't know. Anyway, it's in our turn. Get him, hog. Not me. You ass. Damn hog. Can't fucking trust a hog, I swear to God. Alright, let's do it properly this time, damn it. Alright, we're here. I'm going to be this character. I'm going to stealth. Here it is. And again, I can do that in combat, by the way. Come on up here.
I'll go ahead.
Again, because of Anivia, who walked up behind me, they saw her, not me. Notice that won't be much of a problem. And again, that dude spots me, so he can actually attack me. There's nothing wrong with that happening. So I'll actually come up here. Notice, so use his ability, or nature check succeeded, which means I know information about the bugs. Intimidation check, intimidation, da, 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 da. Who spotted me? I'm looking for a perception check. Did I accidentally... Maybe I clicked on somebody like a dumbass. It's possible. I don't see anything that says perception check. It's supposed to be only a perception check that detects you on this. Anyway, doesn't matter. Point is, here's my hog. Come on, hog. Hog it up. And I'm not going to attack him. I'm just going to let the hog do his thing. Dude, did you just explode with damage? Oh my god! Oh, that's fucking cool. Oh, he wiped out all the bad guys. Oh, shit. Alright. Well, I didn't know that was a thing. I'm learning shit too, guys. I mean, come on now. I can't know everything. Alright. Let's do something else besides that one. Let's show the other trick. So, another thing that sparked my brain, and I've already mentioned it, but I want to show it to you. Again, we'll make ourselves invis. Or stealth it, at least. Come on up to these guys. Start the fight.
Enemy near.
Again, notice how they didn't go for me. They went for her, because they saw her. Again, I don't care about the shaking. I don't care about anything else. I care about my sorcerer's reflex. Why? Because, what if you really need to hit this doofus here? I don't care if it's a sword swing, a race spell, crossbow bolt. You need to hit that fucker. It's the start of the round. Round 1, bitch. Time to fucking put on your A game. What are you going to do? Well, you have that swift action as your sorcerer's reflex, right? Remember that spell no one likes? How about that, baby? And now we can hit them with a solid plus 20 to our swing with, how about we use a Searing Light spell? Because fuck that. Take that, fool. Trickster Strike as a swift action. Searing Light as your standard action. Hit, because of course you did, plus 20. And remember, True Strike does more than just give you a plus 20, by the way. Just as a reminder, notice how it ignores, where is it? Additionally, you are not affected by the missed chance that applies to attackers trying to strike a concealed target. So if they had concealment, and it doesn't say just blur or 20%, it says concealed, which would have to mean, I assume, total concealment, which is a 50%, like if they had displacement on. That's a 50% concealed, or greater invis. That's a 50% concealed. You can't see them. That's the fucking point. They are concealed. That's a 50-50 chance that you could just even hit them. True Strike takes that away. And as a swift action, yeah, right? Plus 20 to the swing, and I ignore that 50% miss chance Generally, you got to figure a plus 20 is putting you up in the level of awesome possum levels of kick-assness, right? I haven't even fucking had a target yet where I had to do, where's it at? Study target yet. And that gives us upwards of a plus 5 to our swing on that bastard, and damage rolls besides. So again, some serious fun to be had here with this one. I've yet to show you that. I don't need to. It's literally nothing more than a clickable. Click the thing, and it'll be poof, you've activated it. Weirdly, though, I will say this. I've noticed that on an earlier video that I did in this, where I deleted the video because I didn't like it. When I was attacking with, say, like a crossbow, I hit this target 3 times, and I did not use study target on him. Somehow it just automatically activated. I don't know why. And I'm not complaining, because fuck it, yeah, I'll take a bonus to my swing. But it did that thing. And so if you guys know more about why study target activated like that, please put that down in the comments down below, because I haven't a fucking clue. But I thought that was cool. Notice, I'm going to use my Moonbeam. Pudding. Again, it is considered a ray spell. Notice I got the... I don't understand how I'm getting this. What did I fucking click? Why am I getting 2 rolls? But I'm going to fucking take it. That's fucking awesome. And I got a crit out of that one. And again, it's behaving like a ray spell, because the crit range is 17 or better. Again, 15 or better, and I can crit with anything. That's a ray spell. So that clearly works on that too. And again, confirm the critical hit. Modifier of a 50. Ah, that's fucking sexy. Oh, look at that. I still got True Strike on. Oh, I still got True Strike on. What? What? True Strike should only work on the first attack. Well, that's a glitch. Ah, whatever. I don't care. And what else? Yeah, big plus to the swing, but the studied target plus 5 is awesome. Again, our weapon focus ray still there, our size bonus, our dex bonus, all that fucking jazz. We're just crushing shit. And if they were scared of me, you know, with that aura that she has on her, remember, they are flat-footed. How can I prove that to you? That'd probably be like the last thing I should show you, I suppose. The aura, the persuasion bonus. Let's wipe out these guys, make some room. And I'll summon some the zoo is what they call it, with the mod, and then just destroy shit that way. There's some solid bad guys there, and they can be intimidated, so it's a solid way of fucking shit over. Let's go over here. Let's hit them with what? How about we do a cantrip? Make that solid hit. 10. Okay, no double roll. I don't know why I was getting those double rolls. That's definitely weird. I have the fish missile. Shoots farther.
Yes.
Bam! Die with fish, loser. Love that spell. That's just a gross ass spell. Getting smacked in the face to death with a fish. That just has to rank up there in the worst days ever. Yeah, pass your turn. Anivia's gonna kill most of these damn things anyway, because she likes to shoot twice, so she'll probably kill 2 of them. There's 1. Oh, and she whiffed it. Way to go, Anivia. And this one's going to come up here on me. Getting whiff. I'm actually good enough that I can actually stab. And as cool as my Ray build is, and I enjoy it, don't kid yourself. Remember, I could have gone crazy. If you were using a rapier, just to show it to you, because she has one. Notice how the rapiers have that crit range 18 to 20. If I had improved critical, that could be 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, much like my ray spell. And that's only 1 feat. So you may be like, well, just do that. Well, yeah, but remember, it's easier to hit with a touch attack, like a ray spell, than it is with a rapier. Also, if I went to rapier, like I would say a sword saint, again, I could still get the improved critical, the improved critical, and improved critical to double the range. So again, 18, 19, 20 could be 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So that's 5, then double that. So it could be 11, 15, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 11 through 20, a sword saint, for example, could use that rapier, like I said, with improved critical, improved critical, improved critical, and it would be critting on an 11 or higher, potentially. And the reason I mentioned that is a sword saint at level 20 or 19, I can't remember which, automatically confirms all critical hits. So if you hit with an 11, and you would have hit him with an 11, let's just say, because there's ways to buff up. If you could hit them with an 11, you roll an 11, auto-confirm crit. Guaranteed. Just boom. And Sword Saints get the ability at level 20 where their multiplier for the weapon goes up by 1. And that one does work. So if it crits like this one does on a times 2, for a Sword Saint level 20, that would crit at a time 3. Guaranteed. So that one would work. So you get 3 times the damage. So you can see how much fun you could have, is my point. The thing I was going to show you, though, was... It's back away from me.
Let us buy
killed.
time.
If she dies, the fight's over. Do a quick save here, and I'm going to do a... Control F10. I need to scroll up here to do... Cheap Tricks. Rest all, just get everyone full health and all my spells back, and we'll do Summon Zoo.
Enemy near.
So Summon Zoo is the way the modder just gave you like 3 random bad guys that don't attack. Oh, Jesus. Or behind me. Son of a bitch. They're supposed to be in front of me. Point is, what they're supposed to do... Let me just... Stop taking the whole fucking team, jackass. Alright, well, fine. We'll kill these bugs first. Up here at this juncture, I will go by myself, and of course, Nivea, the bitch with the bow, she'll follow me. Nothing I can do about that. But I'll come up here and I'll do some sneak attack, and I'll do a fish missile sneak attack.
Yes.
First die. The reason I'm doing this is if we go all the way up here, and then I summon the fucking zoo, they should be separate from everybody else. Okay. Oh shit, where the hell did they go? Alright, here's one right here. See the unit not named? These bastards got ported into the fucking wall. But you see the unit not named. They give you 3 of these bad guys to fucking wail on. Notice how he's shaking. So he is under the effect of my Persuasion rank 1. The one that allows me to demoralize everybody at the start of the combat, right? So that worked on him. For whatever reason, it works on Anivia too. I don't know why. But it works on him. Not everybody's going to have this effect. And if I scroll up here, you'll see how many it fucking worked on. So you see I did an intimidation check twice. For that one and for that one. One was level 10, one was level 13. Chances are Nivea was the level 13 is my guess. Point is, if they are shaken like this, let them get their turn to prove that they're not flat-footed because they hadn't acted yet. That's what that little hand mark thing is there. Now see how he's just shaking. Well, it still says flat-footed. Maybe it's because it's my character. Let's actually just test this. Let's move over here, not attack it again. Yeah, see? It's not shaking now, or not flat-footed now. But now it goes back to being flat-footed. So these guys are flat-footed to me. So, he's flat-footed if I hit him with any spell that's a damaging spell, or that's a melee touch attack or ray touch attack, or a weapon swing, or shot with a crossbow. He is considered flat-footed, which means I am going to get sneak attack. He will be at a terrible armor class, more likely than not, because he's flat-footed. And if it's a touch attack, as you can see, he has no dex or dodge bonus. He has no armor or shield bonus. There's not much left after that. So again, this is why this build was appealing to me. I just wanted to point that out to you. That's what that does. So that's the Persuasion rank 1 for the trickery. Now, with all that, this video is probably 5 hours long. I'm sorry, guys, but it was cool, and I thought it was cool, and I wanted to show you the coolness of it. There's plenty of fun to be had here. There's I suppose one last thing to show you would be the annoying wizard. Where is he? This guy here. Someone perpetually annoyed wizard. So that's your perpetually annoyed wizard. He doesn't last for long, but he's an annoying prick. And he gets pissy and just starts blasting shit. So, of course he does. Shot you in the ass. You guys need to get the fuck away from that guy. These are the other guys stuck in the rock. by the way. The game might glitch out because of this part. But that's what the perpetually annoyed wizard is. That little doofus over there. He's just a mean son of a bitch, and he's just gonna cast spells and whatever. But again, it's showing him as being hostile. See the red versus the green. So I don't know if he's going to be one of those jackasses that turns on me. It is nice that we can see his stats, though. He's a level 20 wizard. He's got really good physical and mental stats. Jesus Christ, a 30 intelligence. I'm jealous. He has all these spells already on him. Haste, False, a Greater False Life, True Seeing, Mind Blight, Protection from Spells, Foresight, and Volcanic Storm. Oh, it must be the spell he cast on them. He has energy resistance of everything. Fire, fire again, Sonic, Electric, Cold, and Acid. Damage reduction 10/adamantine, that's what that means. Also damage reduction 10/magic weapons. So if it's a magic adamantine weapon, which is common, then he has no protection from it. But other than that, he has damage reduction 10. He has really good armor. Not the best touch attack armor, but that's not that bad, quite frankly. And he's got really good saves. He is immune to fire, fear, and poison, and magic missile, and force strike, which must mean he has like shield spell on probably. He's immune to frightened and shaken. He has terrible attacks like a wizard should. He does have a crossbow, and it looks like he has a bonus to his swing with that crossbow, which means either high dex or a magic crossbow or both. He has all these spells, skills. Again, you can't control them, so it don't much matter. But Jesus Christ, spell focus and greater spell focus. I wonder what in. He doesn't like necromancer enchantment. I'm betting dollars. Yeah, he's an evocation master. That's what I say. Betting dollars and donuts. He's an evoker. Look at all them spells. Jesus Christ, he's going to be a mean son of a bitch to play around with. But that's the perpetual wizard. And again, it doesn't look like we can control him, and it looks like he hates us. So, like the Hogs. Whatever. We could just port him behind the battlefield and just let him just wreak havoc. And then just kill him when he's solo. With that, though, my name is Brother Mutant. Please like, subscribe, comment down below. Tell me what you guys think of this crazy-ass build. What would you do with Trickery Path instead of what I've done? Report that shit down below, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye now.